Chapter 193. Millipede thought about it seriously. Li Qingshan was nervous. He was afraid that he would say eat you, and that would be the end of him. Fortunately, Millipede said in the end, yellow seeds and white seeds. Li Qingshan froze for a moment before realizing that he was talking about millet, rice, and alcohol. This guy was actually a vegetarian. Then he remembered that most millipedes in this world were vegetarians. Of course, most monsters did not care about this. Even if it was originally a goat, after eating grass on the hillside for half its life, after becoming a monster, eating meat and drinking wine was not a problem. This guy was probably too stupid to change his eating habits. I'll go get it now. Li Qingshan brought Little and with him as he tried to jump into the hole above his head. Wait! Li Qingshan's heart sank, but he heard Millipede say, and colorless water. Water? I meant a bar. I guess, alright, then I'll go get it. As expected, Millipede didn't stop him. He didn't even think of using Little and as a hostage. He urged, hurry, hurry. Li Qingshan jumped out of the secret underground room. The back garden happened to be above the hole, so the house didn't collapse. He ran out with Little and lay down on the ground. He looked up at the dark blue sky and took deep breaths. It felt like he had caught a huge shark. It was too dangerous. Fortunately, the shark wasn't very smart and couldn't leave the water. Otherwise, it would have been fatal. Little and lay down beside him and also looked up at the night sky. Faint clouds floated past, but her expression seemed a little worried. Li Qingshan suddenly sat up and grabbed her by the armpits, making her stand up. Then he scolded, "You're too disobedient. I told you to go first, so go first. Why did you come back?" Shaoan waved his hands and argued in a babbling voice. Li Qingshan glared. Huh, you just learned to talk and you're already talking back. You were lucky to be able to help me in the Boundless Mountain, but that doesn't mean you did the right thing. If I say you're wrong, then you're wrong. I'm doing this for your own good. Little Anne was so angry that her eyes turned red. She turned her head away and said nothing. Li Qingshan said, "Don't cry." Little Anne's tears streamed down. Li Qingshan's heart immediately ached. Hardening his heart, he said, "It's useless even if you cry this time. I'll teach you a lesson." Little Anne suddenly raised his head and looked at Li Qingshan with an expression that he had never seen before. His chest heaved up and down violently, like a volcano brewing lava. He suddenly erupted and shouted, "Ya, how many times will you leave me behind before you're satisfied?" His voice went from indistinct to clear. His expression mournful and heartbroken. After saying that, he turned around and ran into the house. "You..." Li Qingshan was completely stunned, as if he had been struck by a lightning talisman. Little Anne finally said her first complete sentence. This should have been something worth celebrating, but the contents of her words made him feel a slight pain in his heart. Once again he slumped to the ground, feeling the so-called troubles of growing up. In the large hole in the garden, Millipede asked, "Are you done?" "No," Li Qingshan roared. "Why so loud?" Millipede asked woodenly. "It has nothing to do with you." Li Qingshan roared again. "Just you wait." Oh! For the first time, Li Qingshan realized the seriousness of the problem. Little Anne was slowly growing up. She would definitely become more and more assertive, and might even reach the legendary rebellious phase. It was inevitable that there would be friction between a family. No, it should be said that the closer they were to a family, the easier it was to have friction. As the head of the family, he had to consider this point. He had to consider this and pay attention to how he communicated with her. He had to guide her growth, but how exactly should he do it? His mind was a mess again. It was 10 times more complicated than cultivation. So, he lay there and thought about many things. He thought about how his parents had treated him, and about the education he had listened to on TV in his previous life. Li Qingshan sat up abruptly. "Yes, first of all, we have to communicate as equals." He climbed up from the ground and walked to the door. He raised his hand and knocked on the door, but it was empty. The door suddenly opened, and a petite figure jumped into his arms. Li Qingshan was slightly taken aback before breaking out into laughter. He could sense her attachment to him, so he rubbed her hair. "Sorry, I was being too impressive earlier. I've never thought about abandoning you. I just want to protect you. I also want to protect you." Little Anne's words were still not very smooth, but her expression was very serious. Her expression was extremely cute, and Li Qingshan was both moved and pitiful. He smiled and said, "Okay, King Little Anne, this little one has already been blessed by you. Come, give me a kiss." He pushed aside her bangs and gave her a big bite on her smooth forehead. The black iron tower-like demon young man and the petite, fair and tender girl formed an extremely unique scene. Instead of saying something like, "The tiger in your heart sniffs the rose" in a sour tone, it would be better to say, "The cow chews on the peony," recklessly wasting God's gift. Little Anne's face was completely red. She stood on her tiptoes and gave him a light kiss on his face that was as black as the bottom of a pot. Li Qingshan touched his cheek. The warm, soft feeling lingered there, and he could not help but chuckle. In the big hole, Millipede shouted again, "I'm hungry." Li Qingshan curled his lip. "Let's think about how we're going to deal with this big bro." Little Anne covered her mouth and giggled. Li Qingshan was rather reluctant to leave this secret place of cultivation that he had just constructed, and Millipede did not seem to be very dangerous either. And when he considered Millipede's habits, he seemed to be a docile and harmless insect. After being touched, Millipede would usually curl up into a ball and play dead. At most, he would release some irritating gas or something. Now that he thought about it, the pink gas that Millipede had released was the result of coming into contact with the iron plate corpse. However, it was not some regular irritating gas, but venom that could corrode metal and corrode bone. If the sect came knocking right now, all Li Qingshan needed to do was take them into the hole and collect their corpses. 9th layer Qi refinement, 10th layer Qi refinement, they were all useless in front of a demon general. Even if the sect master came, he would most likely lose against a carapace demon general. After quite a while of consideration, Li Qingshan carried the bamboo basket on his back and arrived in Salt Mountain City with Little Anne. He found Yu Shuquang. "I'll be leaving for a while. Don't let anyone approach my estate." This was the result of his consideration. Demon generals were far too dangerous. Although they seemed very stupid and could be used as they pleased, it also meant that their actions were unpredictable. But correspondingly, it meant that his actions were unpredictable. If one accidentally angered him, they would meet an extremely miserable end. From a certain perspective, Millipede was even more dangerous than Xianyue in the past. At the very least, Li Qingshan knew what Xianyue wanted. They had even developed feelings for each other. Even if he angered her, she would not kill him. Betting his life on the feelings of an idiot was truly an unwise decision. Before he obtained the power to protect himself, he decided to maintain his distance. "I can't afford to provoke him, but can't I just hide?" Yu Shuquang jerked awake. "El great hero Nyo, where are you going? That's none of your business." Li Qingshan pondered slightly. Obviously, he was going to provoke someone he could afford to provoke. Yu Shuquang said, "Then go. Go." Before he had even finished speaking, Li Qingshan had already vanished. He kicked up a fierce gust of wind in the room, causing the door to creak. Yu Shuquang was rather reluctant to part with him. The tiger butcher was terrifying, but he was very reasonable and generous. All he had done was buy an estate and deliver food and drink for a few days. Yet he had given him 1,000,000 taels of silver and 100 grasses pill. He was an extremely ideal backer. If he could do a few more things for him and exchange them for some pills and medicines, there was a great chance for him to reach the innate realm. He made his way off the bed and took out an envelope from the drawer. He carefully took out the letter inside and read it under the light. His daughter's letter said that she had ingested the legendary innate pill and had already begun practicing qi. The edges of the letter were frayed, and it was obvious that he had read it countless times. But every time he read it, he would reveal a gratified smile. The little girl who held her cheeks and listened to his stories of chivalry had finally grown up and walked ahead of her father. However, after smiling, he felt a sense of loss and worry. The world of Qi practitioners and the world of people of the Jianghu lived in two completely different worlds. In the Jianghu, he was the revered great hero Yu who was chivalrous and righteous. However, even when he faced the weakest Qi practitioner, he still had to bow and bend his back and deal with him carefully. Only ignorant commoners would treat Qi practitioners like gods. He understood very well that the human heart was just as vicious no matter where it was. He only hated himself for being too used to her admiring gaze and making those chivalrous stories sound too convincing. In the end, that stubborn lass really believed in the path of chivalry. Perhaps he would suffer a great loss if he didn't say anything. When he thought of this, he became so worried that he could not sleep. He could not help her at all now. He was not even 40 years old yet, but he felt like he had suddenly aged. He carefully put the letter back into the drawer. His desire to break through to the innate realm was stronger than ever. Starlight shone through the treetops and into the cave, landing on Milliped's dumbfounded face. His eyes widened and his mouth opened wide. He raised his head to look at this rare sight, and his saliva dripped down. It looks like sesame. So slow. Li Qingshan left Salt Mountain City and ran for dozens of li. He found the cave entrance and entered it. He traveled underground and arrived in front of the zombie cave abode. He suddenly stopped and raised his nose to sniff the air a few times. His expression instantly changed. Although it was very faint, he would never forget that familiar scent of cosmetics. It came from that perverted grandma Shimen. Other than that, there were 3 other different scents of cosmetics. People from at least 4 gates had been here before, and it was very likely that they were the 4 grannies of the 4 gates, which meant that they were 4 ninth layer chi practitioners. He did not expect them to be able to find this place. He felt that he had been too careless. If he had been trapped in the cave abode by these people, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Chapter 194. The tiger snake trap smell would always be something that human cultivators overlooked the most. Li Qingshan possessed a sense of smell that was 100 times greater than regular wild beasts, as well as an instinctive sense for danger and killing intent. It was impossible for him to be ambushed so easily. He erased all of his aura and gripped a wind-entwining blade firmly. He prepared all of his talismans and approached the zombie dwelling slowly. His nose constantly sniffed out the lingering scents in the air, doing his best to determine how many people were hiding in the dwelling right now. He had come exactly for the sect, so how could he flee? Of course, if there were too many people he would retreat, but if there were too few he would go and kill them. If he worked with little and he still had quite a good chance against a 9th layer chi practitioner. When he finally set foot in the dwelling, it was empty inside. Only the lingering scent gradually drifted away. Why would these great chi practitioners wait for a junior in the pitch-black underground? However, they only waited for a few days before leaving to search for Wei Yingjie's whereabouts. Li Qingshan was slightly disappointed, as it seemed he still had to go through some trouble. In the middle of the night, Li Qingshan climbed up the Hawkwolf guard silently and arrived before his original residence. Sure enough, there was an aura inside, but it was much more powerful than what he had expected. However, there was no mistaking the scent. Qian Rongji had actually broken through to the 5th layer. She was even a little faster than him. He got little and to stand guard outside as Li Qingshan climbed up the building alone. He pushed open the window and saw Qian Rongji meditating and practicing qi. She did not seem perverted at all. Instead, she seemed rather solemn. When Qian Rongji heard the sound of the window frame, she immediately grabbed her weapon and talismans, assuming a defensive posture. Afterwards, she was surprised. "It's you." Li Qingshan said. "It's me." Qian Rongji's body relaxed. She did not ask Li Qingshan why his body had changed so drastically. Her eyes lit up. "You've reached the 3rd layer. You really are a genius." The first time she met Li Qingshan was only a few months ago. At that time, Li Qingshan was only in the 1st layer of the aura refining realm. Li Qingshan said, "Your cultivation surprised me even more." Qian Rongji said, "Even a loser has his own way of living, but it's a pity that I can't beat you." Li Qingshan narrowed his eyes and said, "What if you can defeat me?" Qian Rongji smiled and said, "You will know when the time comes." Li Qingshan didn't want to dwell on this topic, so he asked directly, "How's the door?" "Lu, who is in charge now?" "Don't ask me. I was implicated because of Wei Yingjie's disappearance, and now I've been expelled from the family. I've knelt on the ground and begged Grandma for a long time, but it's useless. I've been tested for so long in vain, but I didn't even get to learn a set of martial arts. Don't you think it's pitiful?" Qian Rongji's face was full of bitterness and grievance, as if she didn't kill Wei Yingjie with her own hands. Implicated? Li Qingshan sneered, same old rules. If you can lure Grandma Shimen out alone to a certain place underground, then everything related to the door in my 100 treasures pouch will belong to you. Qian Rongji's eyes widened. You can kill a 9th layer Qi practitioner? She knew that Li Qingshan had other trump cards, and his strength was at least above the 6th layer. But she didn't expect him to have reached this level. She originally thought that with the speed of her cultivation, it would only be a matter of time before she caught up to Li Qingshan, but at this moment, her confidence suddenly disappeared. Not only did the distance between her and Li Qingshan not shrink, it seemed to be increasing. She also understood why he didn't care about her potential threat. That was because he had absolute confidence in himself. With such a huge difference in strength, no tricks or schemes would work. This man was probably different from any man she had ever met. He was unexpectedly difficult to deal with. So, it's best if you maintain a bit of respect for me. That's good for both of us. Qian Rongji stopped smiling. I understand. The vice head of the door, Wei Zhongyun, and the 4 grannies went to the zombie cave to look for you. But they couldn't find you, so they split up to look for you. The building is spread all over the place and we're well informed. As soon as you appear, you'll be discovered. Li Qingshan said. You lured them to the zombie cave? Qian Rongji said, I said Wei Yingjia went there to look for you, but I didn't say you killed him. In any case, you've already become sworn enemies with the door, so it doesn't matter to you. You wouldn't be stupid enough to hide there, would you? Li Qingshan's heart felt stifled, but he said boldly, of course not. Continue. She said it so calmly that he couldn't act up. Qian Rongji smiled faintly. The building lost 2 building heads in a row, so the door didn't send anyone new. If you want to deal with the door, then I suggest Wei Zhongyun. He's grieving over the loss of his son, so he's mentally unstable and easy to control. Cultivation? 10th layer Qi practitioner. I refuse. Li Qingshan said resolutely. 10th layer Qi practitioners had opened all the meridians and acupoints in their body, and connected the 12 main meridians and 8 extra meridians. They were only 1 step away from the foundation building realm. The difference between them and 9th layer Qi practitioners was almost the same as the difference between 6th layer Qi practitioners and 5th layer Qi practitioners. Although he was confident in his own strength, it wasn't to the extent of arrogance. Qian Rongji revealed a disappointed expression. Her plan to use Wei Zhongyuan to break through had failed, but she also felt a lot more relieved. At the very least, Li Qingshan currently didn't have the strength to fight against a 10th layer Qi practitioner. Then Grandma Shimen, but I need time. I need time to plan and I need time to explain my cultivation. Also, the higher-ups will send a new Black Eagle commander. So what? I'll apply for the Black Wolf commander. As long as I advance to the commander level, even if the door suspects me, they won't dare to casually deal with me without evidence. Of course, I still have to thank you for helping me make room. She was full of schemes in front of other people, but before Li Qingshan, she would always be extremely honest. This was not because she had any special fondness for Li Qingshan. Instead, she had to speak according to the person and speak according to the person. She knew that this was the only way she could work with Li Qingshan and maximize her own benefits. Only then did Li Qingshan remember that she was already at the 5th layer. She did indeed have the right to become a Black Wolf commander. They had joined the Hawk Wolf Guard together. Before he knew it, she had already reached this step. She really was a woman who could not be underestimated. After leaving behind a talisman for contact, Qian Rongji smiled. In a month at the very least, or 3 months at the very most, I'll send Grandma Shimen to you. Li Qingshan nodded. He wanted to use this time to ingest the remaining pills and reach the highest realm of strength he could, so that he could increase his chances of victory as much as possible. Once he won, he could use the pills in Grandma Shimen's 100 treasures pouch to maintain his cultivation speed. The deal between the two of them was for a 9th layer Qi practitioner. Then Li Qingshan said, "Oh right, can you help me identify these pills?" He had obtained several dozen bottles now, containing several high-level pills. However, he had no idea what their effects were or whether they could be ingested. Qian Rongji was from a clan after all. She had learned proper alchemy from Qian Yannian, so she should be able to identify them. As expected, Qian Rongji's eyes lit up as soon as she saw the pills Li Qingshan took out. She listed out the names and effects of all the pills like she was familiar with them. Most of them had similar effects to Pearl Dew pills, so they could be ingested for cultivation. However, there were also 2 bottles of Qi eruption pills that could instantly unleash one's potential, 2 bottles of concealing pills that could conceal one's presence, and 3 bottles of healing pills that could heal wounds. If he did not recognize their effects, it would be a waste to ingest them. In the end, Li Qingshan took out 3 goose yellow pills. And what are these? Although he did not know alchemy, he could feel that the spiritual energy contained in these 3 pills was very special. It was extremely pure, yet exceptionally gentle and calm. It did not seem like pills used for cultivation. Qian Rongji said, "These are innate pills. They are worth much more than Pearl Dew pills, but they are not meant for Qi practitioners." Li Qingshan was very clear about the value of Pearl Dew pills. They were something that countless Qi practitioners fought over. Since these innate pills were not meant for Qi practitioners, they were meant for ordinary people. Could it be? Qian Rongji said, "That's right. They are pills that can help ordinary people practice Qi. However, it does not have a 100% success rate. It also depends on one's aptitude." Qian Yannian spent a lot of effort to find one for his beloved son. Even after he ingested it, he was still unable to advance to the innate realm. That's why only the big clans would concoct such pills. Li Qingshan understood that if it was not for the fact that they were wealthy and had an endless supply of pills, any Qi practitioner would be more willing to exchange for a few Pearl Dew pills to increase their own cultivation rather than use them to nurture their descendants. He first kept the innate pills and said, "Pick a bottle, consider it as a reward." Without any hesitation, Qian Rongji chose the concealing pill, which happened to be the one that Li Qingshan needed the least. He then kept all the pills and was about to leave. Suddenly, Qian Rongji asked, "Is the child with you?" Qian Rongji said, "I want to see her." Seeing Li Qingshan's hesitation, she took out a bottle of Qi-gathering pills. Li Qingshan said, "I won't trade her." His calm words sounded like the ringing of a bell in Qian Rongji's ears. The hand that was holding the Qi-gathering pills suddenly didn't know where to put it. She even felt ashamed of herself. Forcing a smile, she said, "You're all very lucky." Her smile revealed an indescribable envy and jealousy, and even a hint of sadness. Li Qingshan's heart skipped a beat. He called Little An in, but she said, "There's no need. You can leave." After Li Qingshan left, Qian Rongji leaned against the windowsill, a trace of confusion in her eyes. In her heart, there was an indescribable, extravagant hope that someone would say something like that to her. Just once was enough. But would someone say it? Would she believe it even if he said it? She laughed at herself. In her will, the word trust no longer existed. The unlucky should avoid being too close to the lucky. Otherwise, even this determination would be lost, and there would be nothing left of her. She had long since stopped praying for luck. Kneeling on the ground and praying to the heavens was useless, no matter how many times she tried. Praying to others was also useless. It would only encourage their smiles. Everything had to be won with her own 2 hands. She looked at her right hand. It was beautiful and fair, with 5 sharp fingers. Her eyes gradually regained their calm, indifferent calmness. The corner of her mouth curled into a cold arc. Her right hand suddenly clenched. Tear the smiles in the sky to pieces. Ha 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 ha. Chapter 195. Diving underground once more, Li Qingshan found a huge karst cave with the help of the underground mental map. He said to Little An, "Looks like we'll have to work hard for a while. This place can't compare to Salt Mountain City." "All right." Little An replied obediently. Her voice was muffled and soft. Apart from the first cry, she couldn't say anything else clearly. However, it was still very pleasant to listen to. Like a spring breeze caressing one's face, making one's heart feel at ease. In a forest of stalagmites, Li Qingshan checked the elixirs. Half of the Qi deposition pills had already been used, leaving only about 4,000. He had only used 100 herb pill, leaving about 1,000. As for the high-grade elixirs that could be used for cultivation, there were close to 100 of them. The resources could be considered plentiful. Li Qingshan kept a talisman close to his body. This talisman was called a message talisman, and there were 2 of them. As long as one was within 1,000 miles, the other would respond when triggered. Although it couldn't transmit complicated information, it was enough to send a signal. As for what method Qian Rongji was going to use to lure Grandma Ximen out, Li Qingshan didn't ask. She had to adapt to the situation. In any case, this woman was incomparably familiar with such things. He wasn't worried that she would betray him. Although she didn't have any morals to speak of, she always put profit first, which made her easy to guess. If she betrayed him just based on the fact that she had colluded with the enemy, the sect wouldn't let her off. He just needed to wait quietly at the right place at the right time. This reminded him of a fairy tale he had read in his previous life. The tiger caught the fox, and the fox said that as long as the tiger didn't eat him, he would bring other animals over. However, the prerequisite for all of this was that the tiger had the ability to eat the animals that the fox brought. He tilted his head back, poured the qi deposition pills into his mouth, and began to cultivate. 6 days later, Li Qingshan began to miss his manor in Salt Mountain City. Not only did he miss the delicious food and wine, but it was also because of little Anne. In this empty cave, there was nothing for little Anne to do. Whenever she was bored, she would prop up her cheeks and watch him cultivate. This made Li Qingshan feel very guilty, and he often had to stop his cultivation to play with her for a while. If he were alone, then it did not matter what he did. Even if he used the spirit turtle's method of sea suppression and went into seclusion for a year or so, it would be nothing. But as long as she was by his side, he wanted to make her live a comfortable life as much as possible. Looking around, all he could see were dark and barren rocks. It was nothing like his ideal place. It was not beneficial to the mental health of children. Li Qingshan made up his mind. Since there's nothing else here, let's go back and take a look. That millipede must have run out of patience and left. The villa was quiet, but the autumn was getting stronger. Li Qingshan pushed open the front door and went straight to the back garden. He pushed aside the sparse vegetation and looked into the cave. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. Millipede's eyes were closed as he lay in the cave. He seemed to be dead, as if he hadn't moved at all. Suddenly, he snapped open his slightly protruding eyes. He stared straight at Li Qingshan and said with a muffled voice, "Where's the food?" He completely failed to realize that Li Qingshan had stood him up. Li Qingshan grinned. "I'm coming." Afterwards, he turned around and left with little Anne. He was uncertain whether it was because he had been moved by his gluttonous spirit, or perhaps it was because he was just too easy to fool, which made him feel rather uneasy. In the proud sword manner, Yu Shuquang looked at Li Qingshan in surprise and joy. "Great hero Nyo. You've finally returned." Li Qingshan nodded. Yep, I'm back. There's something else I need to trouble you with." Yu Shuquang saw how cautious he was, so he said emotionally, "Feel free to tell me, great hero Nyo. Whether it's climbing a mountain of blades or plunging into a pot of boiling oil." Li Qingshan interrupted him. "It's not that serious. Prepare 3 items for me and deliver them to the villa." "You mean?" Yu Shuquang could not imagine what items Li Qingshan would ask for. Even if he wanted it, it should not be him. Millet, rice, alcohol. Li Qingshan took out another 1,000,000 taels of silver and slammed it on the table. "That's it?" Yu Shuquang was so surprised that his jaw almost fell off. He was asking for regular food from him in such a formal manner. Li Qingshan said, "Prepare some other grains, fruits, and vegetables. The more the better. Of course, you can't skip the 20 banquets every day either. You have to do this as discreetly as possible. Don't let too many people know about it." "Don't worry, great hero Nyo. I'll send people to prepare it immediately. I'll have as much as you need." Yu Shuquang patted his chest and guaranteed. As the chief of the Jianghu, even if he could not find anything else, obtaining some food was a piece of cake. Li Qingshan said in a seemingly unintentional manner, "Oh right, I obtained a few innate pills recently." With that, he turned around and left. The speaker had intentions, while the listener obviously had even more intentions. Yu Shuquang's eyes slowly widened. As a person of the Jianghu, he did not know a lot about the thousands of pills that qi practitioners possessed. However, there was one that he absolutely had to know about, and that was the innate pill. It was the holy pill that all martial artists yearned for. Who did not want to ascend to the heavens in a single step and set foot in a brand new realm of cultivation? Yu Shuquang wanted it too, and it was not just any random thought. The 3 words that Li Qingshan had casually mentioned were like a carrot tied to the front of a donkey. Even if he knew he would not be able to eat it, he still wanted to give it a try. Not to mention that Li Qingshan had sounded like he could give him one. He immediately gathered a few of his trusted disciples and passed down orders sternly. If it were not for the fact that Li Qingshan had told him to do it discreetly, he almost could not help but carry out this matter personally so that Li Qingshan could see his performance. The efficiency of a powerful local organization was startlingly high when it began operating. An hour later, the items that Li Qingshan wanted began to arrive endlessly. Catch! Li Qingshan picked up a bag of rice and tossed it into the hole. Millipede extended his hand and tore at it. The crystalline rice flowed out with a rustle. His mouth widened to an exaggerated degree, which made Li Qingshan think of a character in a cartoon. In the blink of an eye, a bag of rice had flowed into his mouth. He smacked his lips. Delicious. Afterwards he continued to stare at Li Qingshan. Eat more if it's delicious. Once you're full, don't bother me. Li Qingshan casually tossed down another bag of rice. Millipede only cared about eating the rice. He did not have the energy to pay attention to him. Another bag of rice went down his stomach, but he still looked as if he had not had enough. Li Qingshan simply tossed down dozens of bags of rice. The charm of the innate pellet had far exceeded Li Qingshan's imagination. Following that, rice, flour, and all sorts of other foodstuffs were delivered by the disciples of the Proud Sword Manor. There were also all sorts of fruits and vegetables, some of which even Li Qingshan did not know the names of. Li Qingshan held a few bags of rice in his arms and a few more on his shoulders. He was like a super dog porter, running back and forth between the front door and the back garden, tossing bag after bag of foodstuffs into the hole. Millipede, who always had a wooden expression, was currently grinning from ear to ear. As a glutton, he saw all sorts of foodstuffs falling from the sky. His mood was similar to that of a money grubber who saw gold and silver coins falling like rain. He was dazzled and did not know what to eat first. Li Qingshan wiped the sweat off his forehead and said to little Anne, "Keep an eye on things. I'm going to cultivate for a while. Remember not to go into the cave. Be careful that I don't eat you too." Little Anne obviously did not take these words to heart. He agreed with a smile and squatted by the entrance of the cave, watching Millipede eat. He found it very interesting. In the evening, the 20 tables of food that Li Qingshan had requested arrived. He brought them to the entrance of the cave and sat down. He opened the food box and began wolfing down the food. It had to be said that watching Millipede eat was very appetizing. Li Qingshan ate above the cave, while Millipede ate below. Little Anne looked down at Millipede and up at Li Qingshan, finding it very interesting. After transforming into a fiendish demon, they could use heaven and earth yuan qi as a substitute for food. Even if they didn't eat for a long time with the amount of heaven and earth yuan qi a fiendish demon general could absorb, they could still survive even if they cut off their source of food. However, his instinctive appetite would not disappear. It would only grow stronger with time. Humans chose to go without food because there was too much foul air in the 5 grains. It would affect cultivation if it accumulated in their stomachs. However, the cultivation path and constitution of demons were completely different from that of humans. For demons, eating and drinking to their fill was never a bad thing. Their powerful bodies could absorb and digest any foul air. The process of human cultivation was like a sculptor carving an exquisite piece of art. He would carefully choose the most suitable cultivation method and the most suitable pill. Then he would meticulously divide the cultivation process into many steps and slowly advance towards his goal. He wanted everything to be within his control and constantly improve. Only then would he be able to stand above others and become an immortal. The process of cultivation for demons was like a painter casually painting a landscape. It was rough, bold, and free. The painter was not even the demons themselves, but the creation of the world. It was like a strange rock that had been polished by wind, frost, rain, and snow over thousands of years. It just so happened that it had more characteristics than other rocks, and was known as a demon. Millipede's mouth suddenly stopped. He raised his head and looked at Li Qingshan. Snow-white rice dripped down from the corner of his mouth. He said in a muffled voice, "Wine." Li Qingshan was drinking to his heart's content when he noticed Millipede's gaze. He tossed the wine jar in his hand down. "For you." Millipede gulped it down, then asked for more. After tossing down 4 or 5 jars of wine, Li Qingshan had drunk quite a bit as well. In his excitement, he forgot about little Anne's warning and jumped down the cave with the food and wine. He raised his jar and knocked it against Millipede's, then tilted his head back and drank to his heart's content. Millipede stared at Li Qingshan in a daze. He had no idea what he was doing. When Li Qingshan had drunk half the jar, he seemed to suddenly realize something. He hurriedly drank his wine, looking at Li Qingshan as he drank. However, he still let Li Qingshan finish his wine first and laughed. Millipede was immediately displeased. He shoved a jar of wine into Li Qingshan's hands, then picked up a jar for himself and clinked it against Li Qingshan's jar. He hurriedly opened his mouth and drank the wine. Chapter 196. The sun set and the moon rose. Moonlight shone into the cave, illuminating the 2 men as they drank. One was bald and dressed in pink, the other was built like an iron tower. Alcohol was a wonderful thing that could bring people closer, but it had to be drunk. Li Qingshan was drinking to his heart's content. He sat in the pile of grain, smelling the natural fragrance of the grain and letting down his guard. Drinking with the silly Millipede was more enjoyable than any banquet he had ever been to. There was no scheming or conflict of interest. Eating was for the sake of eating, and drinking was for the sake of drinking. After drinking over 100 jars of alcohol, the 2 men's stomachs bulged, and their eyes became hazy. Millipede's shiny bald head was even more dazzling in the moonlight. Li Qingshan couldn't help but reach out to touch it. "You're not bad. You don't have any bad intentions." "No, you don't have any." Millipede smiled foolishly. "You're good too. Underground, do you want to go?" Li Qingshan shook his head like a rattle drum. No, I still have things to do. If you want to eat, come find me. It's my treat." Millipede was a bit disappointed, but after hearing Li Qingshan's words, he said yes. Suddenly, his eyes became hazy, and he fell to the ground, snoring like thunder. Li Qingshan laughed and scolded him. "You eat and sleep and eat after you're full. You don't have any distracting thoughts. How enviable." He raised his head and yawned, sinking his body into the golden grains of millet. The mountain of millet collapsed, covering most of his body like a blanket. He also fell into a deep sleep. Little Anne came down and cleaned up the leftovers. He squatted at the entrance of the cave, keeping watch for Li Qingshan. In a daze, Li Qingshan realized he had become a child again. His small hands and feet, wearing clothes full of patches, he ran wildly through the boundless wilderness, chasing the sun in the sky. Sweat poured down, but he didn't wipe it. His feet were pierced by sharp stones, but he didn't care either. He tripped and fell to the ground. He rolled over and got up from the ground. Without stopping, he stared at the sun in the sky. A huge green mountain blocked his way. He couldn't stop in time and bumped into the mountain. However, it wasn't as hard as he had imagined. An incomparably huge bull head stretched out from the side of the mountain. It looked at him with its moist eyes and said in a booming voice, "What's the rush? It's not like the sun will run away." Startled, he climbed up the back of the ox that was like a mountain ridge and looked at the sun in the sky. The sun really did not run away. He touched his waist and found a bamboo flute. It was rough but familiar. He picked it up and played it. The sun and moon alternated. The warm noon sun hung lazily in the sky, shining its warm light into the cave. Li Qingshan opened his eyes and yawned. He saw that Millipede was still asleep. He had no idea when he would wake up. Leaping out of the hole, he felt refreshed. The autumn scenery in the distant mountains was pleasant, making him feel refreshed and carefree. It seemed like he hadn't felt so relaxed in a long time. Ever since he came to this dangerous place in Japping, he was surrounded by enemies and danger at every step. He could only continuously cultivate and break through again. Even when he was sleeping, he would think about how to increase his cultivation and how to deal with his enemies. The string in his heart had been stretched taut, and a lot of fatigue had accumulated in his heart. Even he himself didn't notice it. After drinking to his heart's content and having a great dream, the string finally relaxed. Thinking back to last night's dream, he laughed and said to himself, "Yes, what's the rush?" He took out the long-forgotten flute from the depths of his 100 treasures pouch. The sound of the flute echoed in the autumn mountains. Millipede opened his eyes, and Little N listened quietly. From that day onwards, Little N noticed that Li Qingshan smiled more often and played the flute more often. He would often pull her along and ask her to teach him how to write, or take her for a stroll in the nearby forest of withered leaves. As they walked, he would suddenly stop and look at Little N with a solemn expression. Little N immediately became nervous. She clenched her fists and thought to herself, "It's coming." Li Qingshan's lips quickly opened and closed. Eat grapes without spitting out the grape skin. Don't eat grapes until you spit out the grape skin. Little N hurriedly stammered. Eat grapes without spitting out the grape skin. Don't eat grapes until you spit out the grape skin. This was a trick that Li Qingshan had come up with to train her to speak. It was called Qingshan Teach Me Jingles, but now Li Qingshan was completely immersed in seeing her red face and the cute sight of her lisping out the jingle. He reached out and pinched her little face. "That's what you get for laughing at my ugly handwriting." Little N turned her head away in annoyance, not letting him pinch her. However, she was in an extremely good mood. Although being obedient did not affect his cultivation, she still yearned for his concern and not to be separated by a stone door. Holy Church. In reality, Li Qingshan did not stop cultivating. He still ate the pills every day, but he was much less nervous now. No matter what he did, he paid attention to the path of relaxation. If he was always tense on a daily basis, it would be easy for him to be overly nervous when something big happened, and his mind would not be as sharp. Moreover, his responsibility was not just to protect her. Before he knew it, more than a month had passed. All the qi-gathering pills had been used up, and the demonic aura on Li Qingshan's body had reached an unprecedented level. There was still no news from Qianrongji, but he was not anxious. Instead, he began to eat the 100 herb pills. The first snow of the year came very early. When the first snowflake landed on the tip of Li Qingshan's nose, he was staring at Millipede like a tiger watching its prey. He was glaring at Millipede fiercely, while Millipede was looking at Xiaowen nervously. More accurately, he was looking at the dice cup in Xiaowen's hand. A few wine jars were turned upside down, forming a table. There were bowls of wine on it. Li Qingshan and Millipede sat opposite each other. Little N sat at the side, acting as the dealer. Little N rolled up her sleeves, revealing her lotus-like arms. She smiled and opened the dice cup. Li Qingshan laughed. 15 points, drink. He grabbed a handful of peanuts from the pile of food beside him, peeled them and tossed them into his mouth. Millipede chuckled, picking up the wine bowl and drinking. Compared to the first time Li Qingshan saw him, he was much more energetic and a little chubbier. Little N picked up a long peanut kernel and said to Millipede, "Does it look like you?" Her words were clear, like the tinkling of spring water or the humming of a zither. The Qingshan will teach you jingles. Homeschooling had achieved initial success. Millipede looked at himself, then at the peanuts and nodded. "Yes. Here." Little N placed the peanut kernel in Millipede's palm. Millipede immediately tossed it into his mouth. "You ate yourself." Li Qingshan was about to say something, but his expression froze. Little N immediately turned to look at Li Qingshan. "Come on." Her jingles were spoken even faster than Li Qingshan's. Li Qingshan smiled at her and took out the messaging talisman. The talisman burned quickly, turning into ashes in the blink of an eye, scattering with the wind. Qianrongji's message had finally arrived. Li Qingshan stood up abruptly, and so did Millipede. His mouth was wide open, his face full of shock. Li Qingshan pressed down on his shoulder and pushed him back down. "I'm going out to do something. I'll be back soon." Li Qingshan didn't ask for Millipede's help, nor did he plan to use him against the door. He was a great drinking buddy and that was all. He had to take care of his own business. Li Qingshan and Little N, one big and one small, disappeared from the cave. Little N even turned around and waved at him. Millipede sat there in a daze. Suddenly, he felt a sense of emptiness in his heart. Snowflakes fell into his bowl of wine. He took a bite of his favorite rice, but it seemed to have lost some of its flavor. He scratched his bald head in confusion. In the house, Qianrongji was deep in thought with a frown. She went through the plan in detail, including how to start, how to deal with the aftermath, and how to escape if they failed. She made sure there were no loopholes. Suddenly, she raised an eyebrow and turned around. "You're finally here." Li Qingshan happened to be standing behind her. Apart from the fact that he still seemed extremely sturdy, he had basically returned to his original state. This was the result of strengthening his cultivation of the spirit turtle's method of sea suppression recently. He saw the unusual black wolf uniform on her with a single glance. "You're a black wolf commander now?" Qian Rongji stood up and spun around, showing off. "How is it?" "Not bad, right?" "Not bad. Thank you. Looks like you've been doing well recently." "It's been all right." They greeted each other like old friends, using fake etiquette to maintain their fragile alliance. Before Li Qingshan could ask, Qian Rongji said, "The fish has already taken the bait. According to your request, I'm only fishing for the west gate." Li Qingshan asked in confusion, "How did you do it?" Luring people out of the door was not difficult, but luring out Grandma Shimen without alerting the other people outside was anything but simple. Qian Rongji did not explain. She gently stroked the black wolf tablet on her waist and smiled. "This is my job. It's all up to you now. If I don't get what I want, I won't let it go. As long as you do your job, you obviously don't have to worry about me." With absolute confidence, Li Qingshan adjusted himself to a peak condition. He needed a battle. His relaxed nerves were gradually being pulled taut as his battle intent rose up. Qian Rongji changed the topic. "Though I still have to prepare for the worst. Before we confirm the number of enemies, I'd advise you to hide your presence properly." Li Qingshan narrowed his eyes. Qian Rongji said calmly, "No plan is absolutely perfect. Even I can't eliminate all accidents. I don't need to say more about this. Before thinking about victory, think about failure." Of course, even if Qian Rongji did not say it, Li Qingshan would also prepare for the worst and not completely trust her. She said this to clarify that even if something unexpected happened, it was not her who wanted to harm him. Li Qingshan smiled. "Anyway, you only have one life. Cherish it." Of course, Qian Rongji also smiled. She knew that no matter what she said, she would not be able to deceive Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan did not expect that the place Qian Rongji chose would be here. He lifted the edge of the bamboo hat and looked at the towering Qian family's mansion. It was normal for her to choose a place she was familiar with. However, she had killed nearly 1,000 people here. Ordinary people would avoid it, but she did not. Everything was the best choice. Li Qingshan came to the other side of the mountain and found a cave entrance in the withered grass and fallen leaves. He entered it and gradually widened. In the end, it became a huge natural cave. Li Qingshan measured the height and even tried to transform. Then he began to make preparations. He constantly observed the cave. First, he pasted 7 talismans on the hidden stalagmite at the top of the cave. Then, he passed the talismans to little Anne. Even a lion would use all its strength to catch a rabbit. Moreover, this time it was an extremely dangerous beast. Chapter 197. You sure cultivate quickly. Grandma Shimen squinted her eyes and studied Qian Rongji. Her eyes were filled with deep doubt. The sacred church. A few young men gathered around Grandma Shimen, massaging her limbs. As they looked at Qian Rongji in the valiant uniform of a black wolf commander, they were filled with jealousy. Qian Rongji knelt down and begged. Rongji only obtained the demon's demon core by chance, which is why she's like this. However, it's not a long-term plan at the end of the day. Please accept me back under your wing, Granny. I definitely won't disappoint you. Grandma Shimen gently stroked the face of a handsome young man. If what you said is true, it's not like I can't consider it. Granny does like you very much. She felt extremely delighted to be bowed to by a black wolf commander. The handsome young man looked at Qian Rongji arrogantly, as if Qian Rongji was kneeling to him. Qian Rongji was overjoyed. Rongji definitely isn't lying. When I became a black wolf commander, I discovered through the informants of the Hawkwolf Guard that Li Qingshan had once appeared in ancient Wine City with that child. I specially sent people to investigate, and we only found where he was hiding after great difficulty. Not only does he possess the zombie Taoist's 100 treasures pouch, but it's very likely that Zhuojibwa and the other Hawkwolf Guards were harmed by him too. He possesses wealth worth several thousand spiritual stones at the very least. Granny definitely won't be disappointed. This was her scheme. If a measly Qi practitioner possessed great wealth and another powerful Qi practitioner learnt about it, they obviously would not contact their companions. Instead, they would find a way to keep the wealth for themselves. Just when Grandma Shimon's wrinkled face blossomed into a smile, an old voice rang out from outside. "Old woman, how could you forget about your younger sister when you have such great benefits?" Grandma Shimon's expression suddenly changed, while Qian Rongji's heart sank. It was Grandma Dongmen's voice. The East Gate Granny leisurely walked in, a delighted smile on her face. Grandma Shimon and Grandma Dongmen had always been enemies. They paid attention to each other's movements at all times. As soon as Grandma Shimon left the prefectural city, Grandma Dongmen sensed her. Suspicious, she tailed her silently. The people who pay the most attention to you are not your friends, but your enemies. Grandma Dongmen ignored Grandma Shimon's gloomy face and said to Qian Rongji, "Qian girl, take us there quickly. That guy is very alert. We can't listen to someone's stupid idea and waste a few days." The Great Wall. Qian Rongji looked at Grandma Shimon awkwardly. Grandma Shimon said with a calm face, "Let's go." Since things had come to this point, it was useless to be angry. She could only take it as a comeback for this old thing. The three of them arrived in the mountains behind ancient Wind City and stopped outside a pitch-black cave. Qian Rongji said, "Grandma, Li Qingshan should be hiding in there. Lead the way." Yes. The blow from the failure of her plan did not throw her off balance, nor did she reveal any openings. She planned carefully. As long as she could prove that Li Qingshan had indeed appeared in ancient Wind City, the two old women should not vent their anger on her too much. And before she left, she specially told the Eagle leader she trusted that she was going to ancient Wind City with them to investigate the disappearance of Hawkwolf guards. It was basically a protective talisman. If she did not succeed once, there would always be a next time. As long as she kept trying, there would always be a time when she would succeed. Following the winding path, he continued forward until he reached the huge cave. Qian Rongji's expression suddenly changed drastically. She almost cursed aloud. Li Qingshan did not hide his presence. He just sat down on a boulder and meditated casually. Grandma Shimon and Grandma Dongmen walked past her. Grandma Dongmen even patted her shoulder and said, "Well done." She did not notice her pale face. Qian Rongji said with some difficulty, "Please capture that Li Qingshan, grannies. I'll wait outside for now." Grandma Shimon nodded without minding it at all. She only looked at Li Qingshan. "Go wait in the carriage. We'll be out very soon." Grandma Dongmen's eyes lit up. "Old woman, go easy on him. It's rare to see a child as strong as him. Let me try the vitality devouring technique again." The vitality devouring technique. Grandma Shimon's heart skipped a beat. She glanced at Qian Rongji's back in thought. Qian Rongji sensed the sword-like gaze sweep past her, but she did not move faster. Holy Church! Grandma Shimon suppressed her suspicions. She turned around and scolded, "I knew you're going to be horny. I'll give this kid to you. I'll take 10% more of his belongings." Grandma Dongmen agreed with a creepy smile. She looked at Li Qingshan with an extremely greedy expression. "But don't suck it dry. We still have to ask about Ingjia's whereabouts and that beautiful child." Grandma Shimon looked around. She could not find little Anne. Didn't Wei Zhongwen ask Ma Bai to do the divination? That unlucky child is probably dead. The murderer should be in the north. It's most likely this kid. Qian Rongji's heart trembled. There was actually such an exquisite divination technique in the world. If it was not for Li Qingshan, she would have been exposed long ago. She made her way out of the cave in a single breath. As if she was exhausted, she leaned against the stone wall and sat down slowly. She slammed the wall viciously, leaving behind a deep handprint. If Li Qingshan were captured, then the matter of her killing Wei Yingjia would definitely be exposed. She would have to face the wrath of a 10th-layer Qi practitioner, or even the entire sect. The Hawkwolf Guard could not protect her, nor would they protect her. All she could do now was flee immediately. The further she fled, the better. However, the world was so vast, so where could she run to? She could only flee underground like Li Qingshan. Why didn't Li Qingshan flee? Look at that woman. No matter how high her cultivation is, she's like a dog. The carriage stopped nearby, in an empty clearing with sparse vegetation. A few handsome young men gathered together, pointing at the disheveled Qian Rongji. "You're the dogs." Qian Rongji glanced at them scornfully. The young men were stunned. The youths were stunned. One of them angrily said, "You actually dare to talk back?" Another sinisterly said, "Just because of this sentence, Granny can cut you into 1,000 pieces." They were relying on the West Gate Granny, a big tree. Normally, no one would dare to say even half a word of complaint to them. Qian Rongji smiled. "But the old granny isn't here right now." She walked over with her water-splitting barb. Even if she was fleeing, she had to drag a few of them down with her. What are you trying to do?" The young men were fearful. They backed away slowly, turning around and fleeing towards the carriage. Qian Rongji swung her hand, and there was a flash of light. All 8 of their legs were severed at the base. The horse neighed a few times uneasily and raised its hooves. Qian Rongji glanced at it, and it immediately quietened down. However, there were some who couldn't calm down. A few young men were rolling on the ground, screaming in pain. Qian Rongji skillfully stopped their bleeding. She channeled a stream of innate qi into each of them, so that they could stay awake and not faint from the pain. They could enjoy the torture. "You bitch, Granny will definitely kill you. Just you wait." "Ah!" The young man in red cried and cursed. The water-splitting barb slashed across his face, cutting off his nose and completely destroying his handsome face. Qian Rongji patted his bloody face. "I hope your granny will continue to love you, ugly noseless ghost." The other 3 young men didn't dare to curse anymore. They looked at Qian Rongji with fear and resentment. Their beautiful faces were the most important thing to them. They might be able to recover if their legs were cut off, but once their faces were destroyed, they would completely lose their granny's love. Then shrill screams like those of evil spirits resounded in the forest. Qian Rongji cut off another 3 noses and crushed them, cutting off all their hopes. She didn't choose to run away. Instead, she faced the cave not far away and sat down amidst the screams. If Grandma Shiman came out and saw her beloved gigolo in such a state, she would definitely tear her into pieces. However, she had completely calmed down. She knew what kind of person Li Qingshan was. Since he didn't run away, he must be confident that he wouldn't run away. Since he dared to fight, why wouldn't she? At worst, she would just die. Having come this far, she had already disregarded life and death. She would never take a step back. Qian Rongji's guess was right. Li Qingshan was indeed fighting. When he smelled 2 scents entering the cave, he knew that there was a problem with the plan. However, it shouldn't be Qian Rongji's plot. If she wanted to harm him, she could have summoned all the people in the clan. If it was just Grandma Shiman, he was confident that he could win. However, if Grandma Dongmen was added to the mix, his chances of winning would fall to less than 70%. If he didn't dare to fight when he had 70% confidence, could he still be considered a man? Therefore, he didn't hide. Instead, he sat there and adjusted every inch of his body to its best state. He was like a ferocious tiger preparing to hunt, quietly waiting for the prey to approach. Li Qingshan glanced at the pale-faced Qian Rongji and confirmed his conjecture. When he heard how the 2 old ghosts spoke again, they basically treated him like a piece of meat on a chopping block. As he moved, his murderousness rose up. Grandma Shiman looked at Li Qingshan, who was sitting still, and said strangely, "This brat isn't running away? He must be scared silly. Don't be afraid, good boy. Grandma won't hurt you." Grandma Dongmen smiled coquettishly as she used her arts of charm. No matter how impressive body tempering arts were, it was still a piece of cake for her with her strength as a 3rd-layer qi practitioner. Grandma Shiman sneered. She knew that the arts of charm were not very effective against Li Qingshan, but she purposefully did not warn Grandma Dongmen. She was waiting for her to make a fool of herself. Li Qingshan laughed aloud, shaking up the entire cave. The spirit turtle's demon core bobbed up and down in his body, suppressing all stray thoughts. Grandma Dongmen was surprised. "What are you laughing at?" Li Qingshan stopped laughing. "2 old and ugly monsters, yet you're acting coquettishly like a little girl. How laughable. Even if you can fool others, can you fool yourself? Why don't you look in the mirror and count how many wrinkles you have?" That immediately stabbed the 2 grannies where it hurt the most. They hated people mentioning their appearance and age the most. Grandma Dongmin was furious. "Brat, you're looking to die." With a wave of her hand, a tremendous pitch-black true qi turned into a huge black wave and swept towards Li Qingshan. Bang! 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 The thick stalagmites in the path of the true qi were smashed to pieces. Rubble flew everywhere like a huge black snake slithering on the ground. It arrived before Li Qingshan in the blink of an eye. It raised its head high and bit down viciously. With a great rumble, the boulder Li Qingshan sat on was smashed to pieces. Chapter 198. I've trained before. In addition to the 5 elemental energies, there were also yin and yang energies, which were collectively known as the mysterious yin energy and the mysterious yang energy. This sect cultivated both yin and yang energy. Men cultivated the mysterious yang energy, and women cultivated the mysterious yin energy. Their energies were black and white, and when cultivated to the extreme yin energy gave birth to yang energy, and the extreme yang energy gave birth to yin energy. Please bear in mind that not only is this not an evil technique, it is an orthodox Taoist technique. The yin and yang qi were ever-changing, and the cultivation methods they produced surpassed the true qi of the 5 elements. Moreover, their attributes varied greatly. The zombie Taoist practiced profounding true qi, but his profounding true qi was only for refining and nurturing corpses. It did not have the ability to bewitch people or steal their essence. Li Qingshan was secretly shocked. The Xianyin qi had never been known for its ferocity, yet it could have such an effect. 9th-layer qi practitioners were indeed not easy to deal with. Suddenly, a shadow enveloped Li Qingshan. A giant black hand viciously grabbed at him. Grandma Shimin opened her right hand and said gloomily, "Let's see where you can run to this time." "Why should I run?" Li Qingshan said proudly. He spread his hands apart and took out the cursive sword calligraphy. Incomparably pure true qi surged madly into it, and the strokes were like blades and swords, lighting up one by one. The last time he tried out the cursive sword calligraphy was in Qingyang City. The innate method of practicing qi was only at the 2nd layer, but now that he had reached the 7th layer, his true qi had increased by more than tenfold. A total of 21 strokes lit up on the cursive sword calligraphy, stabbing into the black hand. Sword qi shot out, and the black hand disintegrated inch by inch. A top-grade spiritual weapon. Grandma Shimin was shocked and shouted, "Black mud vortex." The thick black true qi formed a huge vortex in front of her. It spun at high speed, as if it wanted to swallow everything. This was the strongest protective spell that Grandma Shimin knew, and she was confident that it could withstand the bombardment of any qi practitioner's spells. 21 strands of sword qi pierced into the black vortex at the same time, and the vortex immediately stirred. Grandma Shimin's face was solemn. She operated the spell with all her strength, and the black mud vortex rotated at an extremely fast speed, shattering and annihilating the 21 sword qi. With a roar, the genuine qi vortex collapsed. Grandma Shimin lowered her body, and a sword light flashed past her shoulder, bringing out a splash of blood. Li Qingshan immediately took out a piece of spirit stone. The pure heaven and earth essence qi slowly flowed into his body through his palm, and his true qi quickly recovered. He was also shocked. Originally, he only wanted to block the attack of the big black hand and take the opportunity to escape. He didn't expect the cursive sword 9 astronomy. Advertisement for Zhongwen words. TXT download supreme spiritual weapon? Grandma Shimin's expression changed drastically. This cursive sword calligraphy wasn't complete, so even Grandma Shimin couldn't determine its rank. She only knew that it was extraordinary. Her embarrassment turned into anger, and she also felt extremely greedy. "This thing is mine, old woman. Don't fight with me." Grandma Dongman's eyes lit up. She closed her eyes, held a spell with both hands and chanted. The profound yin true qi all returned to her side, and it surged like black water as if it was alive. A sense of danger rose in Li Qingshan's heart. It must be an extraordinary spell for a level 9 qi practitioner to spend so much effort to prepare. But instead of retreating, he advanced. Holding the wind-entwining saber with a backhand, the acupoints under his feet produced a cushion-like true qi, and he stepped on the stone wall as if he was walking on flat ground. He took 7 steps in a row, and jumped above Grandma Dongman's head. With a flash of cold light, The wind-entwining saber was unsheathed with a clang and slashed down with the momentum of splitting a mountain. Grandma Shimon's spell had just been broken, and she couldn't save him in time. Or rather, she didn't want to save him at all. She had just made a fool of herself in front of Grandma Dongmen, and she certainly had to make up for it now. She just stood by and watched, thinking, this kid's body refining technique is really powerful. Together with that supreme spiritual weapon, if he suddenly attacks, maybe even a level 6 Qi practitioner will fall into his trap. Grandma Dongmen suddenly opened her eyes, clenched her hands, and pointed at Li Qingshan with her index and middle fingers. Snake binding curse. The black true Qi turned into thousands of pitch-black snakes and swarmed up, but the momentum alone was enough to frighten ordinary people. The wind-entwining saber was entangled by dozens of black snakes, and it couldn't move an inch forward as if it was stuck in a swamp. His body was also entangled by layers of snakes, leaving only a human shape. Li Qingshan focused his mind and put all his strength on the wind-entwining saber. His eyes passed through the black true Qi and stared at the top of Grandma Dongmen's head, and he shouted, "Break!" His arms suddenly expanded violently and turned green. The demonic energy broke through the black snake's restraint, and he slashed down violently. Grandma Dongmen, who had just put on a complacent smile, suddenly froze. This is... Grandma Shimon also noticed that something was wrong. She took out a small crimson needle. Although the needle was small, it was very bright. It turned out to be a superior-grade spiritual weapon. There weren't many superior-grade spiritual weapons in the first place, and needles were even rarer, so it was more difficult to refine. Once it was refined, it would be extremely powerful. Not only was it extremely fast and stealthy, but it could also break through all protective true Qi and spells. In a fight, it could instantly kill a Qi practitioner without a protective spiritual weapon. The flying needle pulled out a thin red line and almost reached first, stabbing at Li Qingshan's head. One of the skull prayer beads flew over and hit the flying needle. The other turned into a huge skull and bit at Grandma Shimon. Little and rushed out of the floating soil and jumped out of the darkness, stabbing at Grandma Dongmen's back. 3 talismans were stuck on her hands, feet, and sword, increasing her speed, strength, and lethality to the highest level, just to launch this fatal attack. Li Qingshan pretended to be weak in order to find an opportunity to form such a killing momentum. If he could kill one of the grannies first, he would definitely win this battle. Layers of light emitted from Grandma Dongmen's body, enveloping her whole body. The saber slashed and the sword stabbed, making 2 loud bangs. The light trembled, but it didn't break. Li Qingshan and Little and took advantage of the counterforce and jumped back lightly. A nick appeared on each of the saber and the sword. They both felt regretful. Grandma Dongmen had an extremely powerful protective spiritual weapon. The East Gate Granny shrieked and flew to the side. It had been many years since she had experienced such a life-threatening crisis. If she hadn't spent a large sum of money to buy a middle-grade spirit artifact, the luminous heart-protecting mirror, she would have almost died a violent death. When she looked at the luminous heart-protecting mirror again, she saw 2 deep marks on it, and its spiritual energy had been greatly reduced. She was both shocked and furious. Looking at Li Qingshan, he was already 3 meters tall. His body was as black as iron, and there were 2 horns protruding from his forehead. His red hair hung down to his waist. She shouted, "There's something wrong with this kid. Attack with all your strength." She raised her hand and a comb flew out of her sleeve. It expanded in the wind and flew toward Li Qingshan. The comb was shining with spiritual light. It was also a high-grade spiritual weapon. She didn't expect this kid to be so difficult to deal with. Even the beautiful child was very strange. But she believed that as long as they were serious, Li Qingshan would definitely be no match for 2 9th-layer aura refining cultivators and 2 high-grade spiritual weapons. However, she saw Li Qingshan take out a talisman. She could tell at a glance that it was a mid-grade thunder-summoning talisman. She sneered in her heart. It wasn't a thunderstorm, so this mid-grade thunder-summoning talisman couldn't even penetrate her protective true Qi. She was sure that Li Qingshan had exhausted all his tricks. Li Qingshan smiled slightly. His killing move wasn't over yet. The thunder-summoning talisman was activated, but it did not strike Grandma Dongmen. Instead, it turned into countless tiny bolts of electricity, illuminating the pitch-black cavern. It also illuminated the 8 talismans Li Qingshan had stuck on them. The electricity flowed through them. The 8 talismans were activated at the same time, forming a scorching bolt of lightning as thick as a water bucket. It struck Grandma Dongmen in the air. Her weak protective true qi was unable to stop it at all. It was pierced in a single stroke, and her radiant heart-protecting mirror shattered immediately. She shrieked out and fell out of the air as smoke rose from her body. What a vicious kid! Grandma Shimon's face darkened when she saw this. Deep wrinkles appeared on her face. She used a high-grade golden shell talisman to block the skulls that spewed flames. At the same time, she controlled the flying needle to stab Li Qingshan again. It was both swift and urgent. Even the skull prayer beads were unable to catch up. Li Qingshan's face narrowed. He expanded to 10 meters tall and extended his hand to grab the out-of-control comb. He released the spirit turtle's profound shell. With a clang, the flying needle stabbed into the spirit turtle's profound shell and became stuck, unable to advance any further. Grandma Shimon was surprised. Her flying needle had actually failed to penetrate the protective technique. When she looked at Li Qingshan's terrifying figure again, an idea flashed through her head. She cursed aloud. This is that little bitch's trap. At the same time, Little N arrived before Grandma Dongmen and stabbed down with his sword, giving her no time to catch her breath. With a clang, the sword landed on a patch of golden light. At that critical moment, Grandma Dongmen stuck a high-grade golden shell talisman on herself. High-grade talismans were extremely precious. They were reluctant to use them unless they had no other choice. Little N was emotionless. The hidden blade stabbed down like a storm. His arm had basically become a blur, and the golden light receded bit by bit. Grandma Dongmen was surprised, but she did not panic. She used the opportunity to ingest a healing pill and held a spiritual stone in her hand, recovering her true qi. She was charred all over, but just a few lightning summoning talismans were not enough to kill her. She was utterly furious, powering the spiritual comb desperately. The spiritual comb in Li Qingshan's hand trembled, but how could it rival his strength of 2 oxen? Just when he smiled, there was a sudden flash of light, and several dozen blades of light shot out from the teeth of the comb. They were no weaker than the sword qi from the cursive sword calligraphy. They were all there, unavoidable, and he could not block them with the spirit turtle's profound shell. Clang! 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 There was a series of metallic clangs as the blades of light landed on Li Qingshan's chest. Blood sprayed everywhere. Little N did not even look at it. His attacks became even more violent. The thin hidden blade could not be used anymore, becoming riddled with cracks. Grandma Dongmen's golden shell talisman had been weakened to the limit as well. It was on the verge of shattering. Several dozen terrifying wounds crisscrossed on Li Qingshan's body. Some of them were bone deep, but none of them were fatal. Wounds like that were nothing to demons. With a surge of demon qi, the wounds closed up rapidly and vanished. Grandma Dongmen's complacent smile froze on her face. Impossible. Even demons can't have such tough skin. Little did she know that after Li Qingshan achieved the second layer of the Ox Demon's Fist of Great Strength, his Ox Demon Forge's its hide had reached a new height as well. I've practiced it. As soon as Li Qingshan said that, he arrived before Grandma Dongmen and threw a punch. Chapter 199. The golden armor talisman was broken. A mysterious smile appeared on Grandma Dongmen's burnt face. She was holding a talisman between her skinny fingers. Huh. Li Qingshan was startled and felt that something was wrong. The talisman was activated. Cold light bloomed and cold air spread everywhere. Ice crawled up Li Qingshan's arm from his fist and sealed his whole body. His fist moved forward with difficulty, but it finally stopped in front of Grandma Dongmen. Li Qingshan's huge body turned into a big ice cube. His face was still full of shock. The terrifying murderous aura that almost suffocated Grandma Dongmen was also frozen in an instant. Little N was not spared either. He was sealed in ice and could not move. Li Qingshan was not the only one who had a trump card and a trump card. Grandma Shimon sneered. You are finally willing to use this supreme-grade cold wave talisman? She knew Grandma Dongmen had this trump card, so she usually gave her some leeway. Today she was finally forced to use it. She could not help but feel happy. The East Gate Granny had survived. but her face was filled with sorrow. Who knew how much effort she had put into cultivating for a century before she managed to accumulate a supreme-grade talisman? This was a true talisman that could save her life. Even if she killed Li Qingshan, it probably would not be enough to make up for her losses. She thought fiercely. If she knew this would happen, she would not have come. Wouldn't it be better to let this old man die in the trap? She looked at Li Qingshan again. Her eyes were full of hatred. She wanted to skin him, break his bones, and torture him to death. Grandma Shimin looked at Little N and sighed. It's a pity for this child. Otherwise, we could erase his original memory and control him with the mind-bewitching spell. We would have one more powerful weapon in our sect. The effect of the Cold Wave Talisman was not only to freeze, but also to freeze the body and destroy the meridians. It was almost equivalent to a strike from a Foundation Establishment Realm cultivator, and it was impossible to survive. Grandma Dongmen said, "This child is very strange, it's good that he's dead. This Li Qingshan is actually a monster. How could he hide his monstrous qi so well? He could even pretend to be a qi practitioner." In the blue and white ice, Li Qingshan's eyes suddenly turned. "Holy Church!" Grandma Dongmen exclaimed. "He's not dead yet. Do it now, or we'll all die here today." Grandma Shimin was also shocked. How could this be possible? Thump, thump, thump. Li Qingshan's heart beat like a war drum, faster and faster. His blood vessels expanded, his muscles bulged, and he let out a soundless roar. Crack, crack. Cracks appeared on the ice. Grandma Shimin didn't dare to be careless. She controlled the flying needle and stabbed Li Qingshan's heart with her other hand. She also held a supreme-grade spiritual talisman in her other hand. Suddenly, a streak of golden light shone, dazzling her eyes. Little N turned his frozen flesh and blood back into blazing flames. He stuck a spiritual talisman onto his white bones. It was a high-grade strength talisman of Vajra. A huge golden humanoid broke out of the ice. It had complete facial features and wielded a golden sword. Its effects were definitely not something an inferior spiritual talisman could compare to. At the core of the golden humanoid was a tiny white skeleton. As it was illuminated by the golden light, it actually faintly shone with a golden hue, giving off a hint of Buddhist aura. It turned around and glared at Grandma Shimin, vaguely giving off the feeling of a Vajra's glare. Grandma Shimin's expression froze. Her mind was shaken and she was taken aback. She had always cultivated the arts of charm to affect the minds of others, so her mind was naturally powerful. At this moment she was actually intimidated instead. The path of white bone and great beauty resonated with the strength talisman of Vajra, unleashing unimaginable might. The Vajra warriors were the protectors of the Buddhist kingdom. Even if they were tainted with a sliver of their spirituality, they were definitely not something that any qi practitioner could withstand. Both their strength and mind would be suppressed. The Vajra glared furiously, subduing the 4 demons. The Bodhisattva lowered his eyebrows, showing mercy to the 6 paths. There was no way Little N would let go of such an opportunity. He strode towards Grandma Shimin. The white bones were emotionless, but the Vajra was even more furious. He raised the golden sword high and swung it down with the power to slay all evil. Holy Hall! The threat of death brought Grandma Shimin back to her senses. The golden sword was already inches away from her. She screamed and cast a technique. Profound true qi surged out of her body and formed a protective barrier of true qi. She made up her mind and also took out a supreme-grade spiritual talisman. She hesitated for a moment, wondering whether she should retreat immediately or activate that supreme-grade spiritual talisman. Whoosh! The Vajra slashed through the protective barrier of true qi and severed her hand that held the supreme-grade spiritual talisman. Grandma Shimin clutched her severed arm and cried out in retreat. She wanted to use her true qi to retrieve the talisman, but the Vajra grabbed the talisman with one hand, causing her true qi to miss. Then it slashed down a second time. She did not dare to stay any longer. She cast a technique to increase her speed and ran out of the cave. However, when she looked up, she saw that Grandma Dongmen was even ahead of her. She could not help but curse in her heart. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. Boom! The ice shattered and shot out. Li Qingshan broke out of the ice and shouted, "Where do you think you're going?" He took a step forward and cast the Ox Demon Trample. A crack spread from the soles of his feet and quickly caught up to Grandma Dongmen. However, the target was not her. Smoke and dust rose everywhere. The cave collapsed and completely sealed the cave. Grandma Dongmen had just turned around and did not even have the time to speak. The tiger demon roared and released endless sound waves and wind blades. They swept over and pushed her against the stone wall. Before she could slide down, Li Qingshan caught up. A punch landed on her body. Black mud vortex. Under such circumstances, Grandma Dongmen was still able to cast a technique and offset most of the force. However, she still spat out a mouthful of blood. However, in an instant, Li Qingshan threw out 100 punches and shattered the black mud vortex. He smashed her whole body into the stone wall and turned her into meat paste. When Li Qingshan turned around, he saw that little and was chasing Grandma Shimen in all directions. With the sharpness of her flying needles, she actually pierced through the golden body. However, she did not injure little Anne's well-tempered white bones. Grandma Shimen suddenly felt a pair of red eyes staring at her. The huge figure was approaching quickly, and she was covered in the shadow of death. She could not help but feel desperate. Even without Xiaowen's extraordinary performance, Li Qingshan was absolutely confident that he could take on the Westgate Granny 2 against 1. While the Westgate Granny had been forced into a corner by Xiaowen, he reached out with his huge claw and grabbed the Westgate Granny. He tightened his grip, and her protective true chi shattered. The Westgate Granny followed in the Eastgate Granny's footsteps. She did not even have the time to shriek before she was crushed to pieces. Li Qingshan let out a sigh of relief and showed a bright smile. He had won this fight. Because his demonic chi was of the water attribute, the supreme grade cold wave talisman did not cause much damage to him. Even so, there were large areas of frostbite on his body. If it had been another supreme grade talisman, he might have been in danger this time. There were also many mistakes in this battle. First, he did not estimate the power of the cursive sword calligraphy. Otherwise, if he had included it in his plan, he would have had the chance to seriously injure or even kill Grandma Dongmen. Secondly, he underestimated the miraculous effects of the Vajra Titan talisman on little Anne. Of course, there was no need to demand perfection. Li Qingshan was also constantly learning how to fight in battle. In comparison, the Westgate Granny and Eastgate Granny had made even more mistakes. If they had been prepared right from the beginning and used their full strength instead of fooling around, Li Qingshan's chances at victory would have dropped to 50% at the very least. It was this kind of careless attitude that gave Li Qingshan the chance to strike first. He did not cooperate at all and only responded in panic under the endless attacks. The result of his defeat was practically written in the beginning. But what 9th layer Qi practitioner would be serious about a 3rd layer Qi practitioner? His greatest weapon wasn't the cursive sword calligraphy, nor was it the Vajra strength talisman. Instead, it was his outward weakness. At any time, he could take advantage of an unsuspecting opponent to strike first and seize the initiative. The flames devoured Grandma Shimen and Grandma Dongmen's corpses and returned to little Anne's body. Then she slowly condensed a body of flesh and blood. She smiled sweetly at Li Qingshan and handed over 200 treasures pouches, 2 superior-grade spiritual artifacts, and a supreme-grade talisman. Li Qingshan returned to his human form and opened the 100 treasures pouch to take a look. He was shocked. The space inside was vast, something he had never seen before. There were countless medicinal pills, spiritual stones, talismans, and cultivation methods. However, there was not a single chi-gathering pill. Instead, there was a medicinal pill called the chi-gathering pill. Its medicinal power was slightly inferior to the pearl dew pill, but it was 10 times stronger than the chi-gathering pill. There were a lot fewer impurities and there were 1,000 of them. There were also dozens of other medicinal pills. However, what surprised Li Qingshan the most were the 2 embroidered boxes filled with talismans. Inside were 2 light purple medicinal pills that gave off a strange fragrance. The embroidered boxes were obviously used to prevent the medicinal power from being lost. Li Qingshan did not dare to look too long and hurriedly closed the embroidered boxes. Something that a 9th layer Qi practitioner treasured so much was definitely not ordinary. When he had the chance, he would carefully inquire about the name of this spiritual medicine. There were many talismans. Apart from 2 or 3 superior grade talismans that caught Li Qingshan's attention, the others were not worth mentioning. There were only 2 spiritual artifacts, but the difference of one grade was at least 10 times the value. Just these 2 superior grade spiritual artifacts, the Scarlet Flying Needle and the Spiritual Comb, were worth more than the sum of all the spiritual artifacts that Li Qingshan had obtained, apart from the cursive sword calligraphy. Apart from this, there were not many spiritual stones, only a few dozen. They must have used all their wealth on the supreme grade talismans, superior grade spiritual artifacts, and the purple spiritual pill. Li Qingshan hugged Little and rubbed his hair. He smiled and said, "We're rich." He gave Little and 100 treasures pouches each. Little and said, "We're rich." Li Qingshan took out 100 herb pills and meditated on the spot for a while, recovering his true qi and demonic qi to their peak state. Only then did he raise the wind-entwining saber and open up the cave again. When he and Little came out of the cave, they saw Qian Rongji sitting on the empty ground not far away. They couldn't help but be surprised. "You didn't leave?" Qian Rongji smiled and said, "I haven't even gotten the things I wanted. How could I leave just like that?" She had a calm expression on her face, but she was actually very nervous. Only now did she relax. She was even more shocked by Li Qingshan's strength. He had actually killed 2 9th-layer Qi practitioners. Although this cultivation technique focused on bewitching the enemy's mind and couldn't be considered good at fighting, the strength of a 9th-layer Qi practitioner could not be faked. In her eyes, Li Qingshan became more and more mysterious and unfathomable. She then looked at Little and, who seemed to be filled with mystery. She couldn't help but sigh. This child was still so clean. Chapter 200. Yu Zijin. Her enchanting voice left Qian Rongji stunned for quite a while. She even smiled. "Hello." However, she only watched from afar and did not approach her. According to their agreement, when Li Qingshan gave Qian Rongji the pills and techniques related to the sect to her, Qian Rongji finally lost her composure. There were 9 bottles of first-rate pills of spring breeze and rain, as well as 3 bottles of profound yin pills specially prepared for cultivators who cultivated profound yin true qi. As for the other pills like pills of passion and pills of calming, there was no need to mention them. However, what caught her attention the most was not these, but a book called The Method of Bewitching Heart. This was a technique specially used to bewitch people with the method of bewitching heart as its foundation. Only the upper echelon of the sect had the opportunity to learn it. Regular disciples could only learn some regular techniques of charm. The method of bewitching people was basically like adding wings to a tiger for someone like her who was skilled at controlling and manipulating people. Li Qingshan suddenly said, "Give me 2 bottles of pills of spring breeze and rain." Qian Rongji handed them over generously. When Li Qingshan wanted to give her 2 bottles of qi-amassing pills in exchange, she waved her hand and turned him down. She said fervently, "I can draw out the others too." Li Qingshan cut her off. "You better think about how you're going to stay out of this." The 2 grannies of the sect could not be compared to people like Zhao Liangqing. Their disappearance would definitely lead to a huge commotion in the sect, and they would become extremely careful. Moreover, he would have to be extremely careful in his actions. If he were to face 2 9th-layer aura refining cultivators, his chances of winning would only be 50-50. If he were to face the 10th-layer aura refining vice sect leader and the unpredictable main sect leader, it would be almost certain that he would die. Qian Rongji's smile froze. She had thought through this as well. Once the sect investigated the whereabouts of the 2 grannies, it would not be difficult for them to discover that she had come into contact with them. She needed to deal with them extremely carefully, so how could she take any more risks? Her plan seemed easy, but she was actually dancing on the edge of a blade. "Thank you for reminding me, but I'm still a woman after all. I'm blinded by some petty profits and become short-sighted. You don't need to thank me. I'm just doing this for myself." Li Qingshan casually threw the 2 bottles of qi-gathering pills into her hands, took Little and with him, and disappeared into the woods. Qian Rongji stared at the gathering qi pill in her hand, reflecting on the gains and losses this time. She considered herself to be resourceful, ruthless, and decisive, but when it came to big matters, she showed her lack of tolerance and could not compare to Li Qingshan. The distant mountains were covered with pure white snow. The sparkling snowflakes fell on the wine bowl and overflowed. A big hand picked up the bowl of wine and drained it in one gulp. Li Qingshan smacked his lips. The taste of the wine had faded and was now even colder. It had a different taste to it. There was no sign of millipede. It seemed that he couldn't wait any longer and had returned underground. Thinking of Millipede's invitation, he shook his head and sighed. What fun could there be underground? After drinking with Millipede so many times in the past few days, he already knew that this was an order from the demon commander. If he thought deeper, it was an order from the #1 demon king of the Green Province, the Dragon King of the Sea. If Millipede reverted to his original form and went to a human city, he would be a monster that could destroy a city. This arrangement was probably to maintain peace between humans and demons. Suddenly, a gust of wind assaulted him from the back of his head. Li Qingshan tilted his head slightly, and a snowball brushed past his cheek. He turned his head, only to see Little Ann covering her mouth and snickering. Li Qingshan said, "All right, don't regret it." Before he could finish speaking, another snowball flew over. He was about to tilt his head to dodge, but the snowball also changed direction and smashed into his face, sending snowflakes flying everywhere. A white prayer bead flew back into Little Ann's hand. Li Qingshan wiped away the snowflakes on his face and widened his eyes. "I'm angry." Little Ann stuck out her tongue and fled out of the cave. Looking back, just as expected, Li Qingshan had caught up. He bellowed out, "Great snowball technique." The drifting snowflakes all gathered in Li Qingshan's hand, condensing into a huge snowball several feet in diameter. He pushed it towards Little Ann. "Hiya! Hiya!" The carriage driver waved his whip and urged the horses on, pulling the carriage over the snow. He was dressed in the uniform of the proud sword manor. He was Yu Shuquang's trusted disciple, the gentle young man who was often sent to deliver things. His name was Yu Lian. The carriage turned around a forest and saw a manor surrounded by snowy mountains. The carriage stopped at the entrance, and Yu Lian said, "Master, we're here." A swordsman with a full beard alighted from the carriage. He held his chest high and raised his head in an extremely impressive manner. He was Yu Shuquang. His face was beaming and he wore red silk robes. Only when he arrived at the entrance did he bow slightly. He knocked on the door gently, rather nervously. "Is great hero Nyo here?" Suddenly he heard a strange sound. He pressed his ear against the door and listened carefully. The sound grew closer and closer. Rumble. Oh no! Yu Shuquang used his movement technique and flew up. A huge white ball smashed through the vermilion door, brushing past his feet and rolling down the mountain. Yu Shuquang was still shaken. If he had been hit by that thing, he would have lost half his life. However, that thing seemed to be a snowball. However, he had never seen such a large, tough snowball before. Li Qingshan stood in the courtyard and saw Yu Shuquang from afar. He called out loudly, "Great hero Yu, why have you come?" Yu Shuquang went up in a hurry and bowed. He looked around and was stunned. There were traces of the huge snowball rolling past everywhere. A corridor had been destroyed, and a few of the woodshed in the east had collapsed. What are you doing?" "I'm having a snowball fight." Li Qingshan grabbed Little Ann by the collar. "I'm showing this girl power." Little Ann's seaweed-like, curly hair hung down. She said nothing obediently. She basically seemed rather timid. However, Li Qingshan knew that she was afraid of strangers the most. Once she was in front of outsiders, she would become very quiet. Yu Shuquang shivered. The tiger butcher really was violent. He had actually thrown such a huge snowball at such a cute child. If it struck, she would die. Yu Shuquang was afraid of persuading him otherwise. He even began to hesitate about his original plan. Li Qingshan asked, "What are you doing here?" Yu Shuquang gritted his teeth and fished out an invitation from his sleeve. He had invited Li Qingshan to attend a banquet in the Proud Sword Manor at noon the next day to celebrate Yu Zijian's breakthrough to the innate realm and becoming a Qi practitioner. Li Qingshan asked, "Has your daughter returned?" Yu Shuquang said, "Not yet. She'll probably be here tonight." "Then congratulations." Li Qingshan asked Little Ann, "Do you want to go?" Little Ann looked at Li Qingshan hesitantly, as if she was trying to guess what he was thinking. Li Qingshan said, "Then I want to go." It had been quite some time since he had taken her out for a walk. He said to Yu Shuquang, "All right, I'll go. However, I don't want to expose my identity, so arrange a private room for me." Yu Shuquang was overjoyed. He agreed in a hurry. At noon the next day, the light snow had just cleared up. However, not a single piece of snow had accumulated on the outdoor square of the proud sword manor. The disciples of the manor had swept it clean. Lanterns and streamers decorated the entire place. Everyone was in high spirits. To the people of the Jianghu, the four great joys of life probably could not even compare to the joy of breaking through to the innate realm. Breaking through to the innate realm represented entering a brand new world, possessing unimaginable possibilities. Perhaps power and wealth were just fleeting, but longevity was what everyone yearned for. A high-level qi practitioner could even live for over 200 years. Yu Zijian had become a qi practitioner, so the status of the entire proud sword manor would rise with her. Regular disciples like them could all benefit as well. And although Yu Zijian was Yu Shuquang's beloved daughter, she did not possess the arrogance of a young miss at all. Not only was she kind to regular disciples, but she also liked to uphold justice and uphold justice. The people of Salt Mountain City all praised her. When a person like that received the blessings of the heavens, others would always feel happy for her from the bottom of their hearts. However, there were also many young disciples who secretly sighed in sorrow, cutting off the possibility of becoming the son-in-law of the proud sword manor. Perhaps the story of a rich young lady marrying a poor boy could be repeated a few times in real life. However, qi practitioners would never marry a regular person. Sect Master Lu, you've come. Please come in, please come in. Yu Shuquang personally stood at the entrance of the hall to receive the esteemed guest. As he faced his fellow members of the martial arts society, he was so complacent that he almost raised his head to the sky. Yu Zijian sat in the main seat in the hall with some discomfort, accepting everyone's congratulations. She saw the various renowned figures of the martial arts society and uncles greet and congratulate her. She found it extremely strange. As it turned out, becoming a qi practitioner was actually such a good thing. When the banquet was about to begin, Yu Shuquang excused himself to everyone and took Yu Zijian to the back. "Father, where are we going?" Yu Shuquang said. "I'm taking you to see an esteemed guest. You have to be a little more polite when the time comes." Yu Zijian was rather confused. Earlier, when she wanted to be polite, Yu Shuquang would not even let her. He insisted on her maintaining her bearing as an innate master. Just who was it that could make her father treat her so seriously? In a dimly lit room with all the windows and doors shut, Yu Zijian saw an extraordinarily tall, sturdy figure. He wore a huge, conical bamboo hat on his head, and there was a bamboo basket beside him. An extremely sumptuous banquet was laid out before him. Yu Zijian could not sense the presence of a qi practitioner or even a cultivator, but it did not diminish his dignified bearing at all. She became slightly more solemn. Yu Zijian said, "This is Great Hero Nyo Air." Yu Zijian's seriousness immediately collapsed. "Damned girl, don't laugh," Yu Shuquang barked. He was afraid that she would anger Li Qingshan. Before he could say anything, Yu Zijian said apologetically, "Great Hero Nyo, I'm not laughing at you. Please don't take offense." She also found it very inappropriate to laugh at someone else's name to their face, but the contrast earlier was just too great, so she could not help herself. Li Qingshan's impression of Yu Zijian was limited to the girl in violet beside Hua Chenglu. Now that he heard her speak, he took quite a liking to her. He studied her. Her hair was not adorned with pearls or jade. Her fine black hair was tied into a thick bun, with 2 strands draping down her cheeks. It made her seem even more clear and beautiful. She was still dressed in bright violet clothes, with a deep violet sash around her waist, accentuating her unique, slender waist. Moreover, her bearing was natural and gentle, and her words were light and casual. Although it had not reached the level of love at first sight, she was still a cute young woman that moved his heart. Just looking at her made him feel refreshed. There was a saying that those who could hear the sound of a hairpin falling through a curtain, yet they did not think about it, were either foolish or intelligent. Fortunately, I'm between foolish and intelligent. Chapter 201. Your daughter really is a smart and polite woman. My trip here this time has been worth it. The last time Li Qingshan saw her, he had been surrounded by a group of people from the Jianghu. He was constantly worried about Grandma Shimen outside. Even when he spoke, his gaze was fixed on Hua Chenglu. Now that he saw Yu Zijian again, he was rather surprised. You're too kind, you're too kind. Yu Shuquang smiled, but he was in thought inside. Don't tell me Li Qingshan is interested in my daughter? The first thought that crossed his mind was, absolutely not. How could he entrust his daughter to a murderous butcher? However, upon further thought, he felt that it might not be impossible if Li Qingshan really was interested. He had seen Li Qingshan's original appearance before. He knew he was only 16 or 17, the same age as Yu Zijian. He could be regarded as a dignified young man. He had only become like this to hide from powerful enemies. It had already been mentioned before that in the eyes of the experienced Zhang Hu, Li Qingshan's appearance was much more pleasing to the eye than the pale-faced scholar. Coupled with his startlingly powerful ability, he would just have to see what this girl was thinking. However, these thoughts of his were destined to be fruitless. That was because as Li Qingshan studied Yu Zijian studied Li Qingshan as well. The shadow from the bamboo hat almost completely hid his dark face, only revealing a beardless chin. Although his yellow robes had been specially made to be several sizes larger than a regular person's, they were still unable to hide his bulging muscles. All young women yearned for love, but the ones they yearned for were graceful gentlemen, handsome gentlemen, not a super fierce man like him. Probably only a thirsty, resentful woman would be interested in someone like him. However, when the sharp gaze that emerged from the darkness swept past her, she could not help but shiver slightly. She lowered her head in a hurry. The gaze seemed to possess a dangerous and invasive nature, such that she dared not look directly at it. As he lowered his head, he saw that the ground was littered with pig and chicken bones. It was obvious that Hironyo's mouth had not been idle while he was in a daze. However, he had completely wronged Li Qingshan. The quality of the banquet Yu Shuquang had prepared far exceeded what he usually prepared. Whether it was roasted whole lamb, crystal pork knuckles, or stewed beef, they were all delicious. They were all his favorites as a carnivore. There was even a steamed bear paw which was absolutely delicious. He spread his belly and ate a lot of food, but he didn't spit out the bones when he ate meat. Instead, like a wild beast, he chewed the bones into powder and ate them together. The bones on the ground were all leftovers from little Anne's meal. She followed Li Qingshan, and her appetite for food had increased a lot. When she ate, she chewed slowly and looked elegant, but she was not much slower than Li Qingshan, who was wolfing down his food. However, she refused to eat bones. Although she refined white bones, she had no interest in the bones of cooked animals. Actually, the food she ate did not even reach her stomach. It was all refined with her true flames. She purely wanted to taste it. Yu Shuquang's respectful attitude made her directly treat Li Qingshan as a senior on the level of an uncle. It was impossible for her to develop any romantic feelings towards him. Zijian. Yu Shuquang tugged at Yu Zijian's sleeve. Yu Zijian returned to her senses and raised her head. You're too kind, great Hironyo. As she listened to Li Qingshan's heavy voice, her heart became even calmer. However, she felt that this great Hironyo was slightly familiar, so she asked without any hesitation, have we met somewhere before? Li Qingshan shook his head and asked with a smile, do you have 100 treasures pouch on you? I don't, Yu Zijian answered honestly. Originally, Hua Chenglu wanted to give her one, but she was afraid that she would never be able to return the favor, so she did not accept it. And she had heard that as long as she joined the 100 schools of thought, she could receive her own 100 treasures pouch. This is the first 100 treasures pouch I've ever obtained. I'll give it to you as a congratulatory gift. Li Qingshan took out a rather damaged 100 treasures pouch. It was the one he had obtained from Qian Rongji's dead older brother. Although he found this girl to be quite nice, he did not actually have any delusions that he would give her an extremely precious gift to please her. However, the gift was too light, and it was unsuitable. It would be better if it was suitable. He just happened to have many 100 treasures pouches on him. All Qi practitioners could not lack them, but these 100 treasures pouches could not be stored together, so he could only fold them up and carry them on him. He had almost become a disciple of the beggar's gang, and he had an unprecedented number of over a dozen pouches. It was perfect for him to get rid of one this time. Yu Shuquang beamed. He had heard about 100 treasures pouches a long time ago. The 100 treasures pouch was even rarer than spiritual artifacts. Li Qingshan had been so generous right from the start, which made him feel like his hard work during this period had not been for nothing. That's far too precious. Yu Zijian declined in a hurry. She glanced at Yu Shuquang and wondered what great hero Niu's relationship with her father was. Why had she never heard of him before? Li Qingshan smiled. I'm just afraid you'll find it old. If you don't like it, I have others. You can exchange them. That's not what I meant. Yu Zijian waved her hand in a hurry. Yu Shuquang coughed gently. Great hero Niu wants you to accept it, so just accept it. Only then did Yu Zijian accept the old 100 treasures pouch happily. Her feelings were no different from Li Qingshan's in the past, but it was exactly because it was old that she was able to accept it calmly. Li Qingshan said, there are still many people waiting up ahead. There's no need to waste time here. You should go. Yu Shuquang said, we'll be taking our leave first. If there's anything you need, feel free to tell the servants. They had left. Li Qingshan took off his bamboo hat and carried Little and out of the bamboo basket, placing him on his lap. Let's keep eating. After 3 rounds of wine and 5 different dishes, Yu Shuquang's face had already become bright red from drinking. He was currently competing with his good friend, the master of the elation school. At the entrance, a man with a pockmarked face raised his head and stared at the words, Proud Sword Manor. He sneered hatefully. He seemed to be in his 40s, but he wore an extremely luxurious robe around his waist. A treasured blade hung from his waist. Its hilt was made of pure gold, embedded with a cat's eye gem. It was extremely grand. It was as if he was afraid that others would not know he was wealthy. Afterwards he directly barged in. Who are you? You can't enter without an invitation. Just when the disciples guarding the entrance wanted to stop him, the pockmarked man swung his sleeve. Before he could even touch the disciples, they were all sent flying through the entrance uncontrollably. An innate master. Most of the people who had come to attend the banquet were people of the Jianghu. When they saw this, they all cried out. Only innate masters could externalize their true qi. The pockmarked man stopped in front of the hall. Under the gazes of several hundred guests, he said sternly, Yu Shuquang, you've invited everyone, so how could you forget to invite an old friend like me? Yu Shuquang heard the disturbance outside and had already rushed out with his fellow martial artists. He gazed down from the 12th floor and gasped. The crippled madman. The expressions of his fellow martial artists beside him all changed. Beside the individual tables, another young man asked, Who's the crippled madman? Why haven't I heard of him before? The old man who was knowledgeable about the history of the Jianghu said softly, His name is Ma Chaochuan. He's skilled in the 36 dances of the Mad Demon Blade style. He's extremely vicious when he fights, always wanting to drag his opponent down with him. He also has pockmarks on his face, so he's also known as the crippled madman. Does he have some grievances with Great Hero Yu? The Proud Sword Hall was originally called the Mad Blade Hall. In the past, the two of them had fought over the heart of a woman. They had staked their lives on the line. Ma Chaochuan had been defeated in a single move, and he had fled into the mountains and forests ever since. As a result, Yu Shuquang took the woman as his wife and used the Mad Blade Hall as his foundation to rapidly strengthen his organization. In the end, he unified Salt Mountain City. Never did he think that his old rival in love would actually reappear after so many years, and he was already an innate master. Yu Shuquang's expression changed for a while before changing into a smile. He clasped his hands. Brother Ma, it's been many years. Have you been well? Ma Chaochuan was taken aback at first before laughing aloud. That doesn't sound like something the Mad Sword hero would say. Where's your arrogance? Where's the... Get her to come out and see me. Suddenly, he called out madly, senior brother, I've returned. I'm already an innate master. However, no one dared to laugh at his madness. His roar was filled with innate true qi shaking up the hall. Everyone's ears rang as they became shocked. Yu Shuquang sighed. Shi has already passed away many years ago. Ma Chaochuan was taken aback. His eyes reddened as he ground his teeth. She's actually already dead? You must have caused her death. She didn't like you at all. Oh right, she must have discovered that you poisoned me, right? What nonsense are you spouting? My father would never poison you. Yu Zijian stood in the crowd and watched on. When she heard that, she immediately refused to accept it. She parted the crowd and called out loudly, "Zir?" Ma Chaochuan was taken aback. At a closer glance, he discovered that her age did not seem right. "Who are you?" "I'm Yu Zijian. I'm my father's daughter." "And who are you? How dare you behave so atrociously in the proud sword manner?" Ma Chaochuan came to a realization. "I'll expose this hypocrite before everyone right now. Back then I was already a first-rate master, while your father was only at the peak of the second-rate. How could his wild sword defeat my mad blade? If your father hadn't poisoned me, would he have one?" "Zijian." Just when Yu Zijian wanted to retort, Yu Shuquang grabbed her. "That's right. I couldn't defeat you back then. Father." Yu Zijian looked at Yu Shuquang in disbelief. The surroundings were thrown into an uproar. Although Yu Shuquang was not as great as Yu Zijian imagined him to be, he was still a pillar of support for the orthodox path. He was renowned for his chivalry. Ma Chaochuan was taken aback at first. He never expected Yu Shuquang to admit it so readily. He laughed aloud. Everyone heard it. "Girl, you heard it too. Just what kind of person is your father? But I wasn't the one who poisoned him. It was Zir." What Yu Shuquang said next made everyone fall silent. "My mother?" Yu Zijian was stunned. She did not have a particularly deep impression of her mother who had passed away so early. She only remembered her as an extremely gentle, beautiful woman who often sighed. Yu Shuquang often said that she was as kind as her mother. Ma Chaochuan felt like a boulder had been thrown into the lake in his heart, kicking up huge waves. "Impossible. You're just spouting nonsense. Junior sister has always been in love with me, so why would she harm me? Why would she harm me?" Chapter 202. Yu Shuquang smiled bitterly. "You should have known this a long time ago. I never had the opportunity to touch your food and drink. The Holy Hall." This was a doubt that had existed in Ma Chaochuan's heart for many years, but he never dared to look at it directly. He refused to believe that the extremely gentle woman who had grown up with him would do something so cruel to him. Now that he had suddenly received confirmation, his conviction for revenge that he had cultivated arduously for many years suddenly became so pitiful and laughable. He could not help but become furious as tears streamed down his face. He roared at the sky madly. Yu Zijian was originally extremely annoyed with him, but when she heard his howl like a despairing beast, she could not help but feel miserable. She felt great sympathy for him. "He must have loved my mother very much. My mother was far too wrong. If she didn't like him, she could have just told him directly. Why did she have to poison him? Don't be sad. So many years have already passed. You'll definitely find a woman better than my mother." Ma Chaochuan stopped howling with that. He looked at Yu Zijian. Her beautiful face filled with sincere sympathy seemed to overlap with the face in his heart. He murmured, "You really are like her. Brother Ma, so many years have passed. We're both grown up, so it's time for us to let go of these grievances. Today is a joyous day to celebrate Zijian becoming a Qi practitioner. She'll be taking the entrance exams for the 100 schools of thought next year. Why don't you sit down and have a drink?" Yu Shuquang hinted. They were no longer regular members of the martial arts society that could be trampled on. Ma Chaochuan suddenly raised an eyebrow and revealed a twisted smile, which made his pockmarked face seem even uglier. "I want to compete with you again." Afterwards, he pointed at Yu Zijian. "She'll be the wager." With a crack, Li Qingshan broke the chopsticks in his hand. "That's far too shameless." He had heard the disturbance outside before anyone else. Afterwards, he listened to the grievances of the Jianghu with interest as he ate. It really did go down well with his meal. He felt quite sympathetic towards this pockmarked brother. The feeling of being betrayed by someone he trusted was probably horrible. At the same time, he felt great disdain towards the. She had sacrificed her own senior brother Cho for a handsome man. That was far too unfair. The two of them could be regarded as prodigies among men, yet they had taken a liking to such a fickle woman. They really had low standards. Fortunately, Yu Zijian was not as heartless as her mother. However, when they heard Ma Chaochuan's final decision, they completely disagreed with him. This was no longer just revenge against Yu Shuquang. It was revenge against the woman called Zi as well as the entire society. Who do you think you are? Do you think you can do whatever you want just because you have a cultivation? You want? Even if you have cultivation, do whatever you want? Don't you even think about it? Yu Shuquang, who had remained calm the entire time, immediately reddened. He drew his sword and widened his eyes. Yu Zijian was the apple of his eye. If anyone touched a single hair on her, he would throw his life at them. Yu Chun. Zijian was saint or comma was to yen to zi, t is, the sword to t by comma yu to up to yen. Yu, Chun after shan to he to sanat. Tian good. Under everyone's watchful gazes, Ma Chaochuan repeated 3 times. He showed no fear at all. I've cultivated arduously on the Pheasant's Grace Mountain for all these years just for this day. Those who have nothing to do with this, piss off. If anyone gets in my way, you can just wait for the revenge of the Pheasant's Grace Mountain. Ah! With that, a series of cries rang out at the same time, rushing into Li Qingshan's ears. His expression was strange as well. The Pheasant's Grace Mountain? Was this the legendary Count of Pheasant's Grace Mountain? The others obviously did not share the same thoughts as Li Qingshan. No one here had been to the Pheasant's Grace Mountain before. They did not even know where it was. However, as long as they were first-rate experts, they would have heard of the Pheasant's Grace Mountain. The Green Vine Mountain, the Pheasant's Grace Mountain, and the Burial Mound Mountain were 3 powerful cultivation sections. They were renowned throughout the entire Clear River Prefecture, and they had become the sites of the 3 mountains. Not only were there Qi practitioners among them, but there were even Foundation establishment cultivators who had undergone the first heavenly tribulation guarding them. Their strength went without saying. As long as regular people could join any one of them, they would be like a carp leaping through the dragon's gate. Their statuses would be drastically different. No one dared to ignore Ma Chaochuan's threat. To the people of the Jianghu, Qi practitioners were existences higher up the food chain. Many of the people who were more on friendly terms with Yu Shuquang backed away silently. Only a few of his good friends remained by his side. They were hesitant as well. Yu Zijian's face was bright red. She was speechless from embarrassment and anger. Seeing this, she scolded, "You're bold enough to kill people recklessly. Aren't you afraid of the Hawkwolf Guard?" She had personally witnessed the might of a Hawkwolf Guard before, so she had an extremely deep impression of him. Ma Chaochuan laughed aloud. "The Hawkwolf Guard? Do they care about the lives of you people of the Jianghu?" Li Qingshan exhaled gently. He knew that Ma Chaochuan was right. He was a member of the Hawkwolf Guard, so he understood this very well. People of the Jianghu who practiced inner force were a special group that existed between regular people and cultivators. The Hawkwolf Guard's attitude towards them was extremely special. The Black Wind Stronghold could massacre villages as a show of force and place their names on the blacklist. It had been many years since the Hawkwolf Guard paid any attention to them. However, if a cultivator did that, it would be considered a crime. The commander would directly assign them a mission to deal with it. If the entire clan of people of the Jianghu was destroyed, even if several hundred of them died, the Hawkwolf Guard would only investigate it casually at most. They would never treat it as a proper matter. When people of the Jianghu killed regular people, they would be treated as regular people and treated as such. However, when they were killed by Qi practitioners, they would be treated as Qi practitioners and ignored. Under Ma Chaochuan's vicious gaze, the master of the Elation sect gulped. "Brother Yu, look," Yu Shuquang clasped his hands around. Yu Shuquang, thank you all for your support today, but this is my personal grievance. It has nothing to do with you. Whoever interferes will be making an enemy of my proud sword manor, and looking down on me." Everyone was touched and ashamed. Great hero Yu truly was chivalrous. He did not make things difficult for his friends. When they looked at Ma Chaochuan again, they found him to be even more despicable. The master of the Elation sect wanted to say something, but he backed off to one side in the end. Yu Shuquang's side immediately emptied out, only leaving Yu Zijian behind. She tugged at Yu Shuquang's sleeve, feeling both admiration and anxiety. "Father, he's a second-layer Qi practitioner." First-rate masters had no chance of victory against a second-layer Qi practitioner, and she had just ingested an innate pill recently. Although she was a first-layer Qi practitioner now, She might not even be a match for a first-rate master like Yu Shuquang in terms of battle prowess, much less Ma Chaochuan's opponent. Stop putting on an act. If you're a man, then come at me. I'll let you take 3 moves first. Ma Chaochuan was furious. This bastard was the best at using false pretenses to win people over. If it were not for his glib tongue, why would His heart ached. He looked at Yu Zijian again and his gaze softened. His efforts over the past few years would not go to waste. He would definitely make it up to her. Yu Shuquang gently pushed Yu Zijian away. Don't worry. You can go to the back. He winked at Yu Zijian before turning to Ma Chaochuan. Ma madman, come. Let's spar again. Let's see if your blade of madness is stronger or my sword of madness is stronger. Yu Zijian was taken aback. We're in the middle of a battle of life and death. Yet father is telling me to go to the back? What does that mean? Suddenly her eyes lit up. She hurried off to the back of the Proud Sword Hall without even looking back. Right now, the only person who could save her was Great Hero Neo. The door to the room was pushed open loudly. Light shone into the pitch-black room, illuminating a broad back. Countless specks of dust could be vaguely seen. Li Qingshan wore a large, conical hat as he held up a bowl of alcohol, acting like he was drinking it. As if she had seen a life-saving straw, Yu Zijian said, Uncle Neo, please save my father. Li Qingshan almost spat out his alcohol. Why had he suddenly become her uncle? And it felt like he had been farming for 40 years. So-called men, even if they did not like a woman, they still hoped that she would fall in love with them, let alone the fact that he had a rather good impression of Yu Zijian. He could not help but feel slightly gloomy. However, an extremely gentle chuckle rang out from the bamboo basket beside him. Yu Zijian had seen quite a lot of the world with Yu Shuquang. She knew that only by getting closer to him could she ask for his help. She never thought that this form of address filled with respect would achieve the exact opposite effect. Before Yu Zijian could say anything, Li Qingshan had already said, I heard everything that happened outside. Uncle Neo, my father, smack. Li Qingshan placed the bowl of alcohol on the table and said gloomily, I'm not your whatever Uncle Neo. Don't call me that. Yu Zijian felt wronged. She knew that Great Hero Neo was afraid of offending the Pheasant's Grace Mountain, so he refused to help. However, Yu Shuquang's life was hanging by a thread. In order to save her father, she could no longer care about her dignity as a woman. She said loudly, then I'll call you Uncle Neo, all right? I beg you. Li Qingshan's head paused. Whatever you want. He kicked the bamboo basket. Little Anne's laughter was basically infuriating to him. Yu Zijian thought that he had agreed to it. She wiped away the tears from the corner of her eyes. Thank you, Uncle Neo. Let's go. She was tempted to grab his arm. Li Qingshan said, You've heard what your father said. This is your family's matter. I can't interfere. Yu Zijian paled and collapsed on the ground. Then what do we do? Li Qingshan said, But aren't you a chi practitioner too? Yu Zijian raised her head. Her pretty face was like a tearful beauty. The blade and sword collided and sparks flew. There was also a splash of blood, which came from Yu Shuquang's shoulder. Ma Chaochuan let out a meaningless roar. He seemed almost deranged, but the treasured blade in his hand danced about like a storm. The chilling coldness reached several meters away. The spectating members of the martial arts society were all shocked, retreating into a large circle. Yu Shuquang also retreated step by step. He left behind a footprint in the marble with each step. He had launched the first 3 strikes, pushing his sword style and moves to the limit, forming a circle of blurs before him. Chapter 203. You'll never be able to match up to me in martial arts. Ma Chaochuan took a step forward and swung his right arm like a willow branch. The treasured blade followed, swinging horizontally and vertically. He swung it 13 times from 13 different angles. Every single strike was as swift as the wind, actually tearing through the air and kicking up a fierce gust of wind, producing a sharp whistle. The sacred hall under the influence of hatred, he pushed his blade style to the limit. He was as wild as the wind, filled with a terrifying bearing of wanting to drag his enemy down with him. Even if the spectators looked down on his actions, they did not dare to look down on his martial arts. On the other hand, Yu Shuquang did not possess any of the might of a wild sword at all. His clothes were tattered, and he struggled to move left and right. Every time the blade pierced through the sword, it would leave behind a wound on him before retreating. He was like a horseman riding through the borders of an enemy kingdom, burning, killing, and plundering. It was like he had entered a deserted land, yet he did not kill them. He wanted to humiliate them viciously. He retorted, "What else do you have apart from martial arts?" Ma Chaochuan paled. He had been stabbed where it hurt. He was ugly and his words were crude. Apart from his martial arts, he really had nothing else that he excelled in, which was why Yu Shuquang had stolen Zier's heart. He wandered the Jianghu alone. Apart from his martial arts he had nothing else. He bellowed out, "Die." He channeled his true qi, and the light from the blade pressed down like a mountain. The sword wanted to resist, but it was already riddled with wounds like Yu Shuquang. It immediately shattered when it came in contact with the mountain of blades. "Master! Brother Yu!" Countless calls rang out, but they were not as fast as the blade. No one could stop them. Yu Shuquang closed his eyes helplessly. "Zier, I've come to see you." Outside the proud sword manor, on a luxurious carriage pulled by 4 horses, 2 young men dressed in luxurious silk robes sat opposite each other. They were as arrogant as 2 roosters and were leisurely sipping tea. It was as if they did not know what was happening in the proud sword manor. However, Ma Chaochuan had come to Salt Mountain City on these 2 carriages before disembarking and entering the proud sword manor. The young man on the left said, "Junior brother Ma is just too slow. Why don't you deal with him quickly?" A lifelike tail feather of a rooster was embroidered on his chest. It was beautiful and glorious. It was the symbol of the Pheasant's Grace Mountain. Only formal disciples at the 3rd layer and above had the right to wear it. His cultivation level was shockingly at the 5th layer of qi refining. Years of accumulated resentment. It's understandable. On the other hand, the young man on the other side was indifferent. That was the indifference of a strong cultivator. 2 tail feathers were embroidered on his chest. That was the symbol of a core inner sect disciple, who had surpassed the 6th layer of qi refining. You're in such a sorry state for a woman. With his aptitude, he can only reach the peak of the 2nd layer of the aura refining realm in this lifetime. A 2nd layer qi practitioner is enough. Once we take back Salt Mountain City, he can stay here and gather talents for the Pheasant's Grace Mountain, just in case the people of the Green Vine Mountain always get ahead of him. Senior brother is wise. Stop! Yu Zijian called out. Ma Chaochuan suddenly raised his head. A wave of fiery light surged towards him. With a cry, he spun his blade and slashed upwards. There was a boom and flames exploded. Although Ma Chaochuan managed to avoid being incinerated, he was sent flying. His eyebrows were scorched. He cried out, "Scarlet Fire Talisman!" Yu Zijian had already helped Yu Shuquang up. "Father, are you fine?" Yu Shuquang saw how she was alone. Is he unwilling to help? Yu Zijian shook her head. She fed the recovery pill Li Qingshan had given her to Yu Shuquang, and commanded the disciples of the Proud Sword sect. Afterward she faced Ma Chaochuan. "I'll be your opponent." "Girl, do you think you can become my opponent just because you have a few talismans in your possession? Move aside. Let me kill your father, and then I'll take you to the wedding." As Ma Chaochuan said that, he began to laugh aloud. He found it extremely amusing. However, no one in the surroundings agreed with him. They all glared at him furiously. Originally, Yu Zijian was still rather fearful, but when she saw Yu Shuquang's miserable state, she became furious. "It's no wonder my mother doesn't like a baddie like you." Baddie was a swear word used by children. It would only make adults laugh. However, the second sentence made Ma Chaochuan cry out in anger. "How do you know she doesn't like me? She likes me the most. She's always called me senior brother since young." As he said that, he almost burst into tears again. He alternated between sorrow and joy, anger and sorrow. He really did seem like a madman. Yu Zijian held a talisman. She was extremely reluctant to do this. Then she thought of what Uncle Nyo had said just now. "Once you use this talisman, you'll definitely be able to kill him in a single stroke. You can't be soft-hearted." Ma Chaochuan raised his treasured blade and pointed it at Yu Zijian. Alright, I'll capture you first and then I'll kill your father. Yu Zijian raised her right hand as she watched Ma Chaochuan charge over. She swung it forcefully from left to right, and a crescent-shaped golden arc of light appeared. Ma Chaochuan's pupils constricted. Golden crescent slash. However, he had no intentions of retreating. Although the golden crescent slash was an extremely terrifying metal element technique that was swift and sharp, he was confident he could block a golden crescent slash from a low-grade talisman with his blade. However, the golden arc seemed to be much brighter than he had imagined it to be. Before he could think too much about it, the golden arc had completely vanished from his vision. Oh no, that's a mid-grade talisman. With that thought, there was a splatter of blood and intense pain. A mid-grade talisman was equivalent to a technique from a 6th-layer Qi practitioner. Although it lacked a lot of meticulous control and variations, it was definitely powerful enough. It was not something a measly 2nd-layer Qi practitioner could block. However, Li Qingshan had quite a few mid-grade talismans in his possession. Apart from supplementary talismans that could increase his speed and strength, offensive talismans basically had no use at all. No matter how strong or weak the enemy he was about to face, they would not be able to use talismans like this. However, a mid-grade talisman was a god artifact that could determine the outcome of a battle between weaker Qi practitioners. Ma Chaochuan suddenly fell to the ground, but he discovered that he was still conscious. Although the golden crescent slash had left behind a horrific wound on his shoulder, it was not fatal. In the final moment, Yu Zijian's hand moved slightly, preventing her from killing him on the spot. She panted slightly and said to Ma Chaochuan, "You've lost. I won't kill you. You can go." In the secret room, Li Qingshan shook his head slightly. He had told her not to show any mercy. Although he sympathized with his brother Ma slightly, his principles were that as long as he was identified as an enemy, he would not show any mercy. However, he did not blame her. A girl as gentle and kind-hearted as her was quite rare. Helping her was much more enjoyable than helping Qian Rongji at the very least. He shook his head and murmured, "I'll show mercy, but I'll show no mercy." "Uncle Niao," Little An said crisply with a giggle. Li Qingshan's expression seemed like he had been stabbed. He pinched her tender cheeks and pulled them apart. "If you keep calling me that, I'll rip your mouth apart." Little An said vaguely, of course. Ma Chaochuan's expression changed several times. He stood up with his blade. "No, I haven't lost. I won't lose again. Don't move." Yu Zijian immediately had no idea what to do. She took out another golden crescent slash talisman. Uncle Nyo's voice rang out in her head. "Bring an extra one just in case." He actually seemed to see through her reluctance to kill him. However, Ma Chaochuan continued forward as if he was courting death. He had already lost once. He could not afford to lose again. "They have talismans, but don't we?" Suddenly, a person called out from outside. A streak of yellow light shot in from outside, sticking to Ma Chaochuan's back. It was actually another mid-grade talisman. A flash of light enveloped him from head to toe. Ma Chaochuan felt his mind rouse as endless power filled his body. True Qi constantly flowed out from his back. He turned around and said gratefully, "Senior brother Song." Yu Shuquang's expression changed drastically. The Pheasant's Grace Mountain actually still had masters here. In the carriage, the young man with a chicken's plume said, "Senior brother, isn't it a little wasteful to use a mid-grade vitality talisman on him? He has the assistance of a master. She's just a little girl at the 1st-layer of Qi practitioner, so where can she get 2 mid-grade talismans from? Let's just wait and see. We have to force that person out. Let's see just who's bold enough to oppose the Pheasant's Grace Mountain." Senior brother Song's face was cold. Li Qingshan frowned slightly. He had sensed the two presences outside right from the beginning, so he was not surprised by their actions. He said, "Girl, you can't show any mercy this time." His deep hoarse voice immediately became louder and louder. Everyone only felt like a gust of wind had whistled past, immediately suppressing Senior brother Song's presence outside. Yu Shuquang beamed with joy and completely relaxed. The tiger butcher was dangerous, but if he stood behind him and became his backer, he would feel extremely at ease. Everyone understood why Yu Shuquang had specially taken Yu Zijian to the back of the hall just now. The proud swordmanner was actually hiding a master like that. Ma Chaochuan and Yu Zijian were like two puppets fighting. The ones who truly controlled the outcome of the battle were the people behind them. Ma Chaochuan roared out. Tremendous true qi pushed up his clothes, and his treasured blade lit up. It gave off a chilling coldness, forcing everyone to take a few steps back. Yu Zijian dared not tarry. With a wave of her hand, she cast down a golden arc of light before her. She dared not show any mercy this time. With a flash of the golden arc, it directly swung towards Ma Chaochuan's chest. With the assistance of the Vitality Talisman, not only had Ma Chaochuan's true qi increased drastically, but even his senses had sharpened. He grasped the trajectory of the golden arc of light, and his treasured blade spat out a streak of light as he swung down. With a great clang, Ma Chaochuan was sent flying. A great nick appeared on his blade, and the webbing between his thumb and forefinger had been ripped open, dripping with blood. However, there was only joy on his face. Before he had even landed on the ground, he exhaled true qi from his hand and pressed it against the ground. He shot back up, fusing with the blade as he swung towards Yu Zijian. His eyes were scarlet like he had lost his mind. Yu Zijian no longer had any more talismans to use. She was about to die to the blade. Crack! 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 There was a series of sounds of wood and rock colliding. A figure rushed out of the hall with even greater speed than Ma Chaochuan. It arrived before the stairs, and with a kick, it directly collided with Ma Chaochuan. They both fell out of the air. Although Ma Chaochuan was protected by true qi, he still felt his back ache, and blood sprayed from his mouth. However, the figure did not seem to feel any pain at all. It immediately flipped over and leapt to its feet. Its movements were swift and mechanical. Two sharp blades extended from its arms, stabbing towards Ma Chaochuan. Only then did everyone see that it was not a human but a puppet. A gleam of light flashed through Yu Zijian's eyes. She felt like the puppet was rather familiar. Chapter 204. The puppet and Ma Chaochuan became entangled in battle. Ma Chaochuan's treasured blade landed on the puppet, but it only left behind a deep mark. There was the vague sound of metal colliding. The Mahist puppets were made from 1,000-year-old ironwood. They had been tempered through a special method, so they could not be compared to regular wood. Although he had the assistance of a Vitality Talisman, he was still forced into a retreat. "Senior brother, what do we do?" Senior Brother Song's expression finally changed slightly. Even if he had a few more mid-grade talismans, it would be far too much of a waste. With a great roar, he leapt out of the carriage and took off from the door, rushing into the air. He flew over the spacious square like a great bird. He completely ignored Ma Chaochuan and the others below. He landed on the proud sword hall and pushed off again, directly shooting towards the secret room where Li Qingshan resided. The people of the Jianghu in the square had never seen such a wondrous movement technique before. They all raised their heads and became dumbfounded. Yu Zijian cried out, "Sixth layer qi practitioner." During the time she spent in the Clear River Prefecture, she had learnt a lot about the general knowledge of qi practitioners. She understood just how terrifying sixth layer qi practitioners were, which immediately made her worry for Uncle Nyo. She rushed towards the proud sword hall. As he rapidly approached her, Senior Brother Song grabbed and pulled with his finger, and the thick wooden door shattered. He saw the tall, hooded figure inside with a single glance as if he had not sensed anything at all. He still had his back towards him. There was definitely no such a tall, burly man on the three mountains. Senior Brother Song immediately realized this. He slammed his palm against the man's back, and true qi surged out of his body. "Uncle Nyo." Yu Zijian happened to make her way over. When she saw this, she paled and became filled with sorrow. "It's all my fault. Uncle Nyo is going to be beaten to death by the bad guy now." Senior Brother Song's face had just lit up when it vanished, as not only did the burly man not fly away, but he basically did not budge at all. He continued to drink from his bowl of alcohol. The true qi he breathed out was like mud in the ocean. It failed to harm the burly man at all. This was the first time he had encountered something so strange. Who are you?" Li Qingshan suddenly looked back. There was a scarlet flash in the darkness under the hat. Senior Brother Song wanted to retreat, but it was already too late. His arm, which was almost twice as long as a normal person's, wrapped around his neck with a dustpan-like hand. He felt as if he was trapped by iron and had no chance of breaking free. As long as this hand exerted a little force, his neck would be broken and he would become a corpse. All Yu Zijian saw was Uncle Nyo finally stand up. His tall figure was filled with unbelievable power. His head seemed like it was about to hit the ceiling. With a single step, the ground shook, and the dishes on the table flew into the air. "Call me Nyo Wuxia." He took a step back and pulled back his arm. He roared, "Call me Nyo Wuxia." He threw martial brother song like a javelin thrower. With a whoosh, senior brother song's figure disappeared. He even crashed into the eaves with a loud bang, causing broken tiles to fall to the ground. The martial artists in the square saw that the figure left even faster than the one who came. He drew a parabola and landed outside the door with a loud bang. His mouth was open without him realizing it. Obviously, Nyo Wuxia inside was more ruthless. Senior brother, are you fine?" Senior brother Song was disorientated from the fall, but he was protected by true chi, so he was not injured. However, he was truly frightened. Just who was that huge man? Before him, he actually felt like he was unable to resist. If he wanted to kill him, he would be a dead man already. He was afraid that he would suddenly change his mind, so he said in a hurry, "Go, go." He actually ignored Ma Chaochuan and immediately boarded the carriage. He whipped off, rushing out of Salt Mountain City. Yu Zijian stared at Li Qingshan in a daze. Just now, the light from outside had landed on him, illuminating his pitch-black, unsophisticated face. His face was much younger than she had imagined it to be. He gave off a dignified air without being angry. His pursed lips made him seem extremely dignified. She was certain that she had never seen a face like that before, but the sense of familiarity did not vanish. Instead, it grew heavier. Could this be fate? A strange thought suddenly crossed her mind, which made her leap in fright. How was this possible? This fate was a little too great. "Thank you, Nyo Wuxia." Li Qingshan sat back down on the bench and pushed down his bamboo hat. "There's no need to thank me. Go see your father." Yu Zijian turned around and returned to the hall. The entire square fell silent. Everyone gathered their gazes on her, as if they wanted to find out about this Nyo Wuxia's secret from her. Ma Chaochuan's face was ashen. In his eyes, senior brother Song was a supreme existence on the entire Pheasant's Grace Mountain. Yet he had actually been defeated in a single move by the person inside. He did not even dare to fight back. The vitality talisman on him had dimmed and lost its effect. The puppet soldier gripped his arm firmly, pressing him to the ground. Yu Shuquang said, "What else do you have to say?" Ma Chaochuan struggled as hard as he could. His face twisted viciously. "It's the same as last time. It's the same as last time. It's not that I'm weaker than you, but that you're despicable and deceitful. If you have the guts, then kill me. The Pheasant's Grace Mountain will definitely avenge me and slaughter your proud sword manor." Yu Shuquang suddenly laughed aloud, but it was not the complacent laughter of a victor. Instead, it was filled with bitterness and self-mockery. "I really don't understand. You're ugly and you're extreme. Apart from your martial arts being slightly better than mine, which aspect of me is inferior to you? Why does Zi just have to take a fancy to you?" Ma Chaochuan said, What did you say?" Li Qingshan was confused as well. Why would there be a woman who would poison the person she took a fancy to in the world? "That's because she knows that if I win, I won't kill you, but if you win, you'll definitely kill me. That's why she resorted to this. She once personally told me that she would marry a madman like you regardless of the outcome. I've already lost before the battle has even begun. I just refuse to accept this. I want to prove to her that I, Yu Shuquang, am fearless even if I have to die for her. However, she just can't bear to see me die for her. How can she let anyone die for her?" When Yu Shuquang reached there, he could not help but burst into tears. Ma Chaochuan was stunned. She had once tried so hard to persuade him not to fight Yu Shuquang, but he became more and more suspicious that she had fallen in love with someone else. He flew into a rage, determined to kill Yu Shuquang. Yu Shuquang continued, "After the match, you left without even leaving behind a single message." She was filled with regret. Although she had no choice but to marry me, she passed away in a few years. Ever since then, he grew his beard and swore never to marry again. He focused on raising Yu Zijian. Neither of the two young and stubborn men took a step back. All the woman could do was do what she could, but it was all for naught in the end. Ma Chaochuan came to a realization. The extremely gentle woman had never betrayed him. He had been blinded by his jealousy and suspicion. At that moment he suddenly hoped that she had really fallen in love with someone else, obtained everything she wanted, and lived happily in this world. Chapter 205. Yu Shuquang gazed at the sobbing Ma Chaochuan and the tearful Yu Shuquang as he thought about the kind-hearted woman who had passed away long ago. The sacred church Yu Zijian seemed to understand the pain the three of them felt. She was distressed, but she had no idea what to say. None of them were bad people, so why did they end up like this? Was the will of the heavens playing tricks on them? Suddenly, she heard Niu Jusha's voice ring out. It's not a bad thing to be benevolent, but in life, how can you ask for perfection? Otherwise, you'll only harm yourself and others. You were soft-hearted today, almost causing your father to lose his life and humiliating yourself. If my cultivation was a little weaker, I would have been dragged into this as well. I hope you take this as a warning and don't repeat your mother's mistakes. Yu Zijian looked at the expressions of the people in the surroundings. Clearly, none of them had heard that. She looked at the sky in confusion. Then what should I do? Zijian, oh Zijian. Violet is the color of utmost veneration. The sword is the ruler of all weapons, the wise monarch. Violet chi comes from the east, sweeping through everything and killing millions, uniting the world, ushering in eternal peace and achieving great benevolence. Towards the end, Li Qingshan's voice gradually drifted away. Clearly, he had already traveled off into the distance. Yu Shuquang had originally named her Zijian in memory of her mother. The sword obviously represented the proud sword manner. Yu Zijian knew this too, but she never thought her name would have such a meaning. It was like she had been given a new name. She suddenly understood. She subconsciously touched the sword on her waist. For the first time she felt a vague connection with the cold weapon. Her beautiful face gradually changed. She lost some of her gentleness, but she gained a sense of determination. Sometimes people only needed an opportunity to mature and change. Allowing the seed to sprout, allowing the sword to emerge from its sheath. Right now, Li Qingshan would have never imagined what kind of fate would be buried in the philosophy of life that he had come up with carelessly, leading to a sudden change in the situation. When his words came true, when she swung her sword and killed millions, only seeking great benevolence in her heart, did he ever regret it? He would rather she return to this moment and place, to return to that gentle, naive girl. Or perhaps he would roar with laughter, praising her for killing well. Li Qingshan returned to the manor outside the city. For the next few days he took pills and cultivated every day. His days suddenly became dull, but with little and accompanying him, he did not feel bored. It was just that when he drank, he always felt a little lonely without someone to drink with. The next day, Yu Shuquang visited him with Yu Zijian to thank him. He said that Ma Chaochuan had already returned to the Pheasant's Grace Mountain, and he would not be returning. In the end, Li Qingshan didn't open the door for them. He only said from inside, "Go." Acting like a hermit expert, he did a perfect job. Because there was nothing much to say when they saw each other. It was impossible for him to say, "Marry your daughter to me." From that day onwards, the banquets delivered every day were even more sumptuous than before. But when Li Qingshan picked up his wine cup, he would put it down again. After the joyous time of drinking together, he suddenly felt that drinking alone was unpalatable. Suddenly his expression changed. He walked into the cave and saw a figure slowly walking out of the darkness. It was Millipede. He had a long body and a bald head. Li Qingshan laughed aloud. "You've finally come." Millipede saw Li Qingshan and grinned widely, smiling foolishly. Seeing him clearly, Li Qingshan was surprised. "What's wrong with you?" Many parts of Millipede's pink cloak were tattered, and there were many wounds on his face and body. Millipede sat down in front of the round table assembled from jars of alcohol. Afterwards he fished out a glistening red fruit from his sleeve and shoved it into Li Qingshan's hand. The fruit was long and round. It seemed extremely plump, and it gave off an exotic fragrance that filled the entire cave. Li Qingshan fished out a messy pile of recovery pills from his 100 treasures pouch in a hurry. Millipede ate it and closed his eyes, collapsing on the ground. His snores rang out loudly. He had actually fallen asleep. During this process, the wounds on his body quickly healed. Even his pink cloak was being repaired bit by bit. This was one of his methods of self-recovery. Li Qingshan looked at the fruit in his hand and suddenly smiled wryly. Isn't this a sweet potato? It could also be called a sweet potato or a sweet potato. To put it more elegantly, it could even be called a sweet potato, but it was still a sweet potato. However, the spiritual qi it contained was 10 times better than the spiritual ginseng Li Qingshan had obtained in the past. It was a rare heavenly resource with a single glance. For a moment, he and Little N looked at each other in dismay. Li Qingshan was filled with questions. Just where did this sweet potato come from? Just who was it that could injure him? However, he could only ask Millipede when he woke up. Fortunately, Millipede had fallen into a deep sleep, so he woke up very quickly. In less than 2 hours, he opened his eyes and looked at his shiny pink cloak. He smiled at Li Qingshan. It's nice. Li Qingshan raised the sweet potato in his hand. What's going on? Eat, it's on me. Li Qingshan said. Tell me what's going on first. It won't be too late for me to eat after that. Millipede gestured as he explained the situation. Although his words were unclear and his words were incoherent, Li Qingshan still roughly understood the whole story. However, Li Qingshan still managed to gain a rough understanding of the entire situation. As it turned out, the sweet potatoes came from underground, within Millipede's territory. They should have been under his control. However, over the years, another demon general had been constantly invading his territory, and had finally gotten his hands on this red sweet potato root. As a result, every time the sweet potato ripened, the two demon generals would inevitably fight. Millipede was slightly stronger, but he was alone while the demon general had many subordinates. Every time he was outnumbered, Millipede would lose more often than he won. This time he finally managed to snatch a sweet potato with great difficulty. Millipede was originally smiling foolishly and happy, but the more he spoke, the more upset he felt. Suddenly he began to bawl. Only then did Li Qingshan learn that it was not peaceful underground, and demon generals had their own troubles too. He raised his hand and smacked Millipede's bald head. He yelled, "Stop crying, you good for nothing. You hit me too," Millipede said with a sobbing tone. He curled his lips and cried even harder. Li Qingshan shouted, "He has subordinates but you don't?" Millipede shook his head and sniffled. He looked over with teary eyes. Li Qingshan put his arm around Little An's shoulders. "We'll be your subordinates." Although he hated troubling his friends, he would not ignore them. "You guys?" Little An pointed at the sweet potato in Li Qingshan's hand and smiled. "This one is more like you." Li Qingshan stood up. "Come, let's go down and take a look." Bringing all the food and wine, the three of them walked into the pitch-black underground. Li Qingshan had finally begun his demon path, and entered a world where demons ruled. Under Millipede's lead, they advanced through the twisting and turning caverns and went downwards. 30 feet, 300 feet until he could no longer estimate. Li Qingshan had never gone so deep underground before. However, the scene underground was different from what he had imagined. This place was not barren and barren. Instead, it was full of mysteries and contained treasures that Li Qingshan had never seen before. Chapter 206. Whoosh whoosh. The three of them crossed an underground river amidst the sound of water. Holy Church Li Qingshan revealed a surprised expression. He could feel the faint spiritual qi in the river water. He lowered his head and drank a mouthful. His demon qi had actually grown slightly. There were many unknown plants growing on both sides of the river filled with spiritual qi. The spiritual qi they contained clearly told Li Qingshan that these were rare spiritual herbs. Li Qingshan plucked one and placed it in his mouth. Millipede hurriedly said, "You can't eat it. It tastes terrible." But it was too late. An extremely bitter taste spread in Li Qingshan's mouth. His tongue was about to go numb. The spiritual qi contained in the spiritual grass clashed with the demon qi in his body, and most of it was lost. Li Qingshan hurriedly gulped down a mouthful of wine and rinsed his mouth. Millipede looked at Li Qingshan and chuckled. There were still traces of tears on his face, making him look even more foolish. When he smelled the fragrance of the wine, his eyes widened, revealing a look of longing. Li Qingshan passed the jar to Millipede, and he gulped it all down. He let out a drunken burp, as if he had forgotten all about his sorrows. Li Qingshan, however, had other thoughts. Most of the spiritual grass in this world could not be eaten directly, but there was no such thing as a useless spiritual grass. The inconspicuous spiritual grass growing by the river was very likely an ingredient needed to refine a certain type of pill. However, the demons lacked the skill to refine medicine, so they treated it as useless. But it was also because of this that these spiritual grass had been preserved and not harvested. As for humans, even powerful qi practitioners, they struggled to venture so deep underground. Although he did not run into a single demon along the way, Li Qingshan sensed 7 or 8 powerful auras at the very least. They sensed Millipede's arrival and avoided him from afar, afraid to approach him. If it had been a human, they would have immediately become prey for these ferocious predators. Moreover, Millipede was an overlord-level demon general, so he probably wouldn't show any mercy to the foreign species that had invaded his territory. Any qi practitioner would be instantly killed if he made a move. Of course, demons could not go above ground, and the underground was also a forbidden zone for humans. As Li Qingshan walked, he felt like he was dead. Suddenly, he raised his head, and a speck of blue light appeared in his vision. It was like a blue star in the night sky, quietly shining with light and forming a beautiful halo. The light was so weak, but in this absolute darkness, when it suddenly fell into the eyes, it actually gave off a beautiful and dazzling feeling. Only when he got closer did he discover that it was a small azure flower growing quietly in the crevice of a stone. Its butterfly-like petals would curl and unfurl from time to time, as if it was alive. Little and gently touched one of them. The petals immediately shrank and the light disappeared. Li Qingshan had never seen such a wonderful plant before. He felt that the spiritual energy contained in it was much richer than the spiritual herbs he had seen just now. As he moved forward, the pitch-black cave gradually widened. The number of azure flowers also gradually increased. 3 to 5 of them formed a cluster, looking exceptionally dazzling. The spiritual qi in the air was getting denser and denser. It had long surpassed the zombie cave. Millipede said, "We're almost there." There was no need for him to say it. Li Qingshan had already sensed it. A blue light shone from the front, illuminating the path in front of him. It was as if there was a blue moon buried underground, quietly waiting for him to unearth it. He suddenly saw the end of the long tunnel. Li Qingshan walked forward impatiently, and the light became even more dazzling. When he reached the entrance, he suddenly stopped and widened his eyes, shocked by the scene before him. In front of him was an open space the size of a football field. Thousands of flowers grew there, emitting blue light in the darkness, illuminating the entire cave. It was a sea of sparkling flowers, and there were many butterflies of blue light dancing on the surface of the sea. It was like a dream. This was a scene that could only be seen in a deep dream. Xiaowen's sleeve came into contact with an azure flower that had completely bloomed beside her. The blue flower suddenly broke free from its leaves and began to dance about. It turned into a beautiful butterfly of blue light, leaving behind a beautiful trail. These butterflies had been born from the spirit herb. They were the spirit of the spirit herb. Little An reached out and grabbed, but the blue butterfly turned into spiritual light and dissipated between her fingers. It reformed not far away and flew away. Little An immediately chased after it, wading through the sea of flowers that was about to drown her. Flower petals danced in the air, turning into countless blue butterflies that circled around her. Li Qingshan called out, "Little An." This was Millipede's home. It was his first time visiting, so he had to be polite. These spirit herbs might be extremely important to Millipede. Little An suddenly turned around. The blue light illuminated her entire body, making her look like a legendary spirit. Li Qingshan suddenly didn't know what to say next. He looked at Millipede, who was smiling foolishly beside him, and sighed softly. He smiled and said, "You're living in a pretty nice place." It wasn't just beautiful. The spiritual energy here was so thick that he had never seen it before. If he meditated and cultivated here, both his demon qi and true qi would grow rapidly. Millipede said, "What's not bad?" He pointed at the blue butterfly. "This can be eaten, but it's not delicious." Li Qingshan knocked his bald head. "What else is there in your head other than eating? Such a beautiful thing. Even if it was delicious, he probably couldn't eat it." Millipede rubbed his head and continued to smile foolishly. He didn't have any of the dignity of a demon general. When Li Qingshan agreed to go underground with him, he stopped smiling foolishly. He completely forgot about being bullied by other demon generals. "Don't smile. Be serious. No wonder you're bullied and can't eat sweet potatoes." Li Qingshan scolded. Since he was determined to help him reclaim his lost territory, they were no longer just drinking buddies. They were comrades who fought side by side. He still had to rely on Millipede's strength from now on. Seeing how foolish he was, he couldn't help but scold him. Millipede immediately pursed his lips and said sternly, "You guys stay. It's fine if you don't eat the sweet potatoes." It was rare that his thoughts were clear and he expressed himself clearly. Li Qingshan felt his chest heat up. He was very touched. How can my friend not have sweet potatoes to eat? Millipede wasn't smart, but he treated him with absolute sincerity. His cultivation level was high, but he wasn't arrogant. He was many times better than those arrogant, pretentious peddlers at the 6th or 7th level of Qi practitioner. He was the first friend he acknowledged from the bottom of his heart, and he definitely wouldn't disappoint his friend. Friend. Millipede pondered the word. Li Qingshan patted his shoulder and smiled. Good friend. Good friend. Millipede also patted Li Qingshan's shoulder. He seemed to understand something and laughed loudly. Friends were even better than sweet potatoes. After walking through the sea of flowers and startling countless butterflies, they arrived at the center of the open ground. There was a huge stone platform without any plants. It was 3 meters long, 6 meters wide, and 7 or 8 feet tall. Millipede lay down on it and stretched his limbs, forming the Chinese character. A relaxed expression appeared on his wooden face as he exhaled comfortably. He glanced at Li Qingshan and little and then rolled to the side to make space. Li Qingshan didn't know whether to laugh or to cry. "You're inviting us to sleep?" Then he heard snoring. This guy had already fallen asleep. Li Qingshan and Little looked at each other. Was this stone bed really that good to sleep on? Li Qingshan carried Little to the stone platform and then tried to lie down on it. However, he sat up as if he had been struck by lightning. His face was full of shock. In that instant he didn't feel as if he was lying on a hard rock, but on a turbulent sea of spiritual qi. He rubbed the surface of the stone platform with all his might and examined it closely. He saw a faint, resplendent light under the stone platform, as if the most beautiful gems in the world had been melted together. This wasn't the first time Li Qingshan had seen such a beautiful color. He took out a spirit stone hesitantly and compared it with the stone platform. Finally, he confirmed it. This is a spirit stone bed. This feeling was similar to how a normal person would feel when they saw a golden bed. Their first reaction was disbelief. However, he immediately understood why Millipede had chosen this place as his cave in the vast underground world. All demons' first instinct was no longer to eat and drink, but to search for places with spiritual qi so that they could absorb more of it. However, although the spirit stone bed was large, it couldn't withstand decades or even centuries of absorption by a demon general. A thought that even he didn't quite believe appeared in Li Qingshan's mind. He walked to the side of the bed and pushed away the dirt. His expression instantly became extremely strange. His guess was correct. This wasn't a spirit stone bed, but a spirit stone mine. This stone platform was just the tip of the iceberg of this mine. If a spirit stone bed could make cultivators' eyes red with envy, then a spirit stone mine could make 2 cultivator sects go to war. That spirit stone mine alone was enough to cause 2 cultivation sects to wage war, causing noble cultivators to die like mortals. Humans die for wealth and birds die for food. It was the same in the cultivation world. Spirit stone mines were crystals formed naturally from the spiritual qi of the world. They were usually formed on spirit veins. Most of the spirit stone veins on the surface were controlled by powerful forces and guarded by powerful cultivators. However, spirit stones weren't just equivalent goods. They were also consumables. Over millions of years, many had been excavated by humans, Some had even drained the goose that laid the golden eggs to catch the fish. Even spirit veins had been directly dug out. However, in the depths of the underground world where spirit veins were the most abundant, demons didn't have the habit of using spirit stones to trade. They wouldn't use spirit stones on formations, puppets, or artifacts either. These spirit stone mines that weren't excavated could be recycled, constantly absorbing the spiritual qi of the world and nurturing countless demons and spirit herbs. Li Qingshan thought, fortune truly favors fools. He'd thought that this fellow was poor, which was why he'd come to freeload off him. He hadn't expected him to sleep on a spirit stone mine every day. How extravagant! Millipede had come to freeload off him. Today it was his turn to freeload off him. It would be a shameful waste if he didn't make use of such a holy land for cultivation. Chapter 207. Ninth layer perfection. Having been given the cold shoulder, Yu Shuquang did not become angry. Instead, he admired Li Qingshan even more. 100 Sertrope entered the station quickly. Bullet White had already learnt from Yu Zijian that the silly bird who had flown in and out was actually a 6th layer qi practitioner. Back then, he had only returned to his senses after being surprised for quite a while. Just what kind of concept was a 6th layer qi practitioner? It had completely exceeded his imagination. He had heard that with just a thought, a flying sword could circle around, and a first-rate master like him would be beheaded. However, someone like that had not even managed to withstand a single strike from Li Qingshan before being tossed out. He did not even dare to look back as he wondered inside. Just how did Li Qingshan train at such a young age? Was he the illegitimate child of some large clan? Or was he a secret disciple of some cultivation sect? His thoughts ran wild, but he was still unable to get to the bottom of it. All he knew was how fortunate he was to be able to establish a relationship with such an important figure. Father, I just find that great hero you rather familiar. I feel like I've seen him somewhere before. Yu Zijian's face heated up slightly as she said that. However, Yu Shuquang was surprised. He smiled dryly. How's that possible? It must be your imagination. Li Qingshan had specially reminded him that he could not let Yu Zijian learn about his true identity. How could he disobey him now? Yu Zijian frowned. Really? Yu Shuquang suddenly said. Let's go see your mother. What happened yesterday had stirred up the matters that had lain dormant in his heart for many years. He had thought of this since then. However, he only saw off all the guests late into the night yesterday, brushing off all the curious gazes. Yu Zijian gave a gentle response of agreement. Stepping through the snow, the two of them arrived in the east of the city. At the foot of a beautiful hill was a small grave. It was extremely clean, and fresh offerings were placed on the grave. This was obviously Yu Shuquang's arrangement. But today, a person knelt before the grave with a straight back. His magnificent silk robes had been reduced to a mess by mud and blood, but he did not seem to sense it at all. Ma Chaochuan. Yu Shuquang frowned. As it turned out, he had not left. How did he find out about this place? Yu Zijian gripped the hilt of her sword and secretly raised her guard. Even she had failed to realize that she was very different from before today. Ma Chaochuan turned around stiffly. His face was pale and his lips were dark. Only when he saw Yu Zijian did his eyes light up. He murmured, "Sir." Although the golden crescent slash had avoided his vitals, it had still severely injured him. He didn't go to treat his injuries, only wanting to die here. Shay. Pop-up gallery full text TT download. Yu Zijian said frantically, "I'm not Zier. You better go heal. If this continues, you'll die." Although she was enlightened, no change could be made overnight. The kindness in her heart would not disappear. When Ma Chaochuan saw it clearly, he smiled self-deprecatingly. Years of hatred had vanished in an instant, and he no longer had the strength to continue living. Yu Shuquang said coldly, "If you want to die, die somewhere else. Don't die here." Ma Chaochuan's gaze turned cold as he pressed down on his saber hilt. Yu Zijian said, "Father." Yu Shuquang pushed Yu Zijian away and said furiously, "Why did she have to grow up with a piece of trash like you? You're looking to die." Ma Chaochuan drew his blade with a swish. His face surged with murderousness. Yu Zijian blocked Yu Shuquang's way and said anxiously, even now you still don't understand? My mother doesn't want to see you like this. If you die and she learns about it in the afterlife, wouldn't she be sad all over again? When Yu Zijian said that, it seemed to possess a wondrous charm. Ma Chaochuan was stunned. Yu Zijian persuaded him gently. You have to live well. Only then will my mother be at ease. Ma Chaochuan slowly lowered his eyes. Oh girl, you're right. Suddenly, he stabbed his thigh with a backhand motion before pulling it out casually. His face became even paler. Yu Zijian covered her mouth and cried out. All she heard was Ma Chaochuan say, I said a lot of crazy things to you yesterday. Just treat this as my apology. Someone like me deserves to die in the first place for having lustful thoughts towards her, but I can't drag her down with me anymore. I'll just keep living. Yu Zijian knew that his intense personality could not be changed. She sighed gently. You might be different from others, but the goodness of a person's heart is even more important than their appearance. You'll definitely be able to find a woman who truly loves you. Ma Chaochuan only sneered. Which woman in this world didn't love a handsome man? With his current cultivation, there was no lack of beautiful women by his side. However, those women only liked his money and power. Other than her, no one else treated him with sincerity. Even if you really can't get over it, I've heard that there are many wondrous methods in the world of cultivation that can definitely heal your face. Ma Chaochuan's expression gradually underwent a wondrous change. A smear of light appeared in his eyes. Suddenly, he turned around and stared at the gravestone deeply, as if he wanted to engrave every single word into his heart. Afterwards, he limped off into the distance. Yu Zijian could not help but let out a sigh of relief. She smiled, knowing that her persuasion was effective. However, she failed to hear Ma Chaochuan murmur to himself, there are many wondrous methods in the world of cultivation. There must be one that can save you. This tiny hope landed in his heart that had dried up from exhaustion and despair, but it was like planting a seed. He was only a member of the bottom rung of the cultivation world. Even if there were wondrous methods that could revive the dead, it was not something a mere second-layer Qi practitioner could come into contact with. However, the almost extreme obsession and unbelievable delusions of humans were also the source of their power. Yu Shuquang watched Ma Chaochuan's figure gradually grow further away. He was also desolate. He turned around and said to the tiny gravestone, do you see that? He's still alive. Don't be sad anymore. He thought of the woman's words again. Even if senior brother Ma is wrong about everything, he's always been extremely good to me. I can't let him down. He could not help but sigh gloomily. If only I hadn't been saved by you and had just died outside Salt Mountain City. Yu Zijian seemed to see through his thoughts. She said loudly, Mother must have liked you, father. I believe she didn't marry you because she had no other choice. Yu Shuquang smiled and rubbed Yu Zijian's head. Perhaps, but she still can't overcome her own difficulties. Although she was no longer with him, she had left the best gift for him. He made up his mind that he had to ask Li Qingshan for the innate pill no matter what. He was not old yet. He could still take care of her. Thinking up to there, he suddenly said earnestly, I've never been bold enough to tell you that many of the stories I've told you about my chivalrous deeds are fake. Yu Zijian was alarmed. She took a step back and stared at Yu Shuquang in disbelief. Yu Shuquang coughed gently to hide his awkwardness. I just want to tell you that you can't be a good person in this world. You need to learn to be a little smarter and a little more bad. You liar. I'm not a bad person. Just treat it as I'm begging you. No, liar. Yu Shuquang said, even I, your father, would lie to you, so who wouldn't lie to you? Yu Zijian was taken aback. Suddenly, she smiled mysteriously. Father, I don't blame you anymore. Yu Zijian said seriously, although you've lied to me, it's so I can learn the path of chivalry. It's still a great thing. This time, it was Yu Shuquang's turn to be surprised. He knew his daughter the best. Since when could she think like that? Yu Zijian smiled complacently. I want to be a good person. In the depths of the ground, flowers bloomed and butterflies danced in the sea of flowers. The large stone platform flickered with a magnificent color. Li Qingshan shuddered all over. A cold, heavy spiritual qi directly rushed into the Feng Qi acupoint on the back of his head. pouring into his yin-yang heel meridian. His meridians that had originally been rather empty were now filled with pure spiritual qi of the world, such that he felt a slight prickling pain in his meridians. If it were not for the fact that his body was extremely tough as a demon, it was possible for all his meridians to be severed. He practiced the innate method of practicing qi instinctively in an attempt to convert the spiritual qi into true qi, but he failed. The amount of spiritual qi was just too tremendous, such that he was unable to circulate it easily. The prickling pain in his meridians grew more and more intense, but he was unable to sense it at all. At this moment, the spirit turtle's demon core began to revolve by itself, shining brightly as it absorbed the spiritual qi to its heart's content, while suppressing the excess spiritual qi. Only then did the innate method of practicing qi finally begin to operate, refining the spiritual qi strand by strand and converting it into true qi. The Sumeru ring on his finger also constantly came into play, refining and purifying his true qi once more. The pure true qi surged like the tide. With each breath it would grow at a terrifying rate. This rate completely surpassed the rate at which regular qi practitioners could cultivate by ingesting qi-gathering pills alone. A cultivator who could absorb the spiritual qi of the world as a qi practitioner, an extremely precious spiritual stone mine, and a Sumeru ring that only core formation cultivators had the right to possess. With the three of them combined, it was an extraordinary rate of cultivation. In less than 4 hours, Li Qingshan's body trembled once more. He had reached the 8th layer of the innate method of practicing qi. The flow of his true qi immediately sped up slightly, and the quantity increased by quite a lot too. However, he continued to cultivate. Time passed by bit. After who knew how long in the darkness, Li Qingshan opened his eyes again and looked inside himself. He discovered that he had finally reached the 9th layer of great perfection with the innate method of practicing qi. He had reached the peak of the 3rd layer. This was the first cultivation method he had completed. He felt a faint sense of satisfaction. He wanted to share this good news with others. Looking at Millipede beside him, he was still snoring away. He seemed extremely peaceful, as if he had put aside all his worries in his sleep. However, he never had anything on his mind in the first place. For once, Little Anne had curled up and fallen asleep as well. As it seemed, the spiritual stone mine was extremely beneficial to her. Li Qingshan did not want to alarm them. He raised his right hand and gazed at his huge pitch-black hand. With every increase in strength, he would become more confident in controlling everything. If he used the cursive sword calligraphy to launch another sneak attack, he might actually be able to heavily injure a 9th layer qi practitioner. He would not have to transform to deal with many problems as a human. Chapter 208. This was extremely important. There were many times and many places in the human world that were unsuitable for him to transform into a demon. The stronger he was as a human, the more opportunities he could obtain justifiably. However, if he wanted to continue his cultivation, he needed to find a new cultivation method. He felt like as long as he had a qi practitioner method, he could immediately break through to the 4th layer and open his yang linking meridian. It was just a pity that he had not obtained any of the 5 great methods of practicing qi. He could only stop here for now and wait for the future. Within the proud sword hall, 2 rows of disciples stood to the left and right. They all stared straight ahead, their eyes filled with a hint of eagerness. The weather was extremely cold, but Yu Shuquang's forehead was covered in a layer of sweat. He leaned forward and said carefully, "Brother Lu, there really aren't any decent disciples in our proud sword manor that can catch your eye." The person who sat before Yu Shuquang was Lu Fengrui, who had visited a few days ago just now. He waved his hand arrogantly, and Yu Shuquang dismissed everyone. Lu Fengrui smiled. "That's not why I've come this time. Brother Yu, it's time for you to celebrate." "What's there to celebrate in my empty home?" Lu Fengrui said. "I've heard about what happened a few days ago. The Pheasants Grace Mountain abused their power to bully others, wanting to steal Brother Yu's property. Fortunately, Brother Yu had the assistance of a master, but that's not a long-term plan. As a result, I specially pleaded with my master to allow the Proud Sword Manor to join the Green Vine Mountain's protection. From now on, anyone who provokes the Proud Sword Manor will be provoking the dignity of our Green Vine Mountain." Yu Shuquang was surprised. He had wished for this a long time ago. He wanted to place the proud swordmaner under the protection of a certain mountain. Although he would have an additional master above him, it was still better than the days when any chi practitioner could kick his ass. However, now that he had met Li Qingshan, and Yu Zijian was about to have a promising future, he was not particularly happy. However, he reacted quickly. He stood up and bowed. "Thank you for your kind words, Brother Lu." Lu Fengrui was very satisfied with Yu Shuquang's behavior. The Pheasant's Grace Mountain had actually extended their influence into the territory of the Green Vine Mountain, so the Green Vine Mountain obviously had to respond. He pursed his lips. "That's only one of them. Brother, you will probably be even happier when you hear about the next one. May I ask what it is? I heard your daughter has already reached the innate realm, so Master has specially extended his grace and is willing to accept her into the Green Vine Mountain. I'll be taking her back to the mountain this time." Lu Fengrui was complacent inside. This was killing two birds with one stone. He was the one who came up with this. Not only could he consolidate the Green Vine's influence in the mortal world, but he could also recruit a disciple for the Green Vine Mountain. When Yu Shuquang heard that, he was probably so happy that he wanted to kneel down to him. Yu Shuquang said, My son has already promised a good friend of the Hua family that he'll be attending the 100 Schools of Thought next year." Without waiting for him to finish, Lu Fengrui's face sank. He had never thought that not only would Yu Shuquang thank him, but he would also turn him down. "Oh, are you saying our Green Vine Mountain can't rival the 100 Schools of Thought? Or do you want to use the Hua family to scare me? How dare you? Then why don't you let your daughter come out to see me?" Yu Shuquang could only order someone to summon Yu Zijian over. Yu Zijian immediately shook her head when she heard that. "No, I've already agreed to Chenglu." Lu Fengrui saw Yu Zijian. His eyes lit up slightly, but his face remained sunken. "My master never speaks so easily. However, there's no way he can take back what he said. You better consider it properly." "I said I'm not willing, so I'm not willing," Yu Zijian said in annoyance. Ever since she saw Lu Fengrui the first time, she had disliked his pretentiousness and his sarcasm. Lu Fengrui's eyes turned cold. A mere first-layer chi practitioner actually dared to defy him in public. He was looking to die. Yu Shuquang smiled apologetically at Lu Fengrui. "Please wait a moment." As he pulled Yu Zijian towards the back, he needed Li Qingshan to make the decision. Lu Fengrui seemed to see through their thoughts. He still felt like his threat was not powerful enough, so he added, "The Pheasant's Grace Mountain has already gathered people to deal with that Niujusha or whatever behind you, but we still stopped them. Just because an independent cultivator who came out of nowhere defeated a disciple of the Pheasant's Grace Mountain, does he think he can contend with the entire sect?" Yu Shuquang's heart skipped a beat. He pulled Yu Zijian to the back, and immediately ordered people to search for Li Qingshan in the manor. Yu Zijian also looked forward to the tremendous figure descending from above, grabbing the person surnamed Lu outside, and tossing him outside as well. However, the news they received in the end was that Li Qingshan had already vanished. Yu Shuquang immediately sat down in the armchair and sighed. "What am I supposed to do?" Yu Zijian experienced the sorrow of powerlessness once again. She gripped the hilt of her sword firmly. "Father, I'll agree to him." Yu Shuquang said, "How can you do that?" At the very least, Yu Zijian would have Hua Chenglu to take care of her in the 100 Schools of Thought. The 100 Schools of Thought was a place of rules. Looking at how Lu Fengrui behaved, there probably was not a lot of love between fellow disciples on the Green Vine Mountain. Yu Zijian instead comforted Yu Shuquang. "Don't worry. The Green Vine Mountain is not necessarily worse than the 100 Schools of Thought." Suddenly, she suppressed her voice. "This is just a temporary solution. I'll write a letter to Chenglu. Perhaps she can help me." Yu Shuquang could not help but sigh. His daughter had truly grown up. He said helplessly, "That's all we can do then." In the hall, Lu Fengrui smiled complacently. As long as what was done could not be undone, it would not be that easy for the Hua family to interfere with the matters of the sect. If the little girl obeyed obediently, then so be it. Otherwise, she would probably suffer a lot. "The king has sent me to patrol the mountain." Li Qingshan's resonant voice echoed through the silent cavern. The king has sent me to patrol the mountain. Little An sat on Li Qingshan's neck and sang along with him. Patrol the southern mountain. Patrol the northern mountain. Li Qingshan turned his head and sang at the top of his lungs. Patrol the southern mountain. Patrol the northern mountain. Little An also turned his head and sang at the top of his lungs. You're wrong, you're wrong. Li Qingshan suddenly shook his head. He shook his head so much that Little An began to move with him. What's wrong? Little An tightened her grip around his neck and grabbed Li Qingshan's ear to maintain her balance. Li Qingshan said, "It should be the cave patrol." Little An thought about it. Fair enough. Li Qingshan had already been underground for half a month. He did not recklessly make Millipede fight the demon general. Instead, he carefully familiarized himself with the situation underground. He discovered that Millipede's territory was not just being invaded by the demon general. It was being invaded by all the nearby demon generals. Everyone else had a bunch of subordinates following their orders, but he was alone. Furthermore, he was not very smart. If he wasn't bullied, it would be unforgivable. Li Qingshan also gained a deeper understanding of the importance of territory. The underground world was basically a great treasure trove. Here, he could find spiritual veins and holy lands that were 10 times better than the zombie Taoist dwelling, spiritual springs that could rapidly recover true qi by drinking them, and various strange spiritual herbs. These lands of treasure were scattered across the crisscrossing caverns. Losing a portion of territory was losing a portion of resources. And the most important resources were all sorts of demons. Theoretically, all the demons in Millipede's territory had to listen to his commands. In exchange, Millipede would not eat them. However, Millipede lacked the skill and wisdom to lead. Even when he gave orders, the demons would only obey him on the surface. They would never show their support. As the saying went, in order to resist foreign aggression, one must first pacify the interior. Right now, Li Qingshan was going to visit these demons one by one. Chapter 209. Blackwater Salamander. Li Qingshan took out the underground mental map he had stolen from the zombie Taoist and unfurled it. This place had completely exceeded the range of the underground mental map. When he channeled his true qi into the mental map, it flashed, but it did not form an image. Instead, it was a blurry speck of light. Something had interfered with it. Little An said softly, "It must be because of the underground magnetic field." Li Qingshan said, "How did you know?" Little An said hesitantly, "I think I've read it somewhere before, but I can't remember where." Li Qingshan smiled. It must be a memory from the past. Otherwise, how could she forget which book it was with her memory? Little An immediately fell silent. She showed a rare hint of worry. She had no idea whether it was because of Millipede's spiritual stone bed or the fragrance of the blue iris. The memories in the depths of her mind surfaced bit by bit, bringing her illusionary dreams. Li Qingshan fell silent as well. He thought of the same place as her. It was her hometown in the distant south. She did not know where it was exactly. Perhaps it would suddenly jump into her mind at any time and pull her into the distance. He carried her down and cradled her in his arms like a doll. He stroked her smooth hair gently and kissed the red mole on her forehead gently. The fragrance of sandalwood lingered around his lips. "It's not a bad thing to be able to recover my memories. Tell me about the underground magnetic field. I've never heard Millipede mention this before." Little An nodded obediently and wrapped her arms around his neck. The underground magnetic field will affect the use of techniques and spiritual artifacts. The deeper you go, the greater the effect. Li Qingshan casually cast a simple technique. Sure enough, it was slightly more difficult to cast than it was above ground. This really was the home ground of demons. Although demons could use techniques, they basically relied on their powerful demon qi to force their way through. They did not have the delicate process of casting techniques like humans, so the effects were obviously negligible. So smart. Little An smiled faintly. There are also astral winds in the sky. The higher you go, the stronger they get. They can scatter the spiritual energy of the true qi and scatter the souls of people. Really? That's amazing. Also, heavenly flame burning cloud. Li Qingshan listened to her with a smile as he moved forward. It was rare to hear her talk so much. They forgot the hidden troubles and enjoyed the moment together. Then they looked forward to the fact that there really was a banquet in the world that would never end, and it was prepared for them. Pop-up window full text TT download. In this dark underground, many of the methods of humans were useless. They could only rely on their instinctive sense of smell, hearing, sense of direction, and memory. The underground cavern was thousands of times more complicated than any maze in the world. No one could be sure where the path in front of them led to. When you were focused on going up and wanted to return to the surface, the cavern might suddenly curve downwards, or you might even run into a dead end. All of your plans would be for naught, and you would have to find a new path. Add to that the threat of demons hiding in the shadows. It was enough to make 9th and 10th layer Qi practitioners tired and anxious, or even lost in the depths of the underground. The dangers here were terrifying, and it was not just about power. However, Li Qingshan was strolling around like it was his own backyard. His sensitive senses allowed him to easily find the path. As long as he released his powerful demon Qi, the other demons would be able to restrain themselves and not attack randomly. The most terrifying demon here, King Millipede, was his strong shield. However, he did not bring Millipede with him this time to suppress the other powerful demons. On the path of demons, the strong were revered. It was not as strict and orderly as the humans. The rule of a fox borrowing the tiger's might was not as effective in the world of demons as it was in the human world. If he could not display enough power, how could he make those arrogant demons submit to him, the commander of the demons? Apart from that, he had a deeper purpose. Li Qingshan advanced along the underground river with faint spiritual qi. The water gradually sank deeper into the ground. He dove into the water and swam forward with the current. An hour later, his field of vision suddenly widened. He saw an extremely wide body of water. He could not see the end of it, nor did he see the surface of the water. There was only the quiet ripples of the black water, as if there were black jade buried underground. When it came to the underground, normal people would naturally think of the boundless earth. Who would have thought that there would be such a rich water source underground? Li Qingshan thought, the person Millipede mentioned should be here. The spiritual qi in the black water was very dense. Although it was not as dense as Millipede's residence, it was still a rare holy land for cultivation. According to Li Qingshan's observations over the past few days, there was a spiritual vein underground. It was in this direction, so it was very likely that there were crystallized spiritual stones in the depths of the black water. He wanted to find the hidden demons. Of course, he was not going to look around randomly. Instead, he followed Millipede's description and the direction the spiritual vein took. All powerful demons occupied places with dense spiritual qi. Li Qingshan got little and to wait on one side before letting out a deep roar. He completely transformed into his demon form. He had tiger claws, a tiger tail, ox hooves, and ox horns. His head of scarlet hair floated upwards like a ball of blazing fire. His figure had already reached a height of 9 meters. During this period of time, he had stopped practicing qi and focused on practicing the spirit turtle's method of qi suppression. He continued to eat the various pills and borrowed Millipede's bed to sleep a few times. His demon qi grew extremely rapidly, gradually suppressing the ox demon completely. Recovering his original appearance was no longer an issue. Afterwards, he immediately began practicing the second layer of the tiger demon. Practicing the tiger demon was not just about eating pills and cultivating silently. It required intense battles to unleash its potential and break through bottlenecks. As a result, he released his demon qi fearlessly and let out a provocative roar. At the bottom of the water, a pair of lantern-sized eyes suddenly lit up in the depths of the mud. They shone with a vicious light. With a swing of its huge tail, it pushed away the black mud. Its colossal body shot over 30 meters away nimbly, swimming straight towards Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan sensed a demon qi even more powerful than his own in the distance. Just like Millipede had said, this guy was very powerful. It was so powerful that even Millipede was unwilling to make trouble for it in the water. However, Millipede was of the fire element, while Li Qingshan was of the water element. The deep waters were also his home ground. With the spirit turtle's demon core, he moved no slower than he would on land. He sank to the bottom of the water, his hooves digging into the mud and stepping on the rocks. He stared ahead calmly. The demon Qi grew closer and closer. He also vaguely made out a huge, vicious figure, as well as a pair of eye-catching demon eyes. The demon must have seen the same thing. Before the demon had even approached him, the water surged over like a tsunami. Of course, this was not just a splash from its body. Instead, it was controlled by demon Qi. Li Qingshan's expression remained the same. He did not even use the spirit turtle's profound shell to protect himself. The water surged and rumbled like an army charging towards the enemy, slamming into Li Qingshan viciously, and producing a thunderous rumble at the bottom of the water. His fiery scarlet hair suddenly swept backwards, but Li Qingshan's figure was like a pillar of support, unmoving. Even with the tremendous pressure on him, he did not even frown. The surging water produced countless tiny white streams of turbulence across his body. A small, colorful fish was lifted up by the water against its will, slipping through one of the streams. Its body was immediately sliced cleanly apart. Even if it was as gentle as water, it could become a terrifying weapon as long as it was strengthened with sufficient speed and power. However, this was only a test and a demonstration. Seeing how its first test had failed, the black water demon did not rush over in a hurry. It watched on from afar. "It's my turn." Scarlet light flashed through Li Qingshan's eyes. He spread his arms and reached into the water like he was grabbing something extremely heavy. The spirit turtle's demon core revolved as its demon Qi expanded to the limit. Suddenly, it pushed forward forcefully, and the water several meters around Li Qingshan suddenly emptied. Li Qingshan seemed to have lifted up a huge ball of water and smashed it towards the demon. The demon swung its tail and shattered the ball of water. It was like hundreds of tons had exploded at the bottom of the water, stirring up the entire lake. However, using water to deal with a demon of the same element obviously would not achieve anything. This was like how ferocious beasts would always roar at each other when they met in the wilderness to demonstrate their might. As if it had confirmed that Li Qingshan was an opponent on par with it, the black water demon swam over. This time it did not cause any ripples. Wherever it swam, the black water would automatically part for it. It was so quiet that it seemed like it was sliding through space. Li Qingshan finally saw the demon's appearance. It was a salamander, but it had reached a terrifying length of 50 or 60 meters. Its smooth, sticky skin was pitch black like ink. As it swam through the water silently, it was like a ghost in the darkness. It actually possessed an indescribable sense of elegance. It was the ruler of this lake. The first subordinate that Li Qingshan wanted to recruit, the Blackwater Salamander. Two tremendous demon Qi constantly clashed in the water. The Blackwater Salamander used the changes in the demon Qi to communicate its intentions clearly. "Who are you? Why have you invaded my territory?" Of course, not all demons could speak the human language. However, every single demon had grasped a method of communication after constantly communicating with the spiritual Qi of the world over the years. They used the pulses of demon Qi to replace their roars. Although it was not as intricate as the human language, it was much simpler and clearer. Li Qingshan was a demon in the first place. After learning a little from Millipede, he comprehended this special method of communication for demons, so he obviously understood what the Blackwater Salamander was trying to say. Li Qingshan eased up slightly inside. Sure enough, powerful demons all possessed a certain level of intelligence. This Blackwater Salamander seemed to be even smarter than Millipede. Chapter 210. The Blackwater Salamander swam nimbly in the water and let out a mocking laugh. "Millipede? You're talking about that idiot. Only an idiot would follow his orders. You're an idiot, but I'm not." "Sanctuary." Li Qingshan raised his tiger claws. "What if I say that you must obey me? If you catch me, I'll listen to you." "All right." This time Li Qingshan actually roared. The tiger demon's killing roar followed, tearing a hole in the black water as it charged towards the Blackwater Salamander. The Blackwater Salamander actually didn't dodge. It allowed the tiger demon's killing roar to land on its body. The Blackwater Salamander slid away and turned to the bottom of the water, creating a huge hole. However, it didn't cause any damage to the salamander at all. The demonic aura once again let out a mocking laugh. "It doesn't hurt or tickle." Li Qingshan was slightly surprised. He could clearly see that just now there was a layer of brilliance flowing around its body. This guy's innate divine ability seemed to be able to dodge spells. No wonder it dared to let Li Qingshan catch it. The blackwater salamander twisted its body and spat out a water arrow, creating a sharp and strange whistling sound. In the blink of an eye, it was already in front of Li Qingshan. Although it wasn't as powerful as it was just now, it was a true killing move. It could easily pierce through metal and stone. Li Qingshan also dodged. The water arrow arrived before him, but it was blocked by a blue barrier of light. It was the spirit turtle's profound shell. It's neither painful nor itchy. He eased up slightly. The blackwater salamander's cultivation was not low, but its attacks were mainly water-type techniques. It would struggle to get through his spirit turtle's profound shell that was also of the water element. However, even if there were 4 or 5 9th-level Qi warriors like Grandma Shiman, fighting the blackwater salamanders in the deep water would only result in death. Although this guy wasn't a demon general, once he had the terrain advantage, he was extremely difficult to deal with. Seeing that its attack didn't work, the blackwater salamander was shocked. It took another deep breath of water and spat out thousands of water arrows. The arrows pierced through the black water, leaving a straight white trail. Like torrential rain striking glass, the spirit turtle's profound framework trembled gently as if it could shatter at any time. However, despite the rain of water arrows, it remained there firmly, without leaving behind a single mark. Holy Church Li Qingshan felt his demon qi rapidly deplete. He knew that the spirit turtle's profound theory could not be directly destroyed, but it still required demon qi. There was no benefit in dragging it out any longer. Stepping off the bottom of the lake, he shot off into the air like a rocket. When the blackwater salamander saw Li Qingshan pouncing towards it, it opened its huge mouth, revealing its eerie white teeth, and bit towards Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan thrust his head forward, as if he wanted to let go of his head in the salamander's mouth. However, the 2 extremely sharp horns stopped the salamander from biting down on Li Qingshan's shoulder. The 2 behemoths tangled with each other. The black water surged and demon qi filled the air. Li Qingshan felt pain in his shoulder. The sharp teeth of the blackwater salamander had already pierced into his skin, but he did not care at all. He wrapped his arms around the blackwater salamander and dragged it towards the bottom of the lake. Although he was a water-type demon, he was used to living on land after all. He was not as agile as the blackwater salamander in the water. However, as long as his feet touched the ground, he would be able to use his strength to suppress the blackwater salamander. Originally, the blackwater salamander wanted to tear off a piece of flesh from Li Qingshan's shoulder, but it seemed to have bitten into extremely tough leather. It wanted to move its neck, but it was hugged tightly, unable to break free. It became even more shocked. His demon qi was not as great as his, but why was his strength greater than his? Although the black water was deep, it was still not the ocean. Li Qingshan's 3-zhangtal figure was enough to traverse most of the water. In an instant, his iron hooves once again reached the bottom of the lake. With a wild roar, he threw the blackwater salamander to the ground. He had succeeded in his plan. I won! An oily light flashed across the blackwater salamander's pitch-black skin. Li Qingshan felt something slip from his arms. The blackwater salamander slid out like a ghost. Even his barbed tiger claws could not catch it. You can't catch me. The blackwater salamander mocked as it disappeared in front of Li Qingshan like lightning. Li Qingshan thought, this fellow's innate ability is indeed extremely difficult to deal with. No wonder it did not take Demon General Millipede seriously. Although its attack power is not strong, it is still extremely difficult for others to deal with it in the water. But this was his first battle. How could he give up? He also shot out and chased after the demonic aura. The demonic aura suddenly disappeared. The ripples in the surrounding water grew more and more intense. White waves rolled in the black water, turning the depths of the ground into a world of black and white. Without any warning, and without feeling the ripples in the water, a black shadow suddenly appeared behind Li Qingshan and slammed into his waist. Li Qingshan felt a pain in his waist and lost his balance. From the corner of his eye, he saw the blackwater salamander disappear into the water again. Before he could stabilize himself, the blackwater salamander changed direction and slammed into him again. The blackwater salamander drew out countless pitch-black trails, intersecting with Li Qingshan's body. In an instant, Li Qingshan did not know how many times he had been slammed into. He spun around in the water, feeling dizzy. It was as if he had become the Blackwater Salamander's toy. His entire body was in pain. It was only thanks to his strong body that he had not been slammed to death. A top-level demon was indeed difficult to deal with. However, he did not become dejected at all. Instead, his battle intent burned brighter and brighter. He did not use the spirit turtle's profound shell, as his demon chi was nowhere close to the Blackwater Salamanders in the first place. If he used the spirit turtle's profound shell, his demon chi would probably run out very quickly. He could only retreat temporarily. However, why would he retreat? He did not get Little N to help him, not because he wanted Little N to hide to one side and launch a sneak attack. Instead, he treated this as a test for himself. This was not a battle to the death where he would resort to every conceivable means. Instead, he was trying to subdue a demon weapon. As a result, not only did he have to win this battle, but he had to win it fair and square. The difference in strength between them was not particularly great. Apart from the slightly weaker demon chi, his strength and abilities even surpassed it. The reason why he could not gain the upper hand was definitely because he had not done enough. Li Qingshan just closed his eyes and was slammed into a few more times by the Blackwater Salamander viciously. Amidst the great waves, the depths of his heart calmed down instead. It was like a droplet of water had fallen into his heart. Li Qingshan's heart suddenly lit up. It was water. Although he was a water-type demon, he was not good at fighting in water. His method of controlling the water was extremely clumsy as well. He did not make good use of the environment at all, giving the Blackwater Salamander a geographical advantage for nothing. He floated and sank in the water, no longer trying to control his body. He no longer tried to land on the ground. He was like a creature born in the water, treating the water as his home. His demon chi scattered in the surroundings, forming a connection with the surrounding water. He was no longer as clumsy as when he picked up a huge water ball and smashed it at people. Instead, he monitored the surrounding waters with the sensitivity of a radar. The Blackwater Salamander broke through the water once again, like a black, ghostly bolt of lightning. Although it did not cause any ripples, it did touch the water under Li Qingshan's control. "It's behind me." Li Qingshan suddenly turned his head, but his movements were not as agile as the Blackwater Salamander. At such a close distance, even if he discovered it, it would be hard for him to dodge. The Blackwater Salamander was proud of itself. Just as it was about to slam Li Qingshan around again, Li Qingshan's huge body suddenly moved to the left without any warning. Li Qingshan controlled the water and pushed it away, avoiding the Blackwater Salamander's attack for the first time. At this moment, he finally felt like he was a little like a demon in the water. When he sensed the Blackwater Salamander's movement, he clenched his fist, and the moment the Blackwater Salamander brushed past him, he ruthlessly smashed the Blackwater Salamander's head. With a loud bang, the water turned into waves and spread across the entire body of water. The furious attack that Li Qingshan had prepared for a long time was not a joke. Even if it was a tough rock or iron, it would still be smashed flat. Just when he was considering if he had used too much force. Ouch, ouch, ouch. The Blackwater Salamander hugged its head with its two forelimbs and swam far away while swinging its long tail. In that instant, it also used the ability to slide away from the attack, dissipating most of the force. Only then did it not get knocked unconscious by Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan floated in the water with his head and feet above his head. Looking at the Blackwater Salamander, his demon chi fluctuated. "You still don't want to admit defeat? Did you catch me?" The Blackwater Salamander was furious and actually swam far away. "Even if I can't beat you, don't even think of catching me and making me listen to your commands." Li Qingshan raised his thick eyebrows and adjusted his body. He leaned his body forward and struck a freestyle swimming pose. His forelimbs suddenly pushed back, and then he controlled the water waves to push himself forward, rushing towards the Blackwater Salamander. In terms of swimming, how could the Blackwater Salamander lose to Li Qingshan? With a wave of its tail, it swam 3 to 4 meters to the side. No matter how it swam, it couldn't compare to its natural agility. Just as it was about to mock Li Qingshan a few more times, It suddenly felt its tail tighten. Li Qingshan had grabbed onto its tail, but its tail was the most slippery to begin with. With a flash of light, it instantly escaped far away, not daring to stay any longer. In the extremely vast underground lake, two enormous creatures, one fiercely chasing and the other frantically escaping. Even though the blackwater salamander had nowhere to hide, Li Qingshan was still not fast enough. He couldn't even touch its tail. After 3 days and 3 nights, their speed was as slow as an ordinary fish. They were both exhausted, but they still refused to listen to the drama. Li Qingshan felt as if he had really become a fish. He had a new understanding of how to use his body to paddle water, and how to control the flow of water. To him, water battles were no longer a weakness. Even though he was exhausted, he relied on his ox-like endurance to forcefully hang on to the blackwater salamander, not giving it any time to rest. The blackwater salamander gritted its teeth in hatred and scolded Li Qingshan. Suddenly its eyes lit up. A ball of fluctuating flowing fire was quietly burning in the water. Within the flowing fire sat a small skeleton. She also imitated the monsters and used her breath to convey her meaning clearly. Why don't we just kill it and take out its demon core to eat? Beside her, 2 huge skulls opened and closed their mouths, as if they were waiting for a meal to be served. I admit defeat, I admit defeat. Don't eat me, I will explode my Yao core. The blackwater salamander instinctively felt a dangerous aura. It knew that it couldn't pass this hurdle. It was dispirited, but it also admired Li Qingshan's perseverance. Chapter 211. The blackwater salamander had been wondering what kind of monster Li Qingshan was. Holy Church, Li Qingshan said. You're the thing. He swung his fist down. Even though the blackwater salamander was exhausted, it was still agile and dodged. Li Qingshan glared at it. You dare to dodge when the leader hits you? Do you want to live or not? Little Anne's 2 skulls threatened it. The blackwater salamander had no choice but to go forward and hit Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan heaved a sigh of relief and sat down on the ground. He looked at his number 1 soldier in satisfaction. He didn't expect that he would become a leader in the Demon Dao before he even became a Black Wolf commander. Moreover, the people he led were all top-notch powerful monsters. The blackwater salamander's strength, according to human chi refinement standards, was around the 9th or 10th layer. It wasn't far from becoming a demon general. If Li Qingshan's strength was calculated according to chi refinement standards, it would already be amazing if he could reach the 7th or 8th layer. He was still very far away from becoming a demon general. It couldn't be helped. Demon cultivation was extremely time-consuming. Being able to reach this level was already a great help from those pills. This victory was completely due to the 3 powerful divine abilities. Seeing that there was no danger, the blackwater salamander stopped to rest. It carefully looked at Little Anne and said, Leader, that millipede. Li Qingshan said, Call him king. The blackwater salamander said, Why did King Millipede want you to beat me up? Li Qingshan said, Not just you. I want to beat up all the monsters on the ground. If they listen to my orders, then I'll let them go. If they don't, then I'll kill them all. Although the blackwater salamander wasn't the strongest monster on the ground, it was the most difficult to deal with. Millipede didn't want to go deep into the water. Even if he did, it wouldn't be easy to subdue him. That was why Li Qingshan made it his first target. The blackwater salamander glanced at Little Anne. Leader, this is? Li Qingshan said. This is the deputy leader. The flames in Little Anne's eye sockets flickered. He had actually become the deputy leader. Holy Church, Li Qingshan said. Do you know where King Millipede's cave is? I know. On this piece of land, as long as it was a demon with a bit of intelligence, it would probably know. Li Qingshan said, All right, I will be holding a meeting there in 3 months. At that time, if you dare to not show up, you can forget about staying in this black water lake. He didn't just want to defeat all these demons and subdue them one by one. His most fundamental goal was to turn them into a fighting force that he could deploy. That was why he and Millipede had come up with this demon gathering all the demons who had condensed Yao cores. The blackwater salamander had no choice but to agree. With a thought, Li Qingshan took out an uneaten roasted chicken from his 100 treasures pouch and tossed it to the blackwater salamander. The blackwater salamander swallowed it in one gulp. The taste of the various seasonings, especially the salt, melted in its mouth. It excitedly swam around Li Qingshan and stared at Li Qingshan. "Leader, do you have any more?" Li Qingshan thought to himself, just as I expected. Although this underground place was a huge treasure trove with all sorts of spirit veins and spirit herbs, the food resources here were far less abundant than those on the surface. However, the food resources here were far less abundant than on the surface. Even a demon general like Millipede could not eat whatever he wanted, much less these ordinary demons. Although they wouldn't die even if they didn't eat for 10 years as long as they breathed in the spiritual energy of the world in this black water, their instincts wouldn't disappear. The carrot and the stick had always been the only way to keep his subordinates in check. Li Qingshan used it appropriately, and it had a miraculous effect. "Humph, when you go, you can eat as much of this as you want." "I will definitely go. I will definitely go." The blackwater salamander instantly looked forward to it. If it could eat this every day, it wouldn't mind becoming a demon soldier. Li Qingshan and Little and left the blackwater and ate 100 herb pill to recover most of their demon chi. Only then did he ask Little and curiously, "How did you become like this again?" Little and explained. So it was to hide her identity. The Holy Church and the others would eventually return to the surface. If she remained like this, too many pairs of eyes would remember her underground. Who knew when Li Qingshan's identity would be exposed? Furthermore, in this underground world, a non-human appearance was actually more convenient than a human appearance. Li Qingshan was quite impressed with Little Anne's caution. The human world and the demon world might not always overlap. There was nothing wrong with being more careful. They could communicate through aura anyway. Little Anne's aura was the rising flames in her body. Let's go to the next place. Outside Salt Mountain City, in the garden behind the Silent Manor, Li Qingshan looked at the light above his head and felt dizzy. He turned to Millipede and said, "I'll go prepare some food and wine for the guests. You can go back first." Millipede left reluctantly. Li Qingshan brought Little into the surface and saw that it was a vast expanse of snow. Snow covered the ground and the distant mountains. Clearly, it had snowed a few more times while he was away. Li Qingshan felt at ease. He exchanged a smile with Little and beside him. This expedition against the demons was much smoother than Li Qingshan had imagined. Apart from the tough blackwater salamander, there were also a few powerful demons. One of them was a 30-meter-long boulder viper. It was even more powerful than the blackwater salamander. It had almost completely replaced its body with stone, making it invulnerable. Furthermore, it had melded into the ground and concealed its aura. Its sudden ambush had almost injured Li Qingshan. However, when Li Qingshan stated his intentions, the boulder viper immediately expressed its willingness to obey Millipede's orders and participate in the demon gathering. The blackwater salamander only dared to look down on Millipede because of its geographical advantage. However, even the boulder viper did not dare to face a demon general head-on. Thus, Li Qingshan did not even bring out the carrot or the stick to recruit a second powerful demon soldier. As long as the king had absolute strength, it was easy for the generals who went out to battle. Although there were a few battles, they were mostly close calls. Of course, this was also because Li Qingshan was strong enough. Otherwise, he would have died many times over. Although the strongest demons were afraid of Millipede's strength, they still had to test the waters against Li Qingshan, the leader of the demon soldiers. The boulder viper had submitted so quickly because its ambush on Li Qingshan had failed. Instead, Li Qingshan had cracked the stone on its body with a punch. Although Li Qingshan did not dare to say that he had more than a 50% chance of winning in a fight to the death, no demon would fight a demon of the same level for no reason. Everyone thought that humans were intelligent and rational, while demons were bloodthirsty and crazy. However, this was not the case. Wild beasts in the wilderness would not fight to the death with their opponents, even if they were fighting for a mate or territory. The loser would not even suffer too much damage. Often, they would use their roars to intimidate their opponents and determine the victor. However, humans would often gamble their lives for women and power. Even if they knew that they were no match for the demon, they would still fight. In the end, they would die without repentance. Sometimes, a small conflict would escalate from insults to fights, and then to fights to the death. It was all for the sake of an illusory dignity. Wild beasts only had survival instincts. They did not have complex emotions like humans. This did not change after they became demons. As a result, Li Qingshan faced a group of extraordinarily rational opponents. Even the powerful demons obeyed him, much less the weaker ones. Almost as soon as Li Qingshan released his demon aura, the lesser demons bowed their heads. It was so simple that even Li Qingshan did not expect it to be so simple. It had only taken him a month, which was far less than he had expected. Millipede was too stupid and easily tricked. He also did not have the awareness to gather his subordinates, which was why he was where he was today. When Li Qingshan made up for Millipede's lack of intelligence, he immediately gained control over the territory. With that, Li Qingshan basically gained several dozen demon soldiers under his command. Only then did his identity as the leader of the demon soldiers become real. Once the demon gathering was over and he established his rule, he could mobilize these demon soldiers. He also had a demon general like Millipede as a friend. If the sects still wanted to deal with him, they would just be digging their own graves. As long as they had not undergone the heavenly tribulation, he could deal with them no matter how many came. Even if the sect master ventured underground, he would have to taste the power of a carapace demon general. With a beautiful vision for the future, Li Qingshan put on his large, conical hat again and carried the bamboo basket on his back. He let little in. Although he could return to his normal state, he purposefully maintained his huge figure so that it would be easier for him to move about in the human world. In order to successfully hold the demon gathering this time, a grand banquet was necessary. This matter also fell on Yu Shuquang. In the proud sword manner, Yu Shuquang grabbed Li Qingshan's hand excitedly. "You've finally returned." Li Qingshan saw how flustered Yu Shuquang was, so he asked in a hurry, "What happened?" Yu Shuquang told him the whole story, and Li Qingshan said furiously, "You've gone too far. Have you contacted Hua Qinglu?" Yu Shuquang said bitterly, "I've already sent the letter, but I haven't received a reply." Li Qingshan knew that even if Hua Qinglu had done something, it was impossible for her to specially reply and explain to Yu Shuquang. However, this probably would not be so simple. Even if Hua Qinglu wanted to, the Hua family might not necessarily fall out with the Green Vine Mountain over a friendship between children. He had already witnessed the arrogance and brutality of cultivation sects with his sect. They were even bold enough to kill Hawkwolf guards, let alone forcefully recruit a disciple. Yu Shuquang said, "What do we do now?" "Sai, it's all because I'm useless as a father." Li Qingshan tried to persuade him, "You don't have to worry too much. She's going to become someone's disciple. At most she'll suffer a little. She won't be in any danger. It's not a bad thing for her to experience the dangers of the world." The Green Vine Mountain was a proper sect after all, not a den of bandits. Yu Shuquang sighed heavily. That was what he said, but how could he stop worrying? Li Qingshan was rather worried as well. He liked Yu Zijian's straightforwardness and kindness very much. He did not want her to be bullied. Chapter 212. A bustling city deep in the mountains. Yu Shuquang was overjoyed. He clasped his hands deeply. "I'll do anything you ask of me." As long as Yu Zijian was safe, he was willing to do anything. Li Qingshan said, "Extend your hand." Yu Shuquang extended his hand in doubt. A pill that glistened like jade landed in his hand. Was it not the innate pill that he had been dreaming about? He was both surprised and overjoyed. He clasped his hands deeply again. "Thank you for your generous gift, Niu Wuxia. May I ask what you want me to prepare?" Li Qingshan said, "Ingest the innate pill first and see if you can reach the innate realm and produce a sliver of true qi. We'll talk about anything else after that." Yu Shuquang immediately ingested the innate pill and sat down to meditate, refining the innate pill. If ordinary people ingested the innate pill, they might not even be able to practice qi. However, it was almost guaranteed for a first-rate master like him. The effects of the pill penetrated every inch of his body, fusing with his profound inner force. Gradually, a wondrous change occurred. The clumsy and heavy inner force gradually became nimble, as if it had broken free from the restraints of his body, extending outwards endlessly. A great sense of joy welled up in his heart. However, Yu Shuquang knew that this was the most important moment. He guarded his mind tightly to prevent himself from suffering from qi deviation. Li Qingshan sat to one side and took out the Buddhist scriptures that little and usually read from his 100 treasures pouch. A while later he felt his head spin. What emptiness! Namo? Namo? He had no idea at all. He had no idea just how her little head had grown to be so engrossed in something so boring. A while later Yu Shuquang shuddered. Li Qingshan turned around and smiled. How's it? Yu Shuquang's body relaxed. He was exhausted, but he was unable to hide the joy on his face. This is equivalent to giving you a new life. Li Qingshan interrupted him. Let's skip the pleasantries. I've already said that if you work for me, I won't mistreat you. I have the innate method of practicing qi here. I can pass it on to you as well. With your profound inner force, reaching the second layer shouldn't be a problem. Yu Shuquang's mind was basically overwhelmed by the joy, but he was still experienced after all. He composed himself very soon and erased his joy. He knew that this great kindness could no longer be repaid with just a few words of thanks. He only waited quietly for Li Qingshan's orders. Li Qingshan passed on the innate method of practicing qi to him before tossing an empty 100 treasures pouch to Yu Shuquang. What I want you to do is fill this 100 treasures pouch with various types of alcohol, meat, and food before handing it to me. You have less than 2 months to do this and I want you to keep a low profile. Yu Shuquang was mildly surprised. The mission that Li Qingshan had given him was just too simple. However, when he followed Li Qingshan's instructions and channeled his true qi into the 100 treasures pouch, he finally became stern. The 100 treasures pouch that Li Qingshan had given him originally belonged to Grandma Dongmen. The space inside was extremely vast, enough to rival several large warehouses. Filling it up would not be too easy, and he had to do it within 2 months. Just slaughtering livestock near Salt Mountain City would not be enough. If he brought it over from other places, he probably would not be able to make it in time, and it would create too great of a disturbance. However, Li Qingshan did not want to attract too much attention, which was why he helped Yu Shuquang become a qi practitioner. Then he would use his extremely vast reputation to complete this task, which would save Li Qingshan a lot of trouble. Yu Shuquang nodded. I definitely won't let you down. Although this mission was rather troublesome, it was not exactly dangerous. Collecting alcohol and meat would be 100 times easier than finding innate pills. Li Qingshan explained a few more details. After all, the tastes of demons were not completely the same as humans. As a matter of fact, many of them did not like cooked food. They preferred fresh, bloody food. Yu Shuquang committed everything to memory. Li Qingshan thought about how he had nothing else to tell him, so he picked up the bamboo basket, put on his bamboo hat and made his way out. Suddenly, he stopped and said, "The path of cultivation is boundless. I wonder how much of the swordsman of the past still remains?" With that, he strode away, leaving Yu Shuquang standing where he was in a daze. He subconsciously touched the beard on his face. He had grown it when he swore he would never take a wife again. His gaze gradually became determined. Suddenly, he drew his sword and it flashed past his face. At this moment, the gentle young man who often delivered food to Li Qingshan came in to greet him. Master Wuxia. However, he was stunned by Yu Shuquang's appearance. It was a handsome face. Although it had been sharpened by the passage of time, leaving behind many fine wrinkles, it added a sense of vicissitudes of charm. Seeing his disciple's shocked expression, he laughed a few times. Go get some wine for my farewell. His mood had never been so clear before, as if he had returned to his youth when he was a wandering swordsman who could ignore life and death. However, he was no longer young. He was no longer carefree and unrestrained. There was something called responsibility on him now. As a father, if he could not even protect his daughter, what was the point of living? Li Qingshan had already arrived outside the manor. He glanced back and smiled. Those who could become first-rate masters, regardless of whether they were good or bad, all they had was willpower. Yu Shuquang was one of the best among them, which was why he could establish the Proud Sword Manor. He needed a few people he could use to help him deal with some matters in the human world. People like that did not need to be too powerful, but they could not be too weak either. Perhaps they could only help him gather some food right now, but they would definitely benefit him even more in the future. He unfurled the mental map of the Green Province and slid the tip of his finger across it. With a thought, the image flickered. In the end, his finger stopped on a small twisted mountain. The words Greenvine Mountain were written on the side. The twisting strokes turned into mountains that rose and fell, towering and precipitous. Snow-white clouds and mist floated between the mountains, giving it a sense of otherworldliness out of nowhere. What was even more wondrous was that within the encirclement of ice and snow-capped mountains, only this mountain remained lush with vegetation. It was verdant, like a verdant pearl on the white snow. Li Qingshan stood on the snow-capped mountain in the distance and gazed at this. He sighed in amazement at the wonders of the world. Although the formations of the Greenvine Mountain played some role, what truly made the mountain evergreen was the spiritual vein underground. Not only was this place close to Jiaping City, but it was even close to his hometown Qingyang City. It sat on one of the branches of the Boundless Mountains. Of course, close was only in terms of Li Qingshan's current strength. Just the treacherous mountain path alone was enough to cut off the possibility of mortals reaching this place. Even if they managed to reach this place out of luck, there were many mysteries hidden within the mist. Not only would ordinary people not be able to climb up the mountain, but they probably would not even be able to see the mountain. Li Qingshan could see it, but he hesitated over how he should enter it. Was Yu Zijian somewhere on the mountain currently suffering? Li Qingshan stood on the top of the mountain and pondered with a frown. With a stomp, true qi erupted from the bottom of his foot, kicking up a layer of snow. He had already leapt off the cliff. He had already locked onto a lone pine tree that grew horizontally. Using it as a foothold, he had already arrived on the mountain to the side. He wanted to circle around the back of the Greenvine Mountain and see if there was a gap in the mountain that allowed him to enter. By now, the sky had already darkened. Winter nights had always been extremely long, so the darkness was beneficial to Li Qingshan's movements. It would be even better if there was some wind and snow. Perhaps the heavens really were doing what he wanted. Before long, snow began to fall. Li Qingshan concealed his aura, but when he arrived behind the mountain, he was slightly taken aback. A tiny village sat in the valley, glowing with warm, flickering light. Was there actually a village built beside a place where cultivators cultivated? However, Li Qingshan came from a village. Regular villages or even small cities should have been shrouded in darkness at this time, just to save some oil and candles. The town was packed with people. People flowed to and fro. It was extremely lively. It was extremely unusual for there to be such a peaceful place in the midst of the cold mountains. When Li Qingshan approached a little closer, he became even more surprised, as there was not a single ordinary person walking about in the town. They were all cultivators. Li Qingshan had never seen so many cultivators gathered together in his life. Although most of them were at the second, third, and fourth layer, they were still cultivators after all. Were they all qi practitioners from the Greenvine Mountain? Li Qingshan immediately shook his head. There were probably several hundred qi practitioners here. The Greenvine Mountain definitely did not have that many qi practitioners, and the people on the streets all wore different attires. Their clothes all carried different emblems. They did not come from the same sect. And at a closer glance, many qi practitioners were like peddlers, setting up carpets on the side of the street and calling for customers loudly. They did not possess the dignity of qi practitioners at all. Li Qingshan's curiosity immediately rose to an uncontrollable level. He knocked the bamboo basket on his back. What do you think? Do you want to take a look? The bamboo basket seemed simple, but there was a thick blanket inside. Little An sat in there leisurely, leaning against a silk pillow as she read a Buddhist scripture that Li Qingshan found boring with great interest. Let's go take a look. Her reply was very concise. How could she not understand what Li Qingshan was feeling right now? Li Qingshan emerged from the dark corner and made his way towards the village. However, he remained vigilant at all times. He had been scammed by far too many qi practitioners in the past. He had claimed the lives of many qi practitioners as well, so he was even more vigilant towards his own kind than towards the underground demons. When he set foot in the village, everything was just as peaceful as before. Everyone was doing what they were doing. There were far fewer people who paid attention to his unusually large stature than in the regular streets. Li Qingshan's huge stature still attracted a lot of attention. "Sir, do you want to take a look at the fine golden silk used to sew robes? It's only 3 spiritual stones for a tael." Li Qingshan declined with a smile. He turned around and saw a young second-layer qi practitioner calling out loudly from outside a house. A 5th-layer qi practitioner will be explaining the essence of the innate method of practicing qi. It'll only cost a spiritual stone. A spiritual stone will save you 3 years. It's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. I won't wait for more. Li Qingshan instinctively pricked up his ears. The small house was surrounded by formations. No matter how good his hearing was, he would definitely not be able to hear what the people inside were saying. 2 first-layer qi practitioners were discussing at the door whether they should go in or not. Chapter 213. Li Qingshan basically struggled to believe his eyes. He had already considered many possible situations that Yu Zijian could face, such as carrying several hundred kilograms of firewood as she trudged along a snow-covered mountain path, or gazing in the direction of her home in worry. As for her father Yu Shuquang, he had probably imagined it to be 10 times more severe than Li Qingshan. The sacred church, however, in reality, not only did Yu Zijian not suffer at all, but she even smiled happily instead. She strolled through the streets happily with a few qi practitioners. There were both men and women, some strong and some weak, but they all wore green robes with green vines embroidered on their collars and sleeves. Li Qingshan had seen caretaker Lu before, so he knew this was the uniform of the Green Vine Mountain. Yu Zijian stood among them. Although she was not exactly the moon that everyone revolved around, he could tell that everyone liked her very much. They introduced the various strange goods on the streets to her in a friendly manner. Apart from the fact that her 2 buns had become the hovering void bun that was more in line with female cultivators, she basically did not change at all. She did not seem like she had been bullied no matter what. Yu Zijian sensed the gaze and turned around. She saw Li Qingshan's burly figure that stood out from the crowd with a single glance. Her mouth widened in surprise before turning into joy and joy. She called out, "Niu Wuxia." She attracted the attention of everyone in the market. She jogged over to Li Qingshan. "Why have you come? Where's my father? Has he come?" As she said that, she looked around Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan said, "Your father hasn't come. I've come to see you. Are you all right?" As long as he was not blind, he could tell that she was fine. Yep. Yu Zijian nodded. "Zijian, is this your friend?" The qi practitioners walked over as well. The person in the lead was a young man at the 6th layer. He asked in confusion. Yu Zijian glanced at Li Qingshan first, as if she was confirming that she could call herself his friend. Seeing how he did not object, she smiled boldly. "Yeah." With that, she glanced at him again to see whether he would become angry or not. The sacred church, how could Li Qingshan turn down becoming friends with a cute girl like that? Yu Zijian introduced them to each other. Only then did Li Qingshan learn that the leading 6th-layer qi practitioner was called Mu Jitsong. Although he seemed rather modest, he gave off a faint sense of superiority. This was not just a sense of superiority from his strength, but also the pride from his sect. The 3 fellow disciples beside him gave Li Qingshan the same feeling to some extent. This sense of superiority was not a bad thing for their sections. Instead, it was a good thing. It demonstrated that they had a very high recognition of the Green Vine Mountain, which was why they took pride in being from the Green Vine Mountain. It was not only did it not as bad, but it also proved that it was to say. An chi and it to say and said it and said one and you said. To say TNT Mu Jitsong's heart skipped a beat. He said in surprise, "Don't tell me you're the Niu Wuxia who threw Song Ming over the wall in a single move?" Li Qingshan smiled in tacit agreement. He knew that Song Ming was the so-called senior brother Song. News sure spread quickly. Little did he know that even though the 3 mountains were allies, they were also competitors. The scandals between their disciples would always spread the fastest. Otherwise, Lu Fengrui would not have come to the proud sword manor so quickly. The disciples immediately felt deep respect towards Li Qingshan. His face that was as dark as the bottom of a pot revealed a white, toothy smile. It seemed to be filled with unfathomable depth. The only female disciple, Chang Jieli, asked curiously, "May I ask which mountain you cultivate on, sir? What's your cultivation right now?" Li Qingshan smiled. "I was born with tremendous strength, and I happen to obtain a body-tempering cultivation method in the mountains. In terms of practicing qi, I'm nowhere near as good as you, Sir Mu. Independent cultivator, body tempering." They quickly concluded these two phrases from what Li Qingshan had said, and their attitudes changed once again. They recovered the slight sense of superiority that disciples of orthodox sects possessed. Body tempering was the same as external martial arts in the Jianghu. It would always be looked down upon. Of course, being able to practice both internal and external martial arts was another matter. Li Qingshan was clearly not one of them. Independent cultivators who did not belong to any sects or clans were like weeds. They were often pressured and beaten up by the people of sects and clans. Although Li Qingshan was large and tall, he had already begun to feel inferior in their hearts. In particular, Mu Jitsong's displeasure towards Yu Zijian's closeness with Li Qingshan had basically vanished completely. This guy's strength is not weak, but he's just a brute. If he can't reach Qi practitioner, what's the use of strength no matter how strong he is? And he's so ugly. I've underestimated myself by treating him as an opponent. Li Qingshan could clearly sense the many changes in their emotions. His smile did not change, and he sighed slightly over the fickleness of the world. He did not take it to heart. Sucking up to those in power had always been human nature, so there was nothing to be displeased about. However, this was all because Li Qingshan was strong enough and he was confident enough. Otherwise, it would be unavoidable for him to develop some ill feelings. A person's breadth of mind had always been directly related to their strength. When weaker people tried to act like they were broad-minded, it would often just be to comfort themselves. "I've come to visit her in her father's place. She was forcefully taken away by a senior brother surnamed Lu. Who knows how worried her father is?" Li Qingshan's voice carried a vague sense of questioning. This child was simple-minded, but he had to stand up for her. "You're talking about senior brother Lu? Master has already punished him." The young man furrowed his brows slightly. He was slightly displeased by Li Qingshan's questioning. Li Qingshan became even more surprised. Although he had only seen caretaker Lu once, he should be a powerful qi practitioner who had split open a sea of qi. He wondered just how this girl managed to make the sect master of the Green Vine City punish his beloved disciple for her. Li Qingshan could tell these people were not unreasonable. He glanced at a tea house on the side. It was quiet and elegant inside, and when he saw the signboard on the door, it read Tranquil Tea House. It really did live up to its name. Sure enough, there were not a lot of people inside. It was very tranquil. "This isn't a place to talk. Please come in and have some tea. I'd like to ask Zijian a few things in her father's place." This was the first time Yu Zijian had heard him directly refer to her by name. She found it strange, but when she thought about how he had specially come to visit her for her sake, her heart warmed up. Her ears reddened first, and she pinched the corner of her clothes. She had no idea what to say. All she thought was that Niu Juxia really was a good person. This was the first time Mu Jitsong had seen Yu Zijian behave like this. He felt jealous for some reason. He asked with a strange smile, "You want to invite us here to drink tea?" After receiving confirmation from Li Qingshan, he exchanged glances with his fellow disciples beside him. They all smiled strangely. Li Qingshan entered the tea house and understood why they were smiling. He also understood why the tea house was so tranquil. There were a few bamboo signs hanging on the west wall, with the prices written on them. Even the cheapest tea cost 7 spiritual stones, while the most expensive ones cost over 20 spiritual stones. Which qi practitioner would not buy pills for cultivation or talismans to protect themselves with spiritual stones? Instead, they would drink a pot of tea. There were no waiters or waiters in the tea house. There was only a single owner, a skinny old man with gray hair. He was also the tea master of the tea house. When Li Qingshan and the others entered, they did not even raise their heads. A few curtains were drawn, separating a few private rooms. The people inside seemed to be talking, but there was no sound at all. Clearly, this was the effect of the formation. Li Qingshan said, "TSK, this tea sure isn't cheap." Yu Zijian pulled Li Qingshan away. It's too expensive. Let's go somewhere else. There's a steamed bun store on the corner of the street. They use the meat of a 3-colored deer as the filling. The 3 disciples of the Green Vine Mountain chimed in with smiles. Yeah, there's nothing special about this tea. Their expressions were as expected. Independent cultivators were basically synonymous with poverty. They did not even have enough money to buy pills, so where would they get the money to buy the famous tea from the tranquil tea house? Of course, they did not have any ill intentions, but watching a bumpkin make a fool of himself was always a delightful matter. It was obviously impossible for the group of people to just leave with their tails between their legs. At a time like this, a generous and forthright man obviously had to come and save the situation. Mu Jitsong said. The Tranquil Tea House is extremely renowned in the cultivation world. Being able to enjoy a cup of tea from there is basically the greatest enjoyment in life. Since you're here, you might as well take things as you can. Since you're Zijian's friend, I should be the one to treat you since you've come to the Green Vine Mountain. Li Qingshan did not even know about the renowned Tranquil Tea House, so he was obviously extremely ignorant. Chang Jelly glanced at Mu Jitsong affectionately. Then we'll have to make senior brother pay today. Zijian, why don't you thank senior brother? Let alone someone from a small place like this. Even the few of us haven't tasted something so extravagant before. Only then did Li Qingshan sense Chang Jelly's hostility towards Yu Zijian. She was clearly saying that Yu Zijian was a bumpkin just like him. This was just how troublesome humans were. The hostility of demons was on their bodies, but the hostility of humans was in their hearts. However, Yu Zijian just happened to be unable to understand what he was trying to say. She said in embarrassment, "Thank you, senior brother Mu. Actually, I'd like to try what such expensive tea tastes like too. Let's drink the cloud mist tea." The cloud mist tea was the cheapest type of tea. Naive and straightforward women were already rare, but it was even rarer for her to be kind and considerate. She seemed to possess the best aspects of her father and mother. The more he spent time with her, the more he found out about her adorableness and preciousness. Mu Jitsong's gaze became gentler. Zijian will drink whatever you want. Chang Jelly's smile stiffened slightly, while the gazes of the 2 other disciples towards her seemed to contain a hint of mockery. Li Qingshan snickered inside. This was like a clash between a third-rate master and a great qi practitioner. As soon as they clashed, Chang Jelly had suffered a crushing defeat. Chang Jelly's appearance was not bad, but she lacked the kind of charm that could move people's hearts. It was just like when it came to the same song, some people could sing it in a normal manner. Although there was nothing wrong with it, it did not matter even if they did not listen to it, while others could sing it to the heart. Just when Mu Jitsong wanted to greet the tea brewer, he was stopped by Li Qingshan. He grinned. We might come from a small place, but we can still afford a sip of tea. Isn't that right, Zijian? Only then did Yu Zijian suddenly realize what Chang Jelly was trying to say just now. She frowned. Exactly. She was annoyed inside. You can look down on me, but how can you look down on Wuxia? Chapter 214. Mu Jitsong was displeased. Chang Jelly immediately said, "Fellow Nyo, it's not easy for an independent cultivator to earn some spiritual stones. You better save it for pills." The other 2 disciples chimed in as well. "I know what I'm doing," Li Qingshan said indifferently. "I've killed a bunch of qi practitioners like you and that's all I have. Really is not easy. However, there's no reason for me to let a group of insignificant people like you look down on me." He did not mind being mocked by others, but he could not bear to see them mock Yu Zijian. He said to the tea brewer, "Uncle, give me the most expensive one. Tea that worryless tea or something." Li Qingshan sat down boldly beside a tea table. He was in an extremely bad mood. He could not help it. He had several hundred spiritual stones on him, and he even had a spiritual stone mine underground. If he insisted that he was not a nouveau riche, then he would be lying. The tea brewer finally raised his head and studied Li Qingshan. There were not a lot of people who could afford worryless tea in a town that mainly consisted of qi practitioners. He said indifferently, "Please wait a moment." He began brewing the tea by himself. The disciples of the Green Vine Mountain were all stunned. The worryless tea was a famous tea from the tranquil tea house. A single pot cost an astronomical 27 spiritual stones. If it were converted into qi gathering pills, it would be enough for a qi practitioner to cultivate for a year or two. Even Mu Jitsong was reluctant to use that to buy a pot of tea. He smiled dryly. "Fellow Niu, how generous of you." Yu Zijian tugged at Li Qingshan's sleeve and tried to persuade him softly. "Niu Juxia, that's so expensive." Li Qingshan patted the exquisite wooden tea stool beside him. "I'm drinking it myself. What's there to be afraid of?" These were his heartfelt words. One of his great ambitions in life was to taste all kinds of delicacies. Although tea probably couldn't be counted as one of them, he wanted to try anything that could satisfy his appetite. Since he couldn't drink all the teas in the world, then he would drink the best. And his principle towards strangers, especially people he did not like, was to not owe anything. Why would he drink the tea that someone else had invited him to? Yu Zijian sat down beside him. She could vaguely sense that Li Qingshan wanted to stand up for her, which made her feel rather mixed. The disciples of the Green Vine Mountain all looked at Mu Jitsong, unsure whether they should sit down or not. They also wanted to try the worryless tea. Mu Jitsong thought to himself, "Since you want to put on airs at your own cost, so be it." Li Qingshan asked Yu Zijian about what happened after they parted. As it turned out, when Yu Zijian arrived on the Green Vine Mountain, she was supposed to start off as a servant disciple obediently. However, during the entrance ceremony, the Green Vine elder appeared and tested everyone's talent. Her talent was the most outstanding. The Green Vine elder was delighted, so he asked a few more questions about her origins. If she were a regular girl, she would have been frightened into silence by the majestic hall and the dignified foundation establishment cultivators a long time ago. However, Yu Zijian said, "Originally I didn't want to come. He forced me to come." She pointed at Lu Fengrui and told him how he had threatened and coerced her to stop her from speaking carelessly. Tears streamed down her face. The children that Lu Fengrui had brought to the Green Vine Mountain from the Proud Sword Manor were close to this senior sister in the first place, so they began to feel homesick. A while later, all the children began to cry in the main hall of the Green Vine Mountain. The entrance ceremony turned into an awkward one. The Green Vine elder felt rather embarrassed. He pointed at Lu Fengrui and cursed, "If someone else sees this, they'll think that all the disciples of our Green Vine Mountain have been abducted." Lu Fengrui knelt down in a hurry to apologize. Even among his fellow disciples, he was not well liked. No one spoke up for him. They all secretly mocked him. The Green Vine elder left in a huff, and Yu Zijian turned the tables. As a matter of fact, she could even be described as turning the tables. However, the Green Vine elder did not tell Yu Zijian to leave, nor did he tell her to join the Green Vine Mountain. As a result, she remained behind for some reason, becoming the only non-disciple of the Green Vine Mountain. Li Qingshan guessed that the Green Vine elder probably wanted Yu Zijian to join the Green Vine Mountain, but he did not want to force her. The Green Vine Mountain accepted disciples, not enemies. Only someone as obstinate and self-opinionated as Lu Fengrui would be so unreasonable. The disciples could tell what the Green Vine elder was thinking, so they purposefully tried to get closer to Yu Zijian, persuading her to just join the Green Vine Mountain. Coupled with how likable she was in the first place, she had become familiar with everyone in less than a month. Coupled with the protection of an admirer like Mu Jitsong, there was actually nothing an inner disciple like Lu Fengrui could do to her. The Sacred Hall senior brothers and sisters all said that guy was a bad person. They told me not to take it to heart. Mu Jitsong said awkwardly, "Zijian, don't speak carelessly. Senior brother Lu is just a little rash. He's not a bad person." Although he disliked Lu Fengrui, he still had to protect his fellow disciples in front of outsiders. Li Qingshan had no idea how to respond to Yu Zijian's adventures. He could not help but sigh. Some people were born luckier than others. This luck did not come from powerful clans, but a certain ability, the ability to smile at the world. The world was like a mirror. If you smiled at it, it would smile back at you. They were not born with this ability. Instead, they had received the most gentle care and the most correct education from young. Li Qingshan and Qian Rongji were not as lucky. They had both developed vicious personalities from their lives. They used the claws and teeth known as cunning and resourceful, and valiant and resolute, to fight and kill in this world. This was the strength they relied on to survive. Yu Zijian was not resolute, nor was she particularly resourceful. Her cultivation was pitifully low. However, she could make the mature Hua Qinglu obtain an innate pill for her, and she could make the resolute Li Qingshan run several hundred kilometers for her. This was also her strength. At this moment, the tea brewer served up a pot of fragrant tea. When the tea was poured into the teacups, it was clear and colorless, just like clear water. However, it gave off a wondrous fragrance, which was relaxing. Li Qingshan said, "I'll replace alcohol with tea. Thank you for taking care of Zijian." He drank all the tea, and a stream of heat flowed into his stomach, spreading out. Even his body warmed up. Not only did the fragrance linger in his mouth and teeth, but it basically lingered in his lungs too. Drinking a cup like that on a cold winter night was basically the best form of enjoyment. With a cup, all of his selfish thoughts seemed to have been cleansed away. He became completely lazy. Both the tea leaves and the tea water contained pure spiritual qi, which surpassed regular pills. It was extremely beneficial to both his body and mind. It really is good tea. Mu Jizong and the others sipped it slowly. They were indescribably relaxed. When they looked at Li Qingshan again, their arrogance had vanished, and they spoke with a little more politeness. As the saying went, it was hard to bear the consequences of being taken advantage of. Even if they mocked Li Qingshan after drinking such a famous tea, they were not that thick-skinned. Chang Jelly's gaze towards Li Qingshan became slightly gentler. She could tell that Li Qingshan was not a poor independent cultivator trying to look impressive. Instead, he was a generous man who truly did not care about 20 or 30 spiritual stones at all. Women would always have a favorable impression of him. Li Qingshan smiled. The tea really does live up to its name of worryless. Only Mu Jizong was unable to cheer up. He had originally been the center of attention in this small circle, yet a pot of tea from this boorish fellow had stolen all the limelight. How could he just accept this? "Fellow Niu, the way you drink it seems to be a waste of the tea." Li Qingshan raised an eyebrow. "What do you mean by that?" Mu Jizong had been waiting for that. He smiled. He went on a long ramble, talking about the way of tea and the classics of tea, demonstrating his great knowledge. Chang Jelly and the others gave him a few words of support. The two country bumpkins, Li Qingshan and Yu Zijian, just held their teacups, drinking as they listened. When Mu Jizong's speech came to an end and he wanted to drink some tea to moisten his throat, he discovered that Li Qingshan and Yu Zijian had already wasted all the remaining tea. He was immediately stunned. Yu Zijian said in admiration, "Senior brother Mu knows a lot." Li Qingshan said, "I feel like I've learned a lot too." Yu Zijian continued to drink slowly, but he really drank it like a bull, pouring cup after cup into his stomach. "You're drinking my tea, yet you still have so much to say. There's no need for you to drink it." Chang Jelly and the others felt fortunate that they had acted quickly. They did not forget to drink tea, snatching a few cups from Li Qingshan's mouth. It was enough for half a month of cultivation. The spiritual tea was not like the tea of the secular world, which could be brewed multiple times. The tea brewer had used a technique to infuse all the flavors of the tea into the spiritual water, so none of it went to waste. There was only a single pot. Yu Zijian rubbed her belly. "It's so warm." Li Qingshan said, "Exactly." The two of them looked at one another and smiled. All Yu Zijian saw was that Li Qingshan's eyes had become clear. They no longer had the sharpness from when they first met, but they seemed extremely calm and clear. He had gone from a vicious tiger to a gentle ox, which made him look at her a little more gently. Suddenly, she felt like she could not look at his gaze any more than the sharpness from before. She dodged his gaze and lowered her head. Mu Jizong felt like everything he had said just now had been for nothing. He gritted his teeth and said, "Fellow Niu, do you understand the profoundness of the way of tea now?" Li Qingshan smiled. "I'm a crude person. I can't remember that much." He turned around and said to Yu Zijian, "What do you think, Zijian? Do you want to go back with me?" Before Yu Zijian could even answer, Mu Jizong said firmly, "No. Without master's permission, Zijian cannot leave the Green Vine Mountain." Chang Jelly tried to persuade him gently, "Senior brother." She was eager for Yu Zijian to go as far away as possible. However, if two men were to fight over something, it would not just be about the loss of the item but also their pride. It was not something that could be persuaded by a few words from a bystander. Li Qingshan did not look at Mu Jizong. He only said to Yu Zijian, "What do you think?" Yu Zijian immediately became hesitant. In the past few days, the disciples of the Green Vine Mountain had all taken great care of her. If she just left, she would feel like she was letting down their good intentions, and it would probably make things difficult for Niu Juxia. You should think about it. Don't worry about anything else. Just follow your heart. I believe the Green Vine Elder is a reasonable senior. Don't forget about the way I told you when to make a choice. Li Qingshan understood what she was thinking. He patted her shoulder and ignored Mu Jizong's ugly expression. He stood up and arrived before the tea brewer to pay the bill. He had just fished out 27 spiritual stones from his 100 treasures pouch. The tea brewer said proudly, "How's my worryless tea? You might be able to taste it, but it's not like you're chewing on a peony." He specialized in the way of tea. As he watched Li Qingshan drink cup after cup, he was displeased. He finally could not help but say something. Chapter 215. Mu Jizong laughed aloud. "You're not just chewing on peonies. Are you playing the lute to a cow? I'm just joking. I hope fellow Niu doesn't mind." Li Qingshan smiled faintly. "The tea is good, but the water is just as Zijian, it's the same with making friends. You have to choose good water, or you'll be ruining the tea." Yu Zijian agreed with a murmur, which made Mu Jizong's expression change. However, the tea brewer became irritated first. "Kid, you're pretending to know when you don't. You're blabbering nonsense. I've obtained this water from the Sky Spiritual Spring on Mount Biluo." Mu Jizong said, "Fellow Niu, you probably haven't heard of the Sky Spiritual Spring before. It ranks 97th on the list of spiritual springs of the Green Province. This ranking was not very high, but it was already very impressive to be able to be ranked in the top 100 in the 30,000 miles of Azure Province. The top 96 places were all occupied by famous sects, so how could a small rogue cultivator have the chance to taste it?" The tea brewer huffed. "Kid, you sure are knowledgeable. You really do come from the Green Vine Mountain after all." Li Qingshan said, "So what?" The tea brewer said, "So what? If you can bring out even better water, then I'll treat you to the pot of tea. Otherwise," he gave off his aura. He was actually a 7th layer chi practitioner. Yu Zijian said in a hurry, "Senior, please don't be angry. My friend was just saying." Li Qingshan stopped her and smiled. "There are probably more famous springs in the world than a single list of famous springs. Since Senior wants to treat me to it, then I'll accept." He took out a jar of clear water from his 100 treasures pouch and placed it before the tea brewer. This was a spiritual spring that Li Qingshan had found underground by following the spiritual river to its source. The water was cold and sweet, enough to seep into people's hearts. Although he did not know the way of tea, he could sense that the spiritual chi in the water was much denser than some sky spiritual spring. Most of the spiritual springs in the world originated from extremely deep underground. As they flowed to the surface, the spiritual chi would disperse, and the water quality would instead deteriorate. But how many people in the world could go deep underground, and how many people would go deep underground just for a jar of spirit spring water to make a cup of tea? That spirit spring was guarded by one of the strongest demons. Even if chi practitioners went there, they would only be able to survive. If Li Qingshan, the leader of the demon soldiers, wanted to drink some water, how could he refuse? The jar was just an ordinary porcelain jar. Mu Jizong watched with folded arms, waiting for Li Qingshan to make a fool of himself. Yu Zijian was filled with worry and concern. The tea sommelier casually opened the porcelain jar and looked inside. The resentful sneer on his face suddenly froze. This water?" A layer of white mist floated on the surface of the water, and as soon as the jar was taken out, a layer of water condensed on top of it. Mu Jizong walked over impatiently. "What do you think of this water?" He was also stunned. The spiritual aura emitted from this jar of water was actually not inferior to that of many medicinal pills. The tea sommelier scooped up a cup of water in a hurry and drank it. He shivered. The clear water seemed to be even colder than ice. He refused to believe it, so he scooped up his own water with a copper ladle and placed it in the jar. Before long, the water in the ladle had actually frozen. That's right, that's right. This is ice condensate water. Li Qingshan had never thought the water he had retrieved from the underground spring would actually possess something like this. How is it? Is it better than your water? The tea sommelier said dejectedly. The ice condensate water that ranks 52 is obviously much better than sky spring water. I've misjudged you. I never thought Sir would actually be able to enter the Eyesight Palace. I've never heard of this Eyesight Palace. I've said it before. The renowned springs of the world cannot be covered by a mere list of renowned springs. Thank you for your hospitality, Senior. As Li Qingshan said that, he was about to stash away the jar of water. Wait. The tea sommelier stopped Li Qingshan in a hurry. What, you're going back on your word? Li Qingshan asked. It's just a cup of tea. I can still afford it. I'm Lu Ziyu. How many spiritual stones are you willing to sell this jar of water for? Lu Ziyu's eyes shone, looking at Li Qingshan eagerly. Or perhaps the jar of ice condensate water. The people of the Green Vine Mountain had never expected the situation to develop like this. This Wuxia had actually taken out spiritual water that completely surpassed the sky spring. Not only did they not spend a single copper coin to drink this extremely luxurious pot of renowned tea, but they even made a profit. Mu Jitsong was surprised. Are you old Senior Lu? Lu Ziyu's cultivation was not particularly great, but he was skilled in the way of tea, so he was rather renowned among tea practitioners. It was said that he had brewed tea for many foundation establishment cultivators in the past, and was treated as an esteemed guest. Never did they think he would actually appear in the town and manage this tranquil tea house. Lu Ziyu nodded reservedly. Mu Jitsong refused to accept this. I've heard that ice condensate water is suited for forging swords and artifacts, but I've never heard that it's suited for brewing tea. Lu Ziyu said, how ignorant. The temperature of ice condensate water is extremely low, so most people think it's unsuited for brewing tea. Little do they know that only when ice and fire work together can the taste of tea be unleashed to the limit. However, it requires extremely great skill from the tea master. He was obviously a tea master with great skill like that. Suddenly seeing such fine water, how could he let it go? Mu Jitsong's face darkened, but he could not lose his temper. Li Qingshan said, please name your price, Senior. Lu Ziyu said, 30 spiritual stones. Chung Jelly cried out slightly. The jar of water was actually even more expensive than the pot of tea just now. 30 spiritual stones was a tremendous sum to a measly tea practitioner like her. Li Qingshan said, given Senior's character, you won't go so far as to cheat me. 30 spiritual stones then. Lu Ziyu never expected Li Qingshan to not haggle. He rejoiced inside and nodded while stroking his beard. You're worth teaching. However, I do have a small request. What is it? Senior, please use this water to brew a pot of worryless tea for me. Lu Ziyu glared at him. Kid, don't be too greedy. He wanted to waste his water and his tea leaves. If he used the ice condensate water to brew a pot of worryless tea, he would have to sell it for at least 50 spiritual stones. Li Qingshan said, I won't hide it from Senior. I have more than this jar of water. He paused for a moment. I would also like to see Senior's profound tea ceremony. If Senior really won't agree, then I can only keep this water for myself. He sighed and was about to put away the water. Wait. I'm itching to try my hand today. I'll satisfy your small request. Lu Ziyu gritted his teeth and agreed. If only the cost was considered, this price seemed barely acceptable. Listening to Li Qingshan's words, not only did he have more than one jar of water, but he also seemed to know where the spring was. If he could provide him with this ice condensate water for a long time, it would definitely be of great benefit to his tea ceremony. Lu Ziyu couldn't wait to scoop up the water and cook the tea. Every movement was elegant and natural, but he didn't use an open flame. Instead, he held the teapot in his hand and used his own true qi to cook the tea. He precisely controlled the heat, and there was nothing else in his eyes. A moment later, Lu Ziyu let out a light breath and opened the lid of the teapot. A strange fragrance rose and lingered, far superior to the worryless tea from before. The guests behind the curtain suddenly stopped what they were doing and turned their heads. A few chi practitioners on the street outside stopped and sniffed. What is this smell? It smells so good. Chapter 216. Lu Ziyu held up the ice condensate water, not caring about anything else. If you have water, you must bring it to me. Li Qingshan replied perfunctorily and left. He didn't expect that the water he found underground could be sold for such a good price. He was still a beginner when it came to the exploitation of underground resources. Holy Church, old man Lu, why are you hiding such good tea and not letting us have a taste? A man lifted the bamboo curtain and shouted, I'm coming. Lu Ziyu took down the bamboo plate from the wall, wiped it with his hand, and added 20 spirit stones to the price. Zijian, are there any places that sell cultivation methods here? Li Qingshan saw how Yu Zijian still needed to think about it, so he was in no hurry. It was rare for him to come across a market where cultivators bought and sold, so he obviously had to take a proper look around and buy a few items that he could use. Mu Jitsong and the others became even more certain that he was an independent cultivator. Only independent cultivators would need to buy cultivation methods. Yu Zijian was troubled. I'm not sure either, Mu Jitsong said. There's one in the corner up ahead. Fellow Nyo, it's getting late, so we need to return to the Green Vine Mountain. Let's bid farewell here. All right. Zijian, take some time to consider it. I'll probably stay here for a few days. Once you've made up your mind, come down the mountain and let me know. Li Qingshan said happily. Since Yu Zijian was safe and sound this time, there was nothing for him to worry about. Even if he really did decide to join the Green Vine Mountain, it was fine. Furthermore, he and Mu Jitsong were on the verge of falling out, so there was no point in gathering again. Mu Jitsong was rather surprised by how straightforward Li Qingshan was. For a moment, he was unsure whether he was interested in Yu Zijian or not. Who would have thought that Li Qingshan's ambitions were in the 9 heavens? Although he would be moved when he saw a beautiful and adorable girl, he would not be too entangled in these romantic affairs. He would just let fate take its course. Yu Zijian said, Thank you, Nyo Wuxia. I've already considered it. Li Qingshan was surprised. Really? It's rare for you to make such a decision. Are you going to stay or leave? I've decided to go to the 100 schools of thought. Yu Zijian said calmly, a drastic change from her usual indecisiveness. Mu Jitsong's face reddened. Zijian, you better think it through. Our Green Vine Mountain isn't any weaker than any of the 100 schools of thought. Yu Zijian said sincerely, Thank you for taking care of me in the past few days, senior brother Mu. However, I've already promised Qinglu that I'll go to the 100 schools of thought with her to study, and I need to repay her for the innate pill. Then she smiled at Li Qingshan. Nyo Wuxia, is this what you meant by making a choice? Li Qingshan clapped his hands and praised, Exactly. It's not like you're a disciple of the Green Vine Mountain, so why don't you come with me right now? Mu Jitsong said anxiously, Don't even think about it. Without my master's orders, however, Yu Zijian shook her head. I can't leave yet. Qinglu has received my letter, so she'll definitely find a way to find me. If I leave right now, wouldn't she be coming empty-handed? And I can't just leave like this. It's already been a month. That friend of yours might not necessarily come. Li Qingshan expressed his doubts over the friendship between the two girls. Qinglu will definitely come. Yu Zijian was extremely certain. I hope she doesn't betray your trust, or it'll be her loss. Li Qingshan smiled. Who said weak people did not have their own perseverance? Being able to trust others was also an impressive ability. If Qinglu really could come and resolve the problem properly, that would obviously be for the best. I'll still be staying here for a few days. If you change your mind, come find me after you leave the mountain. Li Qingshan glanced at Mu Jitsong. By then it probably wouldn't be so easy for her to leave the mountain again. It was impossible for him to charge up the Green Vine Mountain and face a foundation establishment cultivator. He had to take responsibility for his own choices. Even kind-hearted and cute girls needed to understand this. Li Qingshan clasped his hands and left. Yu Zijian watched as his tall figure merged into the crowd and lights. She said extremely softly, Thank you, thanking him for respecting her choice. Li Qingshan took out the pot of worryless tea from his 100 treasures pouch and shoved it into the bamboo basket on his back. A soft white hand accepted it. Little and leaned against the cotton cushion leisurely with one leg crossed over the other. He held a Buddhist scripture in one hand and a purple clay teapot in the other, drinking tea and reading a book by the spout of the teapot. The holy church Li Qingshan let out a sigh of relief. At the end of the day, he still did not like dealing with these random people. He was a tiger that roamed the jungle. He had grown accustomed to the feeling of loneliness a long time ago. As he walked through the town, the stalls on the two sides sold a variety of goods. Apart from the common spiritual artifacts and pills, there were also a few fragments of secret manuals that some great cultivator had left behind, or the treasure maps to some mysterious dwelling. Although most of them were just fish eyes, there would be 1 or 2 pearls hidden in there from time to time. A lucky person would obtain them and rise to prominence. This kind of story would always inspire every Qi practitioner. However, if one wanted to find a pearl in this story, they would need to have extremely good foresight or luck. Li Qingshan obviously did not have good insight. He was still a country bumpkin in the cultivation community, and he did not like to rely on luck either. Moreover, he didn't like to rely on luck, so he took a quick look around before arriving at the bookstore that Mu Jitsong had mentioned, revealing an expectant expression. What he lacked the most right now was a method of practicing Qi. He never thought he would find a place like this. Good things come to good people. There were 2 simple words written on the blackboard, Book Mountain. When he walked in, he almost suspected that he had walked into a tea house again. There were neither bookshelves nor books here. The only book was in the shopkeeper's withered hands. An old man was lying on a rocking chair. There was also a pot of tea on the small table next to him. He flipped another page before putting down the book in his hands. He said slowly, "Fellow Taoist, what book would you like to buy?" Li Qingshan said, "Uncle, I want to buy a method of practicing. Do you have it here?" The old man smiled and said, "If you don't, why would I still open this shop?" He took out a bamboo scroll from his 100 treasures pouch and tossed it to Li Qingshan. "All the methods are on there. Take your time to choose." Then he continued to bury his head in the book. Li Qingshan opened the bamboo scroll doubtfully and injected his true qi into it. A few words in ink naturally appeared on the bamboo scroll. Body refinement, qi refinement. He tried to focus his mind on the 2 words, qi refinement. The original words in ink seemed to float away as if they were soaked in water. They condensed again and became yin-yang, metal, wood, water, fire, earth. He randomly chose the word fire, and more than 10 methods appeared. This was only the first page. There were probably more than 100 methods in total. Other than the Bing fire method of qi refinement, he had never heard of any of the others. He then chose the Bing fire method of qi refinement. The bamboo scroll showed various evaluations of this method. From the difficulty of practicing to the power of fighting, there was everything. Even a layman like Li Qingshan could basically estimate the quality of this method. This roll of bamboo slips was an encyclopedia of cultivation methods. No wonder there were no books placed here. Li Qingshan humbly asked for guidance. "Uncle, I am a loose cultivator. I don't know what method is good. Do you have any recommendations?" The old man smiled. "That depends on which method your body is suitable for. Do you know your yin-yang and the 5 elements?" "I don't know, but it should be water." The old man said, "Our store can test your body for 1 spirit stone each time. Do you want to test it?" Li Qingshan happily paid a spiritual stone. The old man fished out a scroll from his 100 treasures pouch and unfurled it. There were many profound inscriptions on it, and the twisting and turning lines formed a simple formation. The old man shook his hand and the scroll became 7 feet long. He spread it on the ground. "Sit on it and concentrate." Li Qingshan gently put down the bamboo basket and sat cross-legged in the middle of the formation. He closed his eyes and concentrated. "Let's test yin-yang first." The old man held the scroll. The formation immediately shone on Li Qingshan's body. It formed a small shadow on top of his head. The old man shook his head. "You can't cultivate any yin-yang techniques. It is extremely difficult to condense profound yin true qi. But you don't need to be discouraged. I can tell from your physique that you walk the path of yang." It was late at night, but there were still many people in the market. Suddenly, a dazzling light shone from the bookstore. The pedestrians covered their eyes and said in surprise, "What is this? Is it the birth of some treasure?" A qi practitioner squinted his eyes and looked into the bookstore. What do you know? This is a yin-yang test. What? When I first tested it, the light was only the size of a fist. A few qi practitioners walked into the bookstore. They saw a head-sized ball of white light floating above Li Qingshan's head. The old man praised, "You have an excellent aptitude for the profound yang dao. Cultivating profound yang true qi will be twice the result with half the effort." Li Qingshan said, "Old uncle, do you have any cultivation techniques to recommend? Don't be anxious. Let's test the 5 elements." Although the cultivation techniques derived from the yin and yang qi are all-encompassing, they are difficult to cultivate. You will need guidance from a master. I usually don't recommend rogue cultivators to cultivate them. As the old man spoke, he tested Li Qingshan's 5 elements. When he tested the wood, only a small blade of grass appeared above Li Qingshan's head. The old man shook his head. This was far worse than ordinary qi practitioners. When he tested the metal, a small sword appeared above Li Qingshan's head. The old man nodded slightly. When he tested the earth, a huge rock appeared above Li Qingshan's head. The old man's eyes lit up. He nodded even more. The earth element was above the yang element. A set of the Wu earth unyielding qi art was enough. When he tested his fire, a small ball of fire condensed above Li Qingshan's head. The old man thought it was a pity. His fire element was extremely mediocre. If it were as good as earth, then he could dual practice yang and fire. The true yang method of fire had been prepared for him. It was also rather strange. Normally, people with a powerful yang element would not have a particularly weak fire element. Could it be? The old man immediately thought. The 5 elements reinforced and restrained each other. Water and fire would restrain each other. Just like the yin and yang qi, if one was strong, the other would be weak. Then this kid's water element should be good. Because Li Qingshan thought he should have the water element, the old man tested his water last. A blue light filled the bookstore. Even though the old man was experienced and knowledgeable, he was shocked. Chapter 217. Li Qingshan closed his eyes. His mind was blank, but he felt like he had returned to the black water, where he had chased the blackwater salamander for 3 days and 3 nights. His heart condensed into water. His front, back, left, right, and every direction became flowing water. Like a tangible wave, it surged into the surroundings endlessly. The qi practitioners in the shop retreated subconsciously, circulating their true qi to block it. Only when the huge wave passed through them did they realize it was just an illusion formed from blue light. The wave even surged out of the bookstore, reaching the streets. The qi practitioners on the way were all extremely shocked, looking at one another in shock. What's going on? How can such a powerful illusion appear when testing the 5 elements? Who knows how many talented geniuses there are in this world? There's nothing we can do to be envious of them. Stop wasting time. Go buy some pills and prepare to enter secluded cultivation. We have to stand out in the herb gathering ceremony this time. The qi practitioner beside him glanced at the bookstore again before pulling his companion away. The old man said slowly, "You can rise now, sir." Li Qingshan stood up and said politely, "What do you think, uncle? Which cultivation method suits me?" To cultivators, choosing a suitable cultivation method was basically 10 times more important than choosing a suitable wife for mortals. If mortals married the wrong wife, they could still get a divorce. If it really did not work out, they could only endure it for a few decades at most. However, if cultivators chose the wrong cultivation method, they might lose a few hundred years of their lifespan, or they might die a violent death in battle. Li Qingshan was extremely cautious about this. He was not knowledgeable himself, so he obviously had to consult an expert. The old man stowed the formation scroll away slowly and said, "I've tested the constitutions of many independent cultivators for so many years. The number of people with such great talent in the innate 5 elements can be counted on one hand. If you cultivate Gui water true qi, you'll definitely be able to advance valiantly and advance at a tremendous pace. The water element techniques you use will also be far more powerful than regular people." Li Qingshan knew he was not some talented genius. This was probably due to the effects of the spirit turtle's method of sea suppression. When he practiced a certain demon's ability, He seemed to possess the nature of that demon. The spirit turtle was a divine beast of the water. Controlling the ocean was as easy as a child playing in a bathtub. The sacred temple, even if Li Qingshan had only inherited a sliver of the spirit turtle's intelligence, it would be perfectly normal for him to possess talent like this. His talent in metal and earth was probably related to the ox demon and tiger demon's divine abilities. Other cultivators probably wouldn't believe him. Apart from a small number of spirit herbs, no one had ever heard of a cultivation method that could change one's talent. Talent was a gift from the heavens. Although hard work could make up to it, it was not enough. However, the abilities that the black ox had taught Li Qingshan had completely changed his body and race. His so-called talent had instead become insignificant, not even worth mentioning. Sir, I method. Who is I Gui is. Alit I method. I said I method, Qingshan, and saint, 1, The old man's eyes flickered. Actually, with your talent, it's nothing difficult for you to find a sect that specializes in Gui water true qi. You don't have to buy a cultivation method from me. For example, a certain school in the 100 schools of thought specially requires their disciples to specialize in Gui water true qi. I just happen to be acquainted with their school leader. Li Qingshan said in admiration, Uncle, you really are kind-hearted. You really are a scholar after all. However, I'm used to being free and undisciplined. I don't want to be restricted. He lowered his head and studied the bamboo slip again. With a thought, the various water element cultivation methods were all listed out. These cultivation methods were not too expensive. The more expensive ones were only a few dozen spiritual stones each, while the cheaper ones could be bought for around a dozen spiritual stones. Just now, the spiritual stones he had earned from selling water were enough for him to buy the Gui water method of condensing qi. Qi practitioner was still at the initial stage of cultivation after all. Qi practitioner cultivation methods were not some divine arts or secret manual, so it was obviously impossible for them to be ridiculously expensive. Moreover, only a nouveau riche like Li Qingshan would think that a few dozen spiritual stones were not expensive. It was unknown how many years it would take for an ordinary individual cultivator to accumulate enough spiritual stones. Therefore, on the catalog there were several spiritual stones marked. The entire set of cultivation methods was sold separately. For example, the first 3 levels of the Gui water method of condensing qi only needed 5 spiritual stones. The few qi practitioners in the shop exchanged glances and whispered a few words. In that case, let this old man think about it. You can take a look for yourself first. The old man lowered his eyes as if he was disappointed that Li Qingshan insisted on buying his cultivation method. However, he also seemed to be relieved. He stroked his beard and pondered. Such a good material, as long as he chose the right cultivation method, he would definitely have a boundless future. Li Qingshan was filthy rich. He immediately found the most expensive water cultivation method. Although the most expensive was not necessarily the best, it was definitely not too bad. The Arts of the Boundless Ocean is worth 110 spiritual stones. It has a very high requirement for talent. When testing the 5 elements, you need to conjure a wave at the very least to be able to practice it. The difficulty of practicing it is also marked as extremely difficult, but after practicing it, your true qi will surge like the tide, boundless. However, it was labeled as incomplete at the back. Even if it was incomplete, it could still be practiced to mid-foundation establishment. This cultivation method was no longer just a method of practicing qi, which was why it was so expensive. No, this price was already a bargain. Li Qingshan thought, I cultivate the spirit turtle's method of sea suppression as a demon. Wouldn't it be a perfect match for me if I practiced the arts of the boundless ocean as a qi practitioner? Uncle, how about I practice the arts of the boundless ocean? The arts of the boundless ocean was originally a core cultivation method of a sect called the Ocean Sect. Once you practice it to the 9th layer, you can condense an ocean pearl in your body, which is about the same as the golden core of Taoism and the Saraira of Buddhism. Li Qingshan's eyes lit up even more. After undergoing the second heavenly tribulation, he would be a great master in this world. Even if he did not run amok, he would be able to move about freely. He never thought he would actually come across a cultivation method like this in this tiny bookstore. Wasn't this luck equivalent to buying a god artifact from a street stall, or picking up a divine beast from the side of the road? However, I don't recommend you practice this cultivation method. Li Qingshan was surprised. Why's that? Even if it was incomplete, he could find a way to gather the complete one. Once he reached foundation establishment, his strength as a demon would definitely become even greater. As long as he found the ocean sect, he refused to believe he could not obtain the second half, whether it was through trickery or by force. The old man seemed to see through Li Qingshan's thoughts. He sighed. The ocean sect has already been annihilated in the cultivation world 1,000 years ago. Otherwise, why would I be bold enough to sell the sect's secret manual? Annihilated? Who annihilated it? Rather than saying that it was annihilated, it would be more accurate to say that it was unable to recruit suitable disciples. The one who sold this half of the cultivation method to me was a descendant of the ocean sect. His aptitude was not enough to cultivate this cultivation method, and I don't know where the second half is. I've been trying to find out all these years, but I've found nothing. Otherwise, the value of this book would be more than 10 times higher. Li Qingshan was immediately disappointed. Even the old man who specialized in buying and selling books had said so. If he wanted to find it, it would be like looking for a needle in a haystack. However, he still held a glimmer of hope. Perhaps I can try to use this incomplete manual to cultivate to foundation establishment first. At most, I'll just switch to another cultivation method. The power of this cultivation method was truly tempting. At this moment, among the few qi practitioners in the bookstore, a middle-aged man with a red face and a red robe said, "Fellow Taoist, there's something you don't know. Not to mention how difficult it is to reach foundation establishment. The stronger the cultivation method, the more unique the nature of the true qi. When that time comes, it will be difficult for you to switch to another cultivation method." Li Qingshan was no fool either. He immediately understood what he meant. They were both water, but there was the water of the ocean, as well as the water of the clouds and mist. Although they were both derived from the word water, they were like the many branches of a large tree. The higher they extended, the further apart the branches would be. Jumping from one branch to another would become more and more difficult. It was just like the old granny of the Black Yin True Qi. If she wanted to learn the art of refining corpses, she would be asking for trouble. "Thank you for your reminder, fellow Taoist. May I ask for your name?" The red-faced man said, "I don't deserve my name. Fellow Taoists can choose a cultivation method first. Later, I'd like to invite fellow Taoists for a drink. Please don't refuse." Li Qingshan nodded slightly. The old man said, "That's right. The more profound the cultivation method, the more guidance is needed from a senior. Seeing that fellow Taoist doesn't lack spirit stones, I have a cultivation method to recommend." The old man took the cultivation method catalog from Li Qingshan's hand and chose a cultivation method for Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan took a look and could not help but smile bitterly. It was actually another Gui water method of condensing qi, but upon closer inspection, the Gui water method of condensing qi was actually priced at 95 spiritual stones. It was more than 3 times more expensive than the regular Gui water method of condensing qi. It was labeled with the words, "General Reference." He could not help but raise his head and look at the old man. The old man said, "The Gui water condensation method has been improved by countless people. It can be considered a royal cultivation method. Not only is it easy to cultivate, but the Gui water true qi cultivated is also the most moderate. If fellow Taoists can cultivate it to the highest realm, you can use it as a foundation to cultivate almost any advanced water cultivation method. But fellow Taoist is a rogue cultivator. Without the guidance of a master, it can be considered to be innately disadvantageous. This Gui water condensation method records the cultivation experiences of many great cultivators. It will definitely be of great help to fellow Taoist." Li Qingshan nodded. It turned out that not only was this a cultivation method, but it was also a cultivation note. Of course, following the path of predecessors was much easier and safer than finding one's own path. Moreover, the old man was very far-sighted. If Li Qingshan could cultivate this cultivation method to the highest realm, his vision would no longer be limited to this store. He would have the opportunity to encounter more advanced cultivation methods. But this price is a bit too high. The red-faced man agreed and said, "Yeah, who would buy such an expensive cultivation method? Even if he and his companions put it together, they wouldn't be able to gather so many spirit stones. The old man smiled and said, "Knowledge is priceless. Moreover, this general reference manual has 7 more water element spells than the ordinary Gui water chi condensation technique. Whether fellow Taoist wants to pick herbs or fight with others, it will be very useful." Chapter 218. The red-faced man shook his head. Learning too many spells will distract you from other things, which is not good for your cultivation. The old man said, "This is true for normal people, but with your talent in the water element, it will be much easier for you to learn these spells than normal people. Of course, this depends on your choice. I also have a version without these spells for only 60 spirit stones. If you don't have the cultivation notes, 30 spirit stones will be enough." The red-faced man was speechless. Geniuses and normal people were indeed not equal. Li Qingshan thought for a while and decided, "Okay, this is it. I'll buy it." He immediately counted out 95 spirit stones and gave them to the old man. He didn't need a few dozen spirit stones, and the cultivation method was related to his future development, so he didn't need to be stingy in this place. The rosy-cheeked man and his companions were all dumbfounded. Li Qingshan had taken out almost 100 spiritual stones just like that. He did not seem like an independent cultivator at all. No, even if he was a disciple of a sect, it was rare for him to be so generous. Their gazes towards Li Qingshan became more and more enthusiastic, which made them even more determined to befriend him. The old man was also full of smiles. He took out a jade scroll from his 100 treasures pouch and gave it to Li Qingshan. No shop owner didn't like a straightforward customer, so it was worth the effort he put in to explain the method. The jade scroll was white and slightly yellow. There were many mysterious runes engraved on it. Although it was only a thin piece, it felt heavy in his hand. Li Qingshan tried to immerse his mind into it, and the 10 stages of the Gui water condensation chi method all appeared, corresponding to the 10 stages of training chi. Among them, the first stage was for those who directly practiced the Gui water condensation chi method. The content was similar to the simplified version of the innate training of chi method. The real core of the method was the last 9 stages, corresponding to the 8 extraordinary meridians and 12 standard meridians. He skimmed through it and found that the Gui water condensation chi method was much more complicated and mysterious than the innate training of chi method. His comprehension was average and his education was mediocre. If he didn't have the notes, it wouldn't be easy for him to understand the profound meaning within. He took the right step. "Not bad, this is exactly what I want. Thank you for your advice, uncle." Li Qingshan first put the jade scroll into his 100 treasures pouch. When he returned, he would compare it to the notes of various famous experts and slowly study it. "You're too polite, fellow Taoist." The old man was also very satisfied. He thought of something and said, "My store doesn't only have cultivation techniques. We also have all kinds of ancient books. I even have a few mental maps here. Fellow Taoist, you should take a look. If you're planning to go on an adventure, you'll need a mental map." Li Qingshan chose the cultivation method that he was going to cultivate, and his heart calmed down. He had the mind to think about other things. After listening to the old man's words, he asked, "Do you have a mental map of Qingzhou?" The old man was mildly surprised. He smiled. "You sure are ambitious, fellow. I only have the mental map of the Clear River Prefecture here. Qi practitioners normally don't need such a large mental map, so this should be enough for you. Sanctuary. Since you don't have it, then forget it." Li Qingshan only wanted to find out how much the mental map of the Green Province Gu Yenying had given him was worth, so that he could return the favor in the future. He did not like owing people anything no matter what it was. The old man said in a hurry, "If you need a larger one, you can stay here for a few more days. I can find a way to get a mental map of the Rui Commandery, but the price," Li Qingshan smiled. "There's no need." He had already thought it through. To Gu Yenying, this was just something she had done casually. She had probably forgotten all about it already. Even if he wanted to return the favor, was he supposed to use spiritual stones to do so? He would just be looked down on for no reason. Thinking about it now, the bag of spiritual stones that Gu Yenying had specially given to Wang Puxi outside Qingyang City definitely was not inferior spiritual stones. It could even make a foundation establishment cultivator feel extremely grateful, to the point of even being afraid to accept it so easily. Its value was probably much greater than all of Li Qingshan's possessions combined. However, there would be a day when he would stand before her. In the eyes of regular cultivators, these distant, unreachable goals did not make him depressed or discouraged. Instead, they filled him with endless fighting spirit. At the very least, he had taken another firm step forward now. Li Qingshan added, I'm still inexperienced, so I only have a smattering of knowledge regarding the cultivation community, such as some spiritual spring register. Are there any books here that specialize in this aspect so that independent cultivators can make up for some common knowledge? Coming out this time, Li Qingshan gained a deeper understanding of his severe shortcomings in this aspect. The spiritual spring register was still a small matter. There were so many spiritual herbs underground, yet he could not name a single one, nor did he know their value or how to use them. Now that he had come across such a great opportunity, he obviously had to make up for it. The old man smiled. You've come to the right place. He took out a bamboo slip and passed it to Li Qingshan. It was also a catalog. Apart from the spiritual spring register, there was also the spiritual artifact register, and the demon beast register, which broadened Li Qingshan's horizons. There was also the classic of Materia Medica, which recorded the appearance and properties of spiritual herbs. It was something that Li Qingshan urgently needed. The importance of this knowledge to Li Qingshan was no less than a cultivation method. However, these books were far more complicated than cultivation methods. Aside from the classic of Materia Medica, there were several dozen other books that described spiritual herbs. The authors of every single one of them were different, and there were even many differences in their descriptions of spiritual herbs. Do you have any recommendations, uncle? It'd be best if it's something like the General Staff Department's encyclopedia. Of course. As a result, Li Qingshan spent almost another 100 spiritual stones and bought a jade slip. The name of the jade slip was the Book of All. Apart from introducing the various spiritual herbs and spiritual artifacts in detail, the book also recorded the knowledge of human geography, the detailed history of the Great Xia Empire, the anecdotes of various famous people, and even gossip like beauty charts. It truly was all-encompassing. With the book in hand, Li Qingshan felt like his future was becoming clearer and clearer. The Qi practitioners became even more surprised. The rosy-cheeked man said, "How extravagant of you, sir." He had taken out 200 spiritual stones without even batting an eyelid. Was he really just an independent cultivator? The old man's smile grew even wider. It was rare for him to come across such a large deal. It really had been the right decision to come to the Green Vine Mountain this time. Is there anything else you need, sir? However, I really can't think of anything else I can sell you. Li Qingshan said. Are there any books that record Buddhist scriptures here? There are. The old man immediately fished out a jade slip from his 100 treasures pouch. The name of this book is the Scripture Pavilion. It's a compilation of Buddhist scriptures compiled by the great masters of the Chan Monastery of Devanaga. I'll give it to you for free. Then I'll be thanking you, uncle. Li Qingshan accepted the jade slip. Right when he was about to bid farewell, the old man suddenly grabbed Li Qingshan's sleeve and shoved a paper book into Li Qingshan's hands. Li Qingshan wanted to say something, but the old man said, "Don't ask anything. Read it when you get back." His expression was slightly unnatural. Li Qingshan's eyes lit up. He stowed the book away in his 100 treasures pouch. Chapter 219. Li Qingshan ignored the curious gazes of the Qi practitioners. All he said was, "What's the matter, everyone? Please go ahead." The red-faced man did not ask too much. He waved his hand generously. "This isn't the place to talk. Let's talk in the tea house. Tea is tasteless. Is there a place to drink alcohol here? I'll be the host today." The sacred hall. Li Qingshan was in a great mood now that he had dealt with a few matters on his mind. The red-faced man smiled as well. "I prefer alcohol a little more. The 100 Flavors restaurant is just up ahead, but you can't fight with me over being the host." Li Qingshan held the jade slip of the Book of All in his hand. Many pieces of information about the 100 Flavors restaurant immediately appeared in his head. This was an extremely renowned restaurant in the cultivation community of the Clear River Prefecture. The chefs there were actually all qi practitioners. Their cooking was similar to how Lu Ziyu brewed tea. They used methods that only qi practitioners knew, and they used ingredients that regular people rarely saw. Li Qingshan smiled. Sure enough, this item was useful. It was like he had gathered the knowledge of several dozen know-it-alls into this thin jade slip. To an independent cultivator who had only just begun cultivating like him, it was basically a welcome gift from the heavens. However, independent cultivators who were willing to spend almost 100 spiritual stones on something like this were extremely rare. Disciples from sects all had masters who taught them the common knowledge of the cultivation community, so it was even more impossible for them to spend so much money. In the 100 Flavors restaurant, a few people sat down at a long table by the window. The red-faced man said, "I'm Han Xiong. These are my friends." He introduced Li Qingshan one by one, and the qi practitioners all bowed. Li Qingshan nodded and returned the greeting. He introduced himself. "I'm Niu Wuxia. May I know why you've invited me here, fellow Han?" He also thought that calling himself Niu Er was a little too perfunctory, so he just listened to Yu Zijian and called him Niu Wuxia. "Don't tell me you're that Niu Wuxia who defeated the inner disciple of the Pheasant's Grace Mountain, Song Ming, in a single strike?" Han Xiong felt deep respect and could not help but use honorifics. Li Qingshan did not expect that he would be so famous, so he humbly replied, "I was just lucky." The other three qi practitioners, on the other hand, were surprised and confused. Unlike Han Xiong, they asked, "Brother Han, what's going on? Are you talking about that golden rooster gentleman, Song Ming?" Li Qingshan almost broke into laughter. What golden rooster gentleman? That was even worse than tiger descending the mountain. Han Xiong explained to his companions. Li Qingshan didn't want to interrupt, so he looked at the restaurant. Just like the other buildings in the town, it was made of pure wood and emitted the unique fragrance of wood. The decorations were not luxurious. Instead, they were very plain. There wasn't even a single painting. It made people feel like they were here to eat and drink. The owner obviously had absolute confidence in his culinary skills. Just at this moment, a waiter walked over with a tray of dishes. He wore a square hat on his head and a white scarf on his shoulder. He deftly placed a pot of wine and a few delicate dishes on the table. His voice was full of enthusiasm as he introduced the origins of these dishes. His actions and speech were all very standard but also somewhat mechanical. Li Qingshan took a closer look and realized that this was not a waiter at all. It was clearly a humanoid puppet, but it was very intricately made. It wore the clothes of a waiter, and its exposed skin was covered in some kind of paint. It looked exactly the same as a human's skin. It was clearly not the type used for battle. Presumably, this market did not allow ordinary people to enter, but qi practitioners were not willing to do the work of serving food and wine. Thus, they ordered these waiter puppets from the Mo family. Holy Hall at this time. Han Xiong finished explaining Li Qingshan's glorious achievements. The gazes of the qi practitioners as they looked at Li Qingshan were filled with respect. The strongest among them, Han Xiong, was only at the 5th layer of qi refining. Even if they combined forces, they wouldn't be able to defeat any of the inner disciples of the three mountains. They had originally thought that Li Qingshan was a little inexperienced qi practitioner. Who would have thought that he was such a powerful figure? Han Xiong stood up and poured a cup of wine for Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan sat there without moving. He raised his cup and gestured slightly before downing the wine in one gulp. He smiled and said, "Fellow Taoist Han, can you tell me why you're here now?" Han Xiong also hurriedly downed the wine in his cup. "We're all members of the Truth-Seeking Society. This time we're sincerely inviting you to join us, fellow Taoist Niu." What kind of sect was the Truth-Seeking Society? Li Qingshan quickly immersed his mind into the Book of All, but found nothing. Han Xiong said, "Fellow Taoist Niu, you don't have to worry. The Truth-Seeking Society is merely an association of itinerant cultivators. It's not some big sect, so the Book of All wouldn't have any records of it." An association of itinerant cultivators? This was the first time Li Qingshan had heard of such an association. He asked curiously, "Actually, I've never really understood what exactly is an itinerant cultivator." That's what you don't know, fellow Taoist Neo. Itinerant cultivators don't just refer to cultivators who cultivate alone. As long as they don't come from a clan or sect, they're all itinerant cultivators. Li Qingshan said. With fellow Han's cultivation at the 5th layer, it's more than enough for you to establish your own clan or sect. Han Xiong smiled bitterly. Without my own heritage and legacies, how can I call myself a clan or sect? Normally, if a clan or sect doesn't have a foundation establishment cultivator, then even if you gather 100,000 Qi practitioners together, you'll still be an itinerant cultivator. You won't receive the recognition of the cultivation world. Speaking of which, my Han family is basically like a local tyrant in Wanshan City, 500 kilometers to the northeast. But in the entire cultivation world, we're not even worth mentioning. We're often ostracized and humiliated by sect disciples, which is why we've formed associations to protect ourselves. Li Qingshan said, with fellow Han strength at the 5th layer, can't you find a sect and join it? He pointed at the towering mountains outside the window. Like this Greenvine Mountain. Han Xiong sighed. I'm so old, and I don't have startling talent like Brother Niu, so which sect will accept me? I can only explore it bit by bit on my own. What do you think, Niu Wuxia? Do you want to take a look at our truth-seeking society? Li Qingshan thought about it and agreed with him. The sect disciples he had seen so far were all young, yet they were already at the 5th or 6th layer. Judging from Han Xiong's appearance, he was in his 40s or 50s at the very least. His talent definitely could not be considered great. He vaguely remembered that Zhou Wenbin had said that sects usually only accepted young disciples. They had to grow up on the mountain, receive the teachings of their masters, and be taken care of by their senior brothers and sisters. Only then would they have a sense of identity and belonging to the sect. This was also the foundation of the existence of a sect. Li Qingshan weighed his words in response to Han Xiong's invitation. I'm afraid I don't have the time. And I might even join a sect in the future. Seeing that Li Qingshan did not explicitly reject him, Han Xiong became even more enthusiastic. The Truth-Seeking Society is not a sect, so we won't ask you to do anything. We just gather once in a while to exchange our experiences in cultivation or exchange resources. It won't waste any time. The 3 practitioners beside him echoed, that's right, that's right. Everyone gathers together to drink and chat. It's so joyous. Last year, we even organized a group of people to enter the boundless mountains and found a few hundred kilograms of black iron essence. Li Qingshan had a better understanding of the nature of this truth-seeking society. Han Xiong said, how about this? After a while, we will have a gathering in the quiet Spring Valley. You can go and take a look. If you don't like it, we won't force you. Let me think about it. Li Qingshan raised his wine cup and said no more. Han Xiong exchanged glances with his 3 companions and said no more. Come, let's drink. Li Qingshan looked out of the window at the brightly lit market and the endless stream of Qi practitioners on the streets. He asked curiously, is this place always so lively? Han Xiong said, how is that possible? It's because the decennial herb gathering ceremony of the 3 mountains is approaching. That's why so many Qi practitioners are here to prepare. Li Qingshan was confused. The herb gathering ceremony of the 3 mountains? What does it have to do with normal wandering cultivators? Han Xiong said, the disciples of the 3 mountains are strong. They go to gather herbs and attract the attention of the demons. We wandering cultivators have the chance to fish in troubled waters. Aren't we being used by the 3 mountains as bait to attract the demons? Li Qingshan turned around and saw the 4th layer Qi practitioner named Zhou Wei smiling coldly. Han Xiong said, anyway, the more people, the safer it is. Safer? I don't think so. Countless Qi practitioners die underground during the herb gathering ceremony. How many of them die to the demons? Underground? Isn't it the boundless mountains? Li Qingshan was surprised and put down his cup. Han Xiong smiled. Brother Niu, you really don't know anything. Almost all the spiritual herbs in the boundless mountains that can be harvested have been harvested. If we go deeper, we'll attract a demon general and all the Qi practitioners will die. Who would dare to go deeper? Li Qingshan had an ominous feeling. He continued asking, are there no demons or demon generals underground? Han Xiong said, of course. Speaking of which, some underground places are even more dangerous than the boundless mountains. However, it's much safer to go underground and head southeast. Wasn't that the territory ruled by Millipede? Li Qingshan asked hurriedly, why is that? He had already vaguely guessed the answer. Han Xiong was happy to show off his knowledge. If you ask someone else, they might not be able to tell you the answer. However, the leader of the Truth-Seeking Society has a friend who is a core disciple of the Burial Mound Mountain. That's why I know. If we were to gather herbs in other places, if we were to slay demons and hunt for their fey cores, we would definitely attract the attacks of demon generals. It would be lucky if 9 out of 10 people could survive. However, this place rarely attracts demon generals. Furthermore, the herb gathering ceremony will only begin in 1 or 2 months. Do you know why? Why? Because we have to wait until the weather is at its coldest. It's said that the demon general will enter hibernation at that time. It's the best time to kill demons and harvest spiritual herbs. It doesn't matter even if we turn the underground upside down. Li Qingshan was suddenly at a loss for words. He knew that Millipede's 2 hobbies were eating and sleeping. Even if it wasn't winter, he would probably be lying on the stone platform without moving most of the time. That was why Qi practitioners could take advantage of him. But why had he only heard Millipede talk about the pressure from the other demon generals? He had never heard of the threat from the surface. Why should we be afraid of demon generals? Aren't the leaders of the 3 Mountains Foundation establishment cultivators? As long as they work together, they should be able to kill even a demon general. Han Xiong's eyes widened. Fellow Taoist Niu, you don't even know about the Treaty of Kings? The sudden increase in volume startled the Qi practitioners at the neighboring table. They all looked over at Li Qingshan with shock and disdain. It was as if it wasn't that Li Qingshan didn't know about the Treaty of Kings, but that he didn't know that the sun was round. Zhou Wei said, fellow Taoist Niu, it's not strange that you haven't heard of it since you've only just left the mountain. The Book of All must have extremely detailed records about it. Why don't you take a look? Li Qingshan gripped the jade slip and sank his thoughts into it. He immediately received all the information about the Treaty of Kings. The information was very complicated. If he were to read it one by one, he would probably not be able to finish it even in 3 days and 3 nights. However, after skimming through it, he had a rough idea of what was going on. He understood why the other Qi practitioners were so shocked. Qi practitioners who did not know about this could be said to have not even begun to understand it. The Treaty of Kings originated from the founding emperor of the Great Xia dynasty. Legend had it that he had the bloodline of demons. When he conquered the world, he received the help of many powerful demons and established the Great Xia dynasty. After establishing the Great Xia dynasty, the most important and illustrious titles were the Human King of the 8 provinces and the Demon King of the 10 territories. The founding emperor presided over the Treaty of Kings. After 100 days of discussion, they signed a treaty that divided the boundaries between demons and humans. The 2 races would never invade each other. What deterred Millipede from taking a step above ground was not the demon commander above him, nor was it even the Dragon King of the Sea in the Green Province. Instead, it was the treaty from several millennia ago. However, low-level demonic beasts had limited intelligence, while there were far too many Qi practitioners, making them very difficult to restrain. As a result, whether it was demonic beasts charging above ground or Qi practitioners venturing underground, they were all tolerated and tacitly agreed to. Of course, if they were killed in the other party's territory, they would just be seeking death. The treaty truly restricted humans and demons who had undergone the first heavenly tribulation. Whether it was Foundation establishment cultivators venturing underground to kill demons or demon generals venturing above ground to kill humans. The best outcome was the offender being hunted down by the combined efforts of the 2 races. The worst outcome was the flames of war reigniting, and all humans and demons would be sucked into it. Today, 3 Foundation establishment cultivators ventured underground to kill a demon general. Tomorrow, it was possible for a demon commander to appear and slaughter all the Qi practitioners on the Green Vine Mountain and in the town. Even with how bold Li Qingshan was, he shivered at the thought of that. However, when he heard that Foundation establishment cultivators would not venture underground, he eased up slightly. However, his mind was in turmoil. As the leader of the demon soldiers, demons and demons were all his subordinates. He could not allow anyone to slaughter him. As for the various resources underground, he had absolute control over them. He would never hand them over to someone else. If he were a pure demon, he would obviously return underground immediately and gather the demons. He would lay down a trap and slaughter all the invaders. That way, he would be able to obtain many hundred treasures pouches. However, he was still a human at the end of the day, so this decision would not be so simple. For a moment he was even in the mood to eat. He became patient again and asked Han Xiong about more matters regarding the herb gathering ceremony before bidding farewell. Han Xiong could tell that Li Qingshan's interest had waned, so he did not force him to stay. Instead, he tried to persuade him to pay a visit to the quiet Spring Valley. After asking about the time and location, Li Qingshan agreed in the end. It was no longer just for the sake of broadening his horizons. The quiet Spring Valley was not far from here. The gathering was before the herb gathering ceremony. No matter what his decision was, he had to pay attention to the changes here. Arriving downstairs, Li Qingshan ordered another table of food and wine. He put them into his 100 treasures pouch to take away. It was late at night. Li Qingshan found an inn to stay for the night. He spent 5 spirit stones and booked the best room. Under the guidance of the owner, he opened the old door. The space inside was much larger than he expected. He knew that some kind of formation had been used to increase the space inside. Although it was winter, the room was as warm as spring. The room was covered with a thick silk carpet. The patterns on the carpet did not seem to be patterns but some kind of formation. It caused the spiritual energy in the room to be slightly denser than it looked. There was a jade screen embroidered with an exquisite beauty holding a pipa. When the owner knocked on the screen, a moving sound of stringed instruments could be heard. There was a praying mat in the room that was said to be able to gather the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. It was said to be very helpful for cultivation. There was actually a huge bathing pool in the room. Not only could it gather water by itself, but it could even use 2 glyphs to control the water temperature. Not only had Li Qingshan never seen the various gadgets made by Qi practitioners before, but he had never even thought about them before. They were not exactly technologically advanced, but they were definitely extremely comfortable. Before the owner left the room, he suddenly stopped. He smiled in a way that all men understood. If you find it hard to sleep alone, I do know a few young and beautiful female cultivators. All you need are a few spiritual stones. He treated Li Qingshan as a generous, yet inexperienced, wealthy customer. Li Qingshan immediately had no idea how to react. He felt like he had crossed over to another world in this situation. However, he had no idea whether the police nor the Hawkwolf Guard would come to inspect the room. He waved his hand in a hurry and declined righteously. "There's no need. I want to rest." The owner showed a rather regretful expression. He said reluctantly, "There's a communication talisman in the room. If you need anything, feel free to call me." Li Qingshan closed the door and exhaled. He placed down the bamboo basket on his body and opened it. "You can come out now." Little Anne extended her hands towards him. Li Qingshan said, "Can't you come out yourself?" However, he had already scooped her up and placed some food and alcohol on the table. "Let's eat." He casually took out the jade slip from the scripture depository and passed it to Little Anne before sitting down to one side. He leaned on his hand as he watched Little Anne eat. However, his mind had already wandered off somewhere. He was not even in the mood to take out the Gui water method of condensing qi. Little Anne said softly, "Aren't you going to eat?" Li Qingshan said, "I've already eaten." However, Little Anne had already delivered a piece of fish to his mouth. "You really are becoming more and more disobedient," said Li Qingshan as he ate the fish. "What do you think I should do?" Little Anne asked in confusion, "What do you mean?" Li Qingshan said, "That shitty herb gathering ceremony, of course." Little Anne's face was filled with surprise. "Aren't you going to kill them all?" Li Qingshan was taken aback. "Since when did I say that? It's not like I know them, and they're not here for me either. Starting a massacre like this isn't too good, is it?" Little Anne lowered her head. "But I don't know them either." To her that reason was enough. No, it should be said that she did not need any reason at all. Apart from the man before her, anyone else could die. Strangely enough, because of each other's existence, Neither of them could become great demons who did whatever they wanted.